Baldur's Gate 3 is a 2023 role-playing game by Belgian-based developer Larian Studios that is based on the rules and setting of Dungeons & Dragons. The original Baldur's Gate games, developed by BioWare and published by Interplay, were incredibly influential both to the genre of RPGs and to video games in general. Larian was previously known for their Divinity series, but has experienced mainstream acclaim with Baldur's Gate 3. It's estimated to have sold at least 15 million copies, and it won Game of the Year. The last time an RPG was this successful was probably Skyrim in 2011. On the surface, Baldur's Gate 3 may look like just another RPG, but there's so much going on in this game once you delve into its story and characters. We're going to be comprehensively exploring the narrative from start to finish, touching on a lot of topics, including political philosophy, psychology, history, literature, and game theory.
Welcome to Game Theory.
Strap yourselves in, we have a long video ahead of us. First, we need to go over the basics and discuss the game itself. The opening cinematic for this game is incredibly well rendered and detailed. We are introduced to the main antagonists of the game's story, which are the Illithids, colloquially called Mind Flayers. We see one of our future companions being infected with a Mind Flayer parasite, which is part of the reproductive process of these creatures in that the hosts are transformed into Illithids after a few days. Then, from our own character's point of view, we are also infected with a parasite. This cutscene is disgusting, visceral, and uncomfortable. It perfectly sets the tone of why our character will spend the next 100 or so hours trying to rid themselves of this parasite. Before we begin, the game sets us up with character creation. Here we choose race, class, starting spells, and attributes. For this playthrough, we'll be playing as a half high elf bard with an emphasis on charisma and support abilities. We'll be playing a bard for two reasons. One, having a charisma-focused player character makes many encounters and dialogue choices easier because persuasion and deception as options appear very frequently in the game. Two, we'll be playing with an uncapped party size in order to bring all companion characters with us at once, since the base game is usually limited to a party of 4. More on the reasoning for that later. Character customization is fantastic in this game. There are people who spend hours making really elaborately designed original characters, or spend all that time making memes. You'll notice in the background one of the key components of the game's excellent presentation, the music score of Baldur's Gate 3 as composed by Borislav Slavov. We also are prompted to customize our Guardian, but unfortunately Nathan Fillion is not an option. The game intentionally does not give us any info as to who this is at this time, so I decided for this run our Dream Guardian would be Thrall. After creation, we get another cutscene, in which we see the Illithids that infected us appear over the city of Baldur's Gate. The guy in the bell tower gets murked, and we get a Wilhelm scream as city dwellers are abducted into the Mind Flayer ship, which is called a Nautiloid. We see that the Mind Flayers are actually in rough shape, and they're being chased by red dragons and their riders. These riders are the same race as our companion in the pod next to us, and they're called Githyanki. This game will have a lot of content related to them and their lore, so we'll learn more about them as we go. The Nautiloid we're trapped on tries to escape the Dragon Riders and ends up accidentally teleporting to the first layer of the Hells. The Dungeons & Dragons cosmology is extremely extensive, but all we really need to know for this game is that the first layer of the Hells is known as Avernus, which is ruled by Zariel, and that there's an eternal war being waged by devils and demons fighting each other for control known as the Blood War. The Blood War would threaten the entire D&D multiverse if either side were to win, so it goes without saying that this is a very dangerous place to end up in. We're no longer trapped in our pod, and we take our first steps of the adventure. In this room, we're introduced to our first character, which is the narrator.
Thing came from the parasite now writhing behind your eye.
The narrator is voiced by Amelia Tyler, who does an incredible job in this role, which may be the single most important acting performance in the game. The game relies extremely heavily on the narrator to make the player feel like they are immersed in the world of the game. We roll to investigate the strange pool of brine in the middle of the room. This provides us with a little clue not to touch it and introduces us to the dice roll mechanic, which is analogous to playing an actual tabletop game of D&D. We touch the pool anyway, just to see what will happen. We exit the room. We'll need to find a way off this ship. Jumping through the air and doing a sick flip, we're formally introduced to our first companion character, Lae'zel.
Abomination. This is your end.
Lae'zel's actor is Devra Wild, who puts on an amazing performance over the course of the game. Our meeting with Lae'zel introduces us to one of the game's most important narrative elements.
A silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
In that we and our companion characters are telepathically connected by the tadpoles in our head. This may seem simple, but it was an ingenious way to greatly cut down on expository dialogue and backtracking in the story when new characters are introduced. When we meet a companion, we basically get a quick backstory through a narrator description, and the characters share a quick unspoken rundown of everything they've experienced thus far. Fortunately, Lae'zel decides not to kill us, and we team up to fight some nearby imps. This is our introduction to combat, with each character having an action, a bonus action, a reaction, and a set amount of movement per turn. In the next room, we find our next companion stuck in a pod. This pissed off goth girl with bangs is
Shadowheart.
performed by Jennifer English, who also does a fantastic job. Nearly every performance in this game is fantastic, so even if it isn't directly mentioned, you can assume every actor did a great job. We free Shadowheart from the pod and immediately link minds, but that doesn't mean we're automatically friends.
You keep dangerous company.
At the start of the game, there's a lot of tension in the party as no one trusts each other. Shadowheart and Lae'zel do not trust each other, in part because Shadowheart does not trust anyone of Lae'zel's race. This feud will be a running theme for roughly the first third of the game.
Lead on.
Our party makes it to the bridge of the Nautiloid, which is under attack by devils being led by Cambions.
Thrall, connect the nerves of the transponder.
This Mind Flayer instructs us, believing we're thralls without free will, to reach the ship's navigation controls in order to get out of Avernus.
Do it. We will deal with the Geich after we escape.
Lae'zel refers to the Mind Flayers as Geich, which is the Githyanki word for any kind of illithid. She'll be saying a lot of words in her native language, which serves to better bring the character and setting to life. We reach the ship's helm and connect some random tentacles just in time for a dragon to burn us alive. Just kidding, but we obviously don't know how to pilot a Mind Flayer ship, so we go hurling through the cosmos and end up somewhere above the Sword Coast, which is the region in which Baldur's Gate is located. We get a quick glance at some of the characters and factions we'll be meeting as the ship is headed for a crash on the beach and we're flying. At the last moment, a mysterious force softens our landing, saving our life. Hours later, we wake up on the beach among the wreckage of the Nautiloid. We see Shadowheart nearby and go to wake her up. As she gets up, she quickly stows a strange-looking artifact, which is a very important plot device in the game's story.
First things first. We need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer.
Shadowheart points out that our first priority is to find a healer, in order to deal with the parasites in our heads. She also expresses distrust of Lae'zel,
You might want to reconsider calling her a friend.
who's run off without us. We decide to stick together, to improve our chances of survival. Shadowheart takes the opportunity to thank us for freeing her from the pod she was stuck in. And we can take the opportunity to admire the game's facial capture, which adds a ton of depth to the characters and brings the acting performances to life.
I wanted to thank you again for freeing me. It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod, but you didn't. I'll remember that.
We travel along the beach and find a very stupid looking hat. Seeing as how we're a bard, we will exclusively be wearing funny looking hats on our adventure. We approach a malfunctioning fast travel portal to find someone stuck inside.
A hand? Anyone?
We give him a little high five, then we help him out of the portal. This is our next companion, Gale the Wizard, as portrayed by Tim Downey. He also happens to be infected with an illithid parasite.
Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies. Usually better at this.
Gale is very different than the characters we've met so far. He is far more polite and well-mannered. Helping Gale helps us to reach level 2. Every level up provides something different for each class, but all classes benefit from additional hit points, and most gain additional spell slots. At level 3, every class is able to choose a subclass, and gameplay is pretty unique between each one. We happen upon a wounded Mind Flayer in the wreckage. This is the game's way of introducing the player to dialogue checks which can result in bad outcomes, or immediate game overs.
Feel compassion. Compassion.
The Mind Flayer is trying to manipulate the player character into letting it feed on them, and if you fail a roll, your character will let the Mind Flayer do so. This results in an immediate character death and game over.
Whipped. Made to bow before this creature in shame.
Yeah, better luck next time, pal. We continue making our way through the wreckage and come upon an elf who tells us he has a Mind Flayer cornered.
Hurry! I've got one of those brain things cornered. There. Can you see it?
He then pulls a knife on us and threatens us, believing we're working with the illithids.
Shh. Not a sound.
We promptly headbutt him, and then discover he's also infected with a tadpole. This is Astarion, as played by Neil Newborn, who won a Game Award for his portrayal, and he's the next companion to join us. From the outset, Astarion is interested in using the tadpoles as a means to obtain more power. After leaving the wreckage, we come upon two tieflings who've caught our friend Lae'zel in a trap. Tieflings are a humanoid race which are the result of interbreeding between fiends and other races.
Get rid of them.
Lae'zel telepathically demands we get rid of the tieflings so she can be freed from the trap. This is our first opportunity to use our proficiency in deception, with an option that is specifically available to bard characters to resolve this situation. We trick the tieflings into thinking there are more Githyanki on the way, and they quickly leave.
Enough gawking. Get me down. Never.
We free Lae'zel by firing arrows at the bottom of the trap, which is the game's way of introducing the player to interactable and destructible environmental objects.
The tadpole hasn't yet scrambled all your senses. Auspicious.
Lae'zel insists we seek out a Githyanki creche, which is essentially a base of operations for the different clans of her people. Shadowheart is very reluctant to trust Lae'zel, but all we care about are Lae'zel's manners.
You may as well suggest a wyvern bow to worms.
Either way, Lae'zel officially joins our party. We make our way to a nearby druid grove, which acts as the first settlement area we encounter in Act 1. We make contact with Zevlor, who represents a group of tiefling refugees that are making their way to Baldur's Gate. We learn that the local druids are not keen on letting the tieflings stay, and are enacting a ritual to seclude the grove from all outsiders forever. In the meantime, there's plenty to do for the party in the grove. Here we meet our first traders and take advantage of the game's bartering system to get some new gear. And we interact with a few of the locals and tieflings to resolve some issues and get some easy experience.
Go on. Give me a best shot. Not bad.
This is Will, the Blade of Frontiers, as played by Theo Solomon. Will is a warlock who's first introduced using a rapier. He's a good aligned character who believes strongly in helping the weak and fighting evil. This is sort of a subversion of common fantasy tropes. In this case, the warlock uses his demonic pact to protect people and does not fit the archetype of a spellcaster. We'll learn more about Will's pact later, but his patron often calls upon Will to hunt targets of Zariel. However, their contract stipulates these targets must be fiends.
Minds collide once more. Will chases the fiend ignited with rancor. She is an infernal war devil, a threat to the living, evil incarnate.
Shit! You saw her.
Advocatus Diaboli.
We learn Will is hunting a target in the area, and he agrees to join our party if we help him complete his mission.
Her name is Karlach, an archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill.
The famous Blade of Frontiers in the flesh. Clever, this hero act you've got going.
Hero, Blade. Name strangers gave me. My friends call me Will.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you.
Shadowheart can't help but be rude to our new companion. The companions in your party often have extra dialogue to add to conversations, which helps to emphasize their characteristics and add flavor. Further into the grove, we see some tieflings demanding that the druids return one of their children. The druids refuse, mentioning their leader Kagha has detained the child for thievery. The tieflings do not like this, but they back down once one of the druids does this. Which appears to intimidate the tieflings or something. We approach the druids, and this bear swiping at us lazily does not intimidate us.
Carl Magrin, give her a chance.
At first, the druids don't want to allow us access to the inner grove, but they change their minds once they find out we're the main characters of the story.
Oh, I understand.
We progress further into the grove and enter the druids' inner sanctum. Here we find Kagha, the interim leader of the druids, harassing the tiefling child we heard about earlier. We use our bard-specific option and persuasion proficiency to defuse the situation so that the child, Arabella, can return safely to her parents. Moments like these matter in Baldur's Gate 3, as Arabella will be a recurring character throughout the game. This goes for a lot of characters in Act 1. This game does a great job of characters persisting and having relevance or at least adding flavor throughout the game. Further into the sanctum, we finally find a healer so we can get started on dealing with our tadpole problem. We speak with Nettie, who is apprenticed to the druid Halsin. Halsin is a great healer and archdruid, and the actual leader of the grove.
You're dangerous. If you transform here, we're all dead.
Nettie insists we kill ourselves with poison if we feel ourselves changing into illithids.
This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me, you'll swallow it if you feel any symptoms.
This is pretty dark, but this is just the beginning, and there will be many more dark or serious moments to come. Nettie explains that she and Halsin had encountered others infected with the parasite. They appeared to be part of a new cult, and they were unable to be reasoned with, so Halsin left to go to the nearby goblin camp to investigate. This is why Kagha is currently in charge.
Good luck out there. And if things start to go bad, remember the vial. Remember your oath.
We noticed Gale has a little exclamation point above his head, which means he wants to talk about something. This occurs relatively frequently throughout the game, and more dialogue is unlocked depending if your companions like you or dislike you based on your actions and what you say to them. There's some reactivity here where Gale speaks about our recent actions, which he approves of. Gale has a personal problem he wants to talk about now that he's grown to trust us a little.
I've grown to trust you.
If only everyone else in our party were as friendly as Gale.
You see, I have this condition. Very different from the parasite we share, but just as deadly.
Gale tells us he has some kind of condition where he needs to consume magical artifacts. Seems very strange at this point in the story, but we won't really question it as we're sure Gale will explain himself more later. For now, we agree to feed him some magical items to help him out. There are plenty of magical items in this game, and there are several you can get in Act 1 which aren't incredibly useful or may only offer benefits to a specific class which you may not even have in your party. This may be a good time to mention I'm playing with two very specific mods for this playthrough. One, to uncap the party size so that I can bring all companions with me at all times, and two, the mod Tactician Enhanced, which can be used to adjust the difficulty relative to having an uncapped party size. The reason I'm playing like this is to experience as much companion content and dialogue as possible, both for the purpose of enjoyment and for showcasing the game better.
You ever scare me like that again, and I'll feed you to a knoll.
Mom, I'm fine. Stop it.
After speaking with Nettie, we return to find Arabella reunited with her parents. They're very thankful, and I'm sure this family will never be separated or lose one another ever again. For our trouble, we're given a locket that allows the wearer to cast a cantrip to create light. This item actually has some specific use cases, especially on higher difficulty, but we'll most likely be feeding it to Gale at some point.
Thank you for helping me.
We explore a nearby tomb to meet another important character. While here, we find an amulet which allows us to cast the spell Speak with Dead, one of Dungeons & Dragons' more famous spells and mechanics. This item is incredibly useful, but I sort of forgot to make use of it throughout this playthrough, so I recommend picking it up if you're playing the game yourself. This is Withers. Withers generally speaks in riddles, and answers questions with his own vague questions.
What is the worth of a single mortal's life?
The player character can't really understand what Withers is, and who he really is left up to the players themselves to interpret. That's more for the end of the game though. For now, all we know is Withers will be staying at our camp and providing services such as resurrection and class respecialization.
What a curious way to awaken.
While exploring, we're approached by this weird guy.
My, what manner of place is this? A path to redemption? Or a road to damnation? Hard to say, for your journey is just beginning.
This is Raphael, as portrayed by Andrew Wincott, and he'll be essentially stalking us throughout the game. Raphael speaks very theatrically, often incorporating poetry and soliloquies into his interactions with the player character.
The mouse smiled brightly. It outfoxed the cat. Then down came the claw. And that? Love. Was that? Come.
Raphael teleports us to his home, in order to try to impress us or perhaps intimidate us, it seems. He explains we are in the House of Hope, and it soon becomes very clear that Raphael is a devil, a Cambion to be more specific. Raphael indicates he knows about our situation with the illithid parasites, and he claims he's our only chance of a cure. Obviously, we know you can't trust a devil, so we decline the offer, and after some more boasting, Raphael sends us on our way. after insisting that we'll eventually come back to him and lightly threatening us.
One might say you're a paragon of luck. I'll be there when it runs out.
Eventually, we retire to our camp for the evening. The camp acts as a sort of home-based location in which you can rest and interact socially with companions and camp followers. And no D&D experience would be complete without flirting and romance. We talk with our companions and learn more about them, now that we have a chance to catch our breath.
The moonlight shines warmly on us. The breeze caresses our faces. Hideous. All of it.
At this point, our companions are starting to open up to us, and some even consider some light flirting if they have approved of our actions thus far.
Anyway, get some rest. Try not to dream about tying me up.
In the morning, we continue exploring and come across the fiend that Will was tasked with eliminating.
One horn. The stink of Avernus. Advocatus Diaboli.
Well, I'll be God's damned.
This is Karlach, played by Samantha Bayard, and she's also been infected with a tadpole. Through seeing her memories, we come to the conclusion that Karlach is not a fiend, but rather a tiefling who is a victim of her circumstances. We convince Will that she could join us rather than be an enemy. Will knows this will have consequences for him, but his principles would not have him harm an innocent person. When this game came out, there were many players who simply killed Karlach at this point and didn't realize they had removed a narratively involved companion until watching other people's playthrough.
Look into my eyes. Can't you see I'm not what you think?
Shit. You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Continuing our journey, we meet a band of ogres hanging out in a destroyed village. These ogres are led by one ogre who exemplifies the game's creativity and character writing.
Am I not astonishing? A robust diet makes for a shrewd mind, you see. I am a gourmand.
This is Lump the Enlightened, and he and his friends currently work for the cultists we're trying to investigate. He mentions the Absolute, which appears to be the new god that the cult is following. We inquire about Lump's intellect. We use our deception to convince Lump that we are not his enemy.
Indeed. How regrettable that your meat must go unsavored. Food? Food. Not food. Friend.
We then parley with Lump to see if we can convince him to turn on the cultists and the Absolute.
I am, by all accounts, a student of higher commerce and extortion. Make me an offer. Tempt me.
This dialogue is amazing. We use our persuasion to convince Lump to come to our aid when we give the signal.
A brilliant notion, and a boon to my aching belly. We have a deal, my tasty kibble.
In the same village we meet Lump, we rummage through some old sacks to find something marvelous. An even stupider hat to wear. Yes, this one will do nicely. While making our way to the goblin camp to learn more about the cult, we're abruptly stopped and hear the voice of this so-called Absolute.
Hear my voice. Obey my command.
Here, we get some foreshadowing of characters to come. The Absolute commands us to assist the cultists in their search for a prism, but we don't know about any prisms.
Aid their search for the prism, and you will be worthy to stand beside them.
Suddenly, Shadowheart produces some sort of prism from her pocket. Some power from within the prism protects us from the control of the Absolute, and we're saved. Shadowheart explains she serves Shar, who in the lore is the goddess of things like darkness and loss. Shadowheart goes on to explain she was sent on a special mission to retrieve the artifact, the prism, and bring it back to her cloister in Baldur's Gate. She's the only survivor from the mission, and everyone on the mission had agreed to suppress their memory in order to keep the mission and its purpose a secret, including Shadowheart. Shadowheart is surprised we're okay with her being a Shar worshipper, but we're role-playing as a character who doesn't really care about our companion's religious beliefs, so long as we find a cure for the parasite. Once inside the goblin camp, we're introduced to our first returning character from the original Baldur's Gate games. This is Volo, who is a character in the Forgotten Realms universe, which if you didn't know is the setting of Dungeons & Dragons. Volo appeared briefly in the first two games, so maybe this doesn't count if you only want to consider characters who are original to Baldur's Gate games to be returning characters. Volo is a bit of a silly character, with a penchant for embellishment and exaggeration, both of events and of his own competencies.
Draw Ragslan, the true soul, had let you collide.
In-universe, he's a famous, or rather infamous, author. Seeing as how we are a bard, we can rhyme along with Volo in order to extend his performance for the goblins.
That was good. Carry it on, Pigeon.
And if you saw him kill manlings, you'd have to yell, "Hum! Fa!"
Unfortunately for Volo, his keeper, a goblin by the name of Gribbo, thinks it's time he went back in his cage.
Come on, Pigeon. Back to your cage.
Now look what you've done.
Come on.
Of course.
My name's Gribbo, idiot.
Right, yes. Not for me.
We progress into the heart of the goblin camp in order to seek out their leadership.
Your scouting party has not returned, and half of the intruders escaped your guards.
Sorry, mistress. We mucked up.
Until their sanctuary is found, I will take something precious from you every hour that passes. A trinket, a tongue, a limb.
I ain't no use without my limbs. The lad'll make the prisoner squeal soon enough, I swear.
Silence now, creature, or I will silence you forever.
This is Minthara, played by Emma Gregory, who is a drow, which is this universe's version of Dark Elves. Drow live in ruthless matriarchal societies in the Underdark, which is a place we'll talk more about later. Minthara is very violent and sadistic, but also extremely direct. Interacting with her is a bit of a culture shock. Minthara probes our thoughts, and we see that she's the most important member of the cult we've encountered thus far, as she has directly interacted with one of the so-called Chosen of the Absolute.
The Absolute has a place in her heart even for Dathir. Her heart is more generous than mine.
Immediately, Minthara makes racial comments towards us. She demands we aid her, believing us to also be cultists since we are also infected with parasites. And her mission is finding the Druid Grove and killing its inhabitants. Minthara also mentions the Absolute is seeking some kind of weapon. Minthara attempts to probe our thoughts for information, but we keep information of the Grove from her and convince her that we'll help her find.
We will find it amongst the dead and the ashes.
Her excitement is palpable. She lingers on thoughts of victory, of unbelievers' blood spilled, and of the weapon. She will seize it, in the Absolute's name.
Minthara, clearly, is too dangerous to be left alone, but we actually don't want to kill her. Some of you may know this leads to a special interaction, and that Larian only patched this in as a legitimate option after players kept finding exploits to trigger that interaction. We knock Minthara out and leave her on the floor. We'll be seeing her later.
See? It squealed! Hit it again! Keep your hands steady, 3. Again! Make it squeal again.
Deep in the goblin camp, we come across a dungeon in which the goblins are keeping a bear prisoner. These goblin children are being cruel to the bear, so of course we stand up for the bear.
Get lost if you can't stand a bit of roughhousing.
This line, while pretty insignificant, sheds a lot of light on goblin culture. What they perceive as simple roughhousing is actually blatant cruelty. It shows that they're so devoid of empathy that they consider cruel behavior towards animals to be entertainment. Like, there's no nuanced angle here. The bear isn't being forced to do tricks or something, they're just throwing rocks at it. Anyway, at least the goblins quickly face the consequences of their actions. There's something pretty unusual in this encounter. The 2 goblin children who are harassing the bear immediately run to call for help. If they succeed in leaving the area, more goblins join the fight. However, you can kill the goblin children to stop this from happening. This is strange because I think this is the only place in the game where children are combatants. Usually video games like to avoid children being enemies or viable targets in combat, but for some reason these goblin children are not spared. It's probably because they're goblins, so it's less sensitive than if they were humans. Which also sounds like something Minthara would say. After winning the fight against the goblins in this room, the bear transforms into the archdruid we've been looking for, Halsin.
Pardon the viscera. One should cherish all of nature's bounty, but goblin guts are quite far down the list.
Halsin, played by Dave Jones, is a fan-favorite character, and for good reason. Aside from having a romance scene that made waves when the game came out, Halsin is a very wise and tempered character that can stay as a camp follower and later companion for the rest of the game, if you complete his associated quest.
Someone is using very powerful magic to modify these tadpoles. They're using them to exert control over the infected. I'm sorry to say, I can't undo that magic, which means I can't cure you. But that doesn't mean I can't help.
He does say, though, that he knows where the tadpoles are coming from, a place called Moonrise Towers. Halsin wishes to aid us in our adventure, but he can't do so while the Druid Grove is in danger.
I cannot allow these butchers to threaten my grove. The natural order must be protected. But there's still work I've yet to finish. Blood I've yet to spill.
We have to go take out the goblin leadership, and we've already taken care of 2 out of 3, one of which was off-screen.
Remove them, and nature will cure itself.
The air is heavy. Moisture drips down your forehead. Pain shoots through your fingers.
We take a long rest while still in the goblin camp, and our player character isn't doing so well.
They reach upward. Your forehead remains drenched no matter how much you wipe.
Lae'zel, very kindly, takes the opportunity to offer us a mercy killing, so that we can end things here before we all transform into mind flayers. In most games, situations like these give a false sense of stakes, because of course the game couldn't continue without the player character. So maybe last second a companion will always come to your rescue or something will cause an interruption before anything bad actually happens. Baldur's Gate 3 is different, however, in that it is a game which respects the player's choices and allows you to get yourself killed.
Quick with my blade. First you, then the others, then myself. Let it be so. Vlakith Gorg Shkatzai.
This scene is graphic and really hard to watch, but it takes a lot of work to create custom cutscenes for all of these moments which add a ton of weight to the narrative. It's like, yes, you can actually die here and the game is over. This can happen a few times, as pointed out earlier with the injured Mind Flayer, where either bad dialogue choices or failed rolls can result in an instant game over. And Baldur's Gate 3 deserves our respect for this, because it respects us enough to understand stakes and consequences. We reload, and choose the option that results in Lae'zel being convinced we shouldn't end our suffering quite yet.
Know this, I am watching. If the sickness does not pass come dawn, I will end us all.
During the night, we're visited by our dream visitor, who if you remember looks like Thrall.
I came just in time. You are transforming.
The Dream Visitor informs us that we're under his protection, which means we won't transform into a Mind Flayer.
You have. I saved you before. I'm here to save you again. Don't worry. You will not become a Mind Flayer. Not while I'm around. I'll protect you.
He shows us some pretty crazy looking stuff, but at this point in the story, we have no idea what any of it means. This first encounter with the Dream Visitor raises a lot of questions, such as, who is this person? What do they want? Why have they chosen us instead of anyone else infected? If you do a lot of searching in the game, you can actually discover a lot of in-game notes and books which contain hints and maybe even some answers to these questions before they're revealed to you. For now though, this person's identity will be a mystery to us.
Wake now. You'll feel better. I promise.
After the night in camp, we engage in what is our first actual boss fight against the final goblin leader, Dror Ragzlin. We start the fight by using Lump's Warhorn to summon the ogres we made a deal with before. Unfortunately, sometimes the summon can be finicky, and the ogres didn't help at all. This is actually the first time I've had this happen, but I only realized once I had already been well into the fight and I didn't feel like reloading. Halsin helps out as well, but at this point in the game, he isn't a full party member yet, so we basically just have a bear running around mauling people. Eventually, we defeat Dror Ragzlin and mop up the other cultists and goblins. Gale and Karlach die during the fight, so we have to use resurrection scrolls to bring them back, which isn't a big deal. With the last of the goblin leaders defeated, Halsin is very glad and he thanks us for our help. Due to our efforts, the Druid Grove will be safe and Halsin will go back, resulting in stopping the ritual Kagha is trying to perform. This means everyone will be safe, not just from the goblins, but also the tieflings will be able to prepare for the journey to Baldur's Gate without hostility from the druids. Some enemies contain elithid parasites, which we can extract after defeating them. Dror Ragzlin and Minthara both had parasites to loot.
Return to the grove. I'll make my own way there.
Astarion immediately suggests he consume the parasites we found, as our dream visitor has indicated to us that we can use them to unlock elithid powers. On this run, we gave all of our parasites to Astarion to consume, because he's the most eager to do so.
I'll have a rummage around and help myself in my own good time. Thank you. Your generosity is appreciated.
Back at camp that night,
she's coming.
We have a surprise visitor. This is Mizora, Will's patron and the source of his warlock powers.
Will, you've been naughty. And you know what happens when you're naughty.
Gods damn it. Anyone but her.
It is with her Will has his contract, and from her he is assigned his targets. Devils are tricky. Their bargains and contracts are never what they seem, and they will do everything they can to use the fine print to their advantage. Because he refused to kill Karlach, Will's physical appearance is changed by Mizora to be more devil-like, as a sort of punishment. This process is irreversible, and Will now permanently looks like this. This will have bigger implications for Will down the line, and becomes important symbolism for him as a character. Mizora will be a reoccurring character for the rest of the game. We'll have to get used to her showing up from time to time.
What else have you done?
A promise broken, a price paid. You know the terms.
Get used to the new form, pet. There's no going back. Some magic even I can't undo.
That night, we're visited again in our dreams.
I promised I'd be back.
Our dream visitor gives us a basic recap of the situation so far, explaining that the cultists of higher rank, specifically those infected with parasites, are referred to as true soul. He also explains that these cultists hear the voice of the Absolute and are being fooled into thinking it's a god telling them what to do, and not mind flayer tadpoles. True souls can exert this influence over other cult members, which we can also do through special interactions, and that's how they keep the lower ranking cultists, such as the goblins, in line.
Isn't it obvious? I want to taste you. Perhaps tonight, perhaps later, but I want it all the same. Do you?
This is also the point where we start getting more advanced interactions with our companions. Because of our prowess in battle, Lae'zel starts flirting with us, in her own way. The options here are pretty great, the best being, I've been wanting a hot Githyanki girlfriend. Unfortunately, we're going to decline, even though Lae'zel would make a great partner. Lae'zel is the most forward of the companions when it comes to romance, but there will be much more subtle flirting from others ahead of us.
One day soon, you will wonder how my lips might have tasted, how my fingers on your skin might have felt, and you will wish you could return to this lost moment.
So if this wasn't obvious from his sharp teeth, pale skin, and general creep demeanor,
shit.
Astarion is a vampire.
No, it's not what it looks like. I swear.
We don't really care though, as we only really want to get rid of the parasite. I mean, technically, he's a vampire spawn, not a true vampire, meaning he has a sire back in Baldur's Gate. This is a core component of Astarion's character arc, so it'll become more and more relevant to us throughout the game.
Councillor Floric, are you alright?
Will, by the main god, what's become of you?
We rescue one Councillor Floric from a burning inn the next day. Will has an existing relationship with her, and here we learn that Will is the son of Grand Duke Ravengard, arguably the most important political figure in Baldur's Gate. Floric is one of his advisors, and she informs us that the Grand Duke has been kidnapped by the Cult of the Absolute. Will appears to have a strained relationship with his father, but that doesn't stop him from wanting to help. We assume that Ravengard has been taken to Moonrise Towers, and so we'll search for him once we get there. It's clear that this was a deliberate move by the cult to capture such an important political leader.
Oh, it can't be. You mean they've taken my...
Yes, Will. The Drow have your father.
Shit. You can put distance between you and yesterday, but you'll never leave it fully behind. Father's words. Hard to argue with them.
Will and his father are alienated from one another, but Will still considers rescue a priority. He points out that his father is extremely important to maintaining stability in Baldur's Gate, and the cult could wreak havoc if they were to infect him with a parasite. Will gives some background on himself, that he left Baldur's Gate to become the Blade of the Frontiers, and to protect the innocent along the Sword Coast. The person that Will was, Will Ravengard, son of the Duke, is in the past, an old version of himself that he isn't anymore. More so now that Will has undergone the physical changes that make him look like a devil.
And Will Ravengard. A memory of a memory. A man who belongs to the past. I wanted you to know the Blade, not the shadow he left behind.
Finally, we return triumphantly to the Druid Grove, where Halsin is furious with Kagha for the actions she took while he was away.
Instead, I shall listen to the explanation that you owe me.
I owe you nothing.
It really adds to the tone that Halsin is literally covered in goblin blood.
You chose to abandon us. I chose to protect us.
Silence! The rite has been ended.
It's important to do a quick analysis of Kagha's actions in this situation. She claims she was doing what had to be done given the threats, and she feels entirely justified. She thought she was protecting the Grove by treating the Tiefling refugees with outright hostility. It's important to understand that some people do bad things when they're convinced they have no other options. In this situation, clearly there was another option. The other druids in the Grove weren't exactly on board with Kagha's decision, but they went along with it anyway since she was in charge. In this situation, the simplest explanation is that Kagha shouldn't have been put in charge to begin with. She clearly didn't possess the composure or the temperament to make for a good leader. Sometimes leaders need to make extremely difficult decisions, and choose to make sacrifices of themselves, or worse, of others. Someone like Kagha, with her judgment clouded by anger and stress, clearly was not thinking straight and was callous towards the lives of others that she saw as outsiders. These people are druids. Nature, life, and balance are sacred to them. These are their core beliefs. Kagha was willing to sacrifice innocent lives for a brute force solution that would have secluded the Druid Grove forever. In the long run, this was in direct contrast to the principles of Druidism and their religious philosophy. The takeaway here is that poor leadership and rash decisions lead to injustice and harm, and the first people affected are always going to be those in most need of help. Halsin commands that he'll be enlisting an outsider from another grove to come be the new leader of this grove, and Kagha will start anew as an initiate as a reflective punishment for her actions. Halsin tells us that he'll accompany us on our journey to Moonrise Towers, but for now, we'll celebrate our victory.
Take some time for yourself tonight. Rest, celebrate. Come morning, I'll be by your side.
When we next long rest, there's a party happening at our camp. After some very harsh living recently, the Tieflings have finally caught a break. Halsin, relieved his grove is safe and that he's found a lead on the parasites, is happy to join as well. This is the first important moment for many of the companion romances. We spend some time socializing with the Tieflings and with our companions as well. At this point, since we've had everyone with us and done so much to impress them, everyone is offering to spend some quality time together. Lae'zel is the only companion that wants to sleep together at this point. Every other companion we have is much more of a slow burn. Unfortunately, we have to turn most of our companions down. You can't have a polycule. Some companions are fine with you having hooked up with other people, but only under certain conditions, and not everyone is just going to be cool with it. For example, if you hook up with Lae'zel at this point, it doesn't lock you out of most other romance options. Some companions are even alright with polyamory. Every companion takes your rejection differently. which is interesting because it indicates how well written they are. Karlach, for instance, has been battling fiends in hell for the last decade, and isn't really smooth when it comes to flirting. She still shoots her shot though.
If you wanted to meet up later, maybe we could meet up later.
And she takes it pretty well and clearly just has a lot of admiration for the player character. Astarion, meanwhile, is a complete creep.
And here I mistook you for someone with taste. A pity.
I'm sorry, but I really do not like Astarion as a person. As a character, he's fantastically written, but I just cannot stand this type of person. Which I think is even more evidence of excellent writing. His immediate response is to insult us and gaslight us, which is going to be a running theme with how he treats other people. Gale, on the other hand, doesn't even try to make a move here. He offers to start his romance arc at a different point just between the two of you, and this really fits his character, reflecting him being a much more reserved person. Of course, if you didn't guess it by now, we will be romancing Shadowheart for this playthrough. All of the companion characters have wonderful writing, and very well developed romance arcs, each complete with their own cutscenes. Larian did a really fun thing where they released a lot of statistics regarding player choices in the game. Shadowheart, at the time of those statistics, was by far the most romanced character. There could be a few reasons for this, but I think there are two big ones. Generally, all the characters available for romance have some tragic element to their story, which makes their romance arc more emotional because it also involves helping them process or cope with past traumas. Shadowheart has a particularly tragic backstory, which we'll learn more about as we progress through the game. Shadowheart has a very important character moment in Act 2. She's also the one that originally had the prism, which is the item everyone is trying to find, and the source of our protection. In short, Shadowheart has a lot of development which is unavoidable. Because of this, most players will get a good idea of her arc and feel an emotional connection to her. The other main reason is she's a goth girl with bangs.
But nobody's here to debate right from wrong.
Every character is pretty attractive, both conventionally and in their own ways. I mean, Lae'zel looks more like a frog than a person, but her assertive personality and confidence can be extremely appealing to some people.
Yet they could not match your nerve today. It was enough to drive me to madness.
I smell their blood on you still. I smell your moisture. How torturous for us both that I'll never get a taste.
Even Will, who's probably the most normal out of these companions, with arguably the least trauma, is an attractive man who's dedicated his entire life to helping the less fortunate. He's like a hot dude you'd meet while volunteering in a soup kitchen, or building houses in a rural community.
You made it. Come here. Sit with me.
Either way, at the end of the night, we retire to a secluded spot to share a bottle of wine with our potential emo GF. Shadowheart asks us to tell us something about ourselves, which we oblige, but she can't really reciprocate the gesture because, as she mentioned earlier, her memories have been suppressed. Not to get too ahead of ourselves, but we can read this as an allegory for someone who has their memory suppressed due to emotional distress associated with those memories.
To us.
After downing the wine and conversation about implied past trauma, you know, the type of courtship that people playing this game would find relatable, Shadowheart and our character share a kiss.
What? I know, but you're sweet to notice.
This is all at this point, just a drunk kiss after a party, which really contributes to the eventual payoffs of these long romance arcs.
I trust you enjoyed your evening?
In the morning, we talk with Halsin about our next steps. He's confident that we'll find answers leading to a cure at Moonrise Towers, but there's a catch.
It's complicated. The journey specifically, it's extremely perilous. Though it seems you're well accustomed to navigating danger.
We get a cure, and the chance to hit these arseholes where they live. Sounds good.
Wait. There's more you need to know.
Halsin explains the lands surrounding Moonrise are subject to a terrible curse.
This curse shrouds everything in shadow. You will not find life, light, or anything natural there. Any who linger are twisted by the curse. They become shadow beings, tormented, dangerous souls.
Halsin also explains we have two ways to get to Moonrise, either through the mountains or via the Underdark.
Long ago, a man called Ketheric Thorm built a secret stronghold deep down there, before rallying a whole army of Dark Justiciars, Shah worshippers.
Ketheric Thorm. This name will mean a lot more to us soon.
They were promised riches if they retrieved a relic called the Night Song. But I think there's more.
we're also introduced to something referred to as the Night Song, which will be very significant in the story of Act 2. After talking with Halsin, we have to make a decision about how to proceed. For reference, this isn't the order in which things need to be done. We've just saved these next areas until after we do everything we need to in the beginning of Act 1. Halsin offers to join us in our adventure, which of course we accept, as we believe in bringing along as many companions as possible. He mentions he wishes to return to Moonrise Towers, meaning he may be more familiar with the area and curse than we first thought. Halsin is a very earnest character, and this is the beginning of his own side story.
It seems our fates have aligned. May Sylvanas guide us.
Up next, though, we'll have a change of scenery and begin exploring the Underdark. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Underdark is an expansive subterranean region of Faerun. Faerun, it's worth mentioning, is the world in which the Sword Coast is located, where this story takes place. It would take a while to explain everything about the Underdark, but the basic idea is that there are massive networks of caves, caverns, and tunnels underground that interconnect and form a whole other world underneath the surface. The Underdark is home to entire races, including drow like Minthara, but also deep gnomes, the Dwagar, who are basically dark dwarves, and many others, including some which are much more exotic. For Baldur's Gate 3, we only get to explore a few sections of the Underdark, but it serves as a fantastic contrast to what we've seen so far. From the body horror and grotesque nature of the tutorial section on the Nautiloid, to the rugged nature of the Emerald Grove and disheveled Goblin Camp, there's been a lot to take in. Now, in the Underdark, we really see the talent of the environmental art team start to shine. They've made an inherently dark and foreboding area take on a life of its own, complete with bioluminescent flora and abandoned ruins. It's in these ruins we start to uncover information that will be very important to Lae'zel's character arc and story. In an abandoned wizard's tower, we find old texts and notes. Most notably, there's a Githyanki slate,
Tirsu markings. Ancient.
which is the Gith's traditional format of writing and record keeping. We ask Lae'zel to translate the text so that we can read it.
About Orpheus.
She recognizes that the story is about Orpheus, who Lae'zel says is a traitor. Lae'zel is reluctant to read the disc, and she claims it's heretical. But this minor interaction actually plays an important role in her character development. Countless generations ago, the Gith were slaves to the Illithid Star Empire, which is why they show so much disdain for Mind Flayers. Their people were only freed when there was a rebellion by a figure known as Mother Gith, who had a special ability to disrupt Illithid hive mind communications and mind control. The uprising was successful, and the Illithid Star Empire was never able to recover.
I will read it to you. The Prince of the Comet, Part 1. So it was that we were free from Geich shackles and turned our blades on each other. The heavens were shattered, and one great empire was divided in two. Gith traveled to the Hells to broker help for her people, her cause. Vlaakith would have you believe Mother Gith proclaimed her our queen. Lies. Gith made no such proclamation. Vlaakith seized the Empire against the Mother's wishes. But Gith had nurtured a son, Orpheus, Prince of the Comet, the true heir. He knew Vlaakith's treachery. Orpheus rallied Gith's honor guard and declared the throne for himself. The War of the Comet had begun.
Lae'zel's people are ruled by a being known as Vlaakith, the Lich Queen, who has ruled for the last 1,000 years.
Gith declared Vlaakith queen of the Empire, and her own son defied her. Orpheus would have ceded control to the Geich.
The original Vlaakith was supposedly one of Mother Gith's advisors, and apparently was instrumental in enabling the pact between the Githyanki and the Red Dragons. This Vlaakith is actually another in a long line of Vlaakiths, specifically Vlaakith 157, but is ruled for so long due to being an undead lich. Exploring through the Underdark, we come across a watercraft, a boat, if you will, docked at the edge of a massive underground lake. Naturally, we take the boat out onto the water to see where it leads.
You! What are you doing on Gek's raft?
Some absolute cultists with their own boat come upon us and demand an explanation as to why we're aboard their friend's raft. Little does he know we killed his cultist friends as part of a quest earlier. This interaction is great. You can let your intrusive thoughts win and push the cultist into the water.
Who are you?
We won't actually do that here though, because we're not interested in fighting these cultists here and now. Instead, we deceive them into thinking we just happened to find the boat next to their dead friends. We go with the cultists across the dark waters and arrive at the site of long-abandoned ruins. Turns out there's a true soul among the cultists named Nier that was trapped due to a cave-in while the cultists were digging for something. These Dwagar think we're also cultists because of our tadpoles. It appears that Nier hasn't paid the Dark Dwarves for their work, and they're very frustrated because of that. We decide to use this to our advantage.
You shithead! Time you showed up!
Since we've been so diligent in looting, we actually have the equipment needed to blast open the rocks from the cave-in. This means immediately upon arrival, we rescue Nier and the slaves that were trapped with him. The slaves are a group of deep gnomes, who are being mistreated and forced to work by the Dwagar and cultists.
Finally! Worthless slaves! Your incompetence has been my ruin!
Does not fail.
Nier is a complete scumbag, who automatically blames others for his own failures and employs cruelty instead of any sort of critical thinking. Nier is actually a good example of narcissism and what narcissistic leadership looks like. Instead of taking any sort of accountability, Nier immediately lashes out at others, even resulting in their deaths, because he believes himself to be infallible. Confidence is one thing, but a leader who never accepts responsibility for their actions and failures, and instead constantly seeks to put blame on others, is a leader that will consistently fail due to narrow-mindedness, inability to cooperate, and short-sightedness. Narcissism is one of the worst qualities in a leader, as it goes hand in hand with extreme incompetence due to that person lacking the ability to be introspective. The negative outcomes due to these sorts of leaders are often at the expense of the people they're leading.
Insufferable, insolent scum. I'm going to enjoy this.
The Elder's disgust grips your head like a vice. Yet he remains silent.
Another treacherous soul walks among us. Isn't that right, Brithvar?
You've been a shit since I laid eyes on you, Red Eye. Go on. Try and gut me. I ain't going down easy.
Nier is not without mercy, true soul. The rat has given you a chance to earn my favor. Strike him down. Prove your faith.
We were able to convince the Dwagar to turn on the cultists, which makes this fight significantly easier due to us dividing our enemies.
Let Nier be your end.
Nier is clearly a horrendous leader, and a complete moron. It's hard to say why he got to such a high position in the cult, but it's safe to assume he was able to do so for the wrong reasons. We can actually use some of the arguments from Plato's The Republic. We won't go too deep into this work, but you should know it basically serves as the cornerstone of Western political philosophy. In the writing, there are arguments made about justice versus injustice in society, and how these extend to the qualities of leaders. Put simply, Plato essentially argues that those who gain wealth and power due to injustice can never truly lead satisfied lives, will always breed more injustice among others leading to constant conflict, and are only capable of creating corrupt societies. In this example, the cult of the Absolute is sort of a parallel to an organization that seeks power through injustice and corrupt means. This is displayed by their use of violence, indoctrination, and desire to undermine any sort of opposition. Nier is a perfect example of someone clearly corrupt and unfit to lead, that thrives within the cult's systematic injustice, but ultimately meets an untimely end due to his own incompetence and greed. Nier is not fit to be a leader. His failure here and death by our hands clearly shows that. But he only got this far to begin with due to the circumstances of injustice brought about by the cult, which facilitated his rise to somewhat insignificant power. The cult did not promote Nier based off of his competency or leadership qualities, but rather he was selected for his adherence to the unjust principles of the cult. We'll have more to say about this later, but for now this serves as a microcosm of what's generally going to be the biggest problem of the cult and its leadership, which we'll use to our advantage. For the fight itself, we basically keep Nier out of the action using spells until we can surround him and demolish him in a single turn.
Freeze it, cockstench. Nier and his absolute wanks owed us a wad of coin, and the dregs on his corpse aren't gonna cut it. Pay up, and you get to slink away. Resist, and I got you.
Even though the Dwagar help to fight Nier, they're still our enemies. The character we're playing as is generally self-serving, but has a basic moral compass that means they don't really abide by things like slavery and will often go out of their way to help others, albeit if it isn't too much work. At least that's how we see ourselves now at this point in the story. The Dwagar are abusing these gnomes, and happen to be right in front of us, so our little dispute regarding ethics results in us killing the dwarves.
Or I bleed you dry.
Baldur! I was so worried! Did Nier hurt you?
Here we're introduced to a character who'll be reoccurring throughout the story.
Make it quick. We need to find Wulbren. Now!
You're a little late, Barkus, my lad. He's already been sent to Moonrise Towers.
This is Barkus Root, a deep gnome, who is in search of his good friend Wulbren Bongol. As a side note, these naming conventions are amazing. Wulbren seems to be in possession of the formula for rune powder, which through context we deduct must be an extremely potent material capable of mass destruction. Perhaps this would be useful to us. At the very least, it would be in our interest to stop the cult from having access to this sort of destructive capability.
Call me mad, but fine. Wulbren's found the formula for rune powder.
What?
Aye. The explosive of Geardel Ironhand's own creation. Fistfuls, wiping out armies. All those old stories.
We take Nier's head, as we'll be needing it for a quest in a little bit. We actually need to pass a strength check to get it, and it's accompanied by a gross cutscene of us actually cutting the head off his dead body. This cutscene is disgusting, but you have to respect this game's dedication to not shy away from such visceral and brutally realistic moments. On Nier's body, we discover a sort of lamp, which appears to have some traces of pixie dust. This may not mean much to us now, but we'll learn more about these lamps later. Nearby, we find some chests, which actually turn out to be mimics, a classic fantasy enemy. The interesting thing here is that these mimic assets are only used like one other time in the entire game. Just a heads up, there's actually a lot of unique assets in this game that we won't be seeing in this playthrough. This is intentional, along with avoiding showing certain quest lines, in-game text, and other secrets so as not to spoil things for anyone that watches this video and then decides to play the game themselves. But please understand, a lot of work went into modeling, animation, and sound design for purely optional content that serves to elevate this game's outstanding level of quality. Back on the other side of the lake, we encounter one of the more exotic races found in Baldur's Gate 3. These are myconids, which are basically sentient hive mind fungus. They reproduce as many fungi do, by making use of dead organic matter, with the myconids most commonly using flesh. Often these bodies are reanimated to be used as vessels for the myconid colony. We don't want to get too sidetracked here, but fungi are fascinating organisms, and making use of aspects of real-world science in a fantasy race is awesome.
The drow sought to shatter our circle. Now his flesh may feed its growth.
We give the leader of the myconids, Sovereign Spaw, Nier's head as proof of his death. The mushroom people were under threat by the Dwagar and cultists, so they're very thankful to us for keeping them safe. Immediately, Nier's head is used as fodder for the colony, which includes a rather grotesque item model. The myconids do a little dance as a show of appreciation, which is very interesting in the context of the game as we're being introduced to a whole race and culture which is entirely alien to us. The Illithids are also a hive mind race, but there's something to be said about the nature of these races. The Illithids seek to dominate and consume, while the myconids only seem to be interested in their survival and their place in the local ecosystem. While in the colony, we actually run into a rogue Illithid named Omelum, but we won't really be talking about him until much later. Actually, I should say it, not he, because Illithids are without gender or sex since they reproduce parasitically and not sexually. Omelum is very pleasant and belongs to a society of intellectuals, which is an interesting faction, but Omelum's character isn't super relevant right now. Back where we fought the Dwagar, we found what many of these groups in the Underdark seem to have been looking for. There's a massive old forge, known as the Grim Forge or Adamantine Forge, that was just out of reach of the cult expedition. Once again, we have a good example of the game's amazing environmental design. The forge appears to be ancient, at least in our perspective, and we can use it to make a few pieces of rare armor, which will still be relevant by the time of late game. Before we can smelt the gear though, we have to take on our next real boss fight. This is Grim, the Golem Guardian of the Forge. This is the first boss fight we've encountered that actually makes use of a special mechanic. Grim is resistant to most types of damage, so we don't really have a way ourselves of dealing with the boss. Instead, we have to make use of the environment, the lava and the forge itself, to deal damage to Grim. Grim needs to walk through the lava for the metal construct to become superheated and thus vulnerable to damage. We then have to bait Grim onto the central platform, and use a lever to activate the forge. This brings down a massive hydraulic press type object onto the golem, dealing damage.
Barely tickled him.
Since we're scaling up enemy HP through a mod, it takes us a few successful hits onto Grim to win the fight. Our party barely makes it through and even suffers a few casualties. Our reward in the end are 3 pieces of very rare armor, 2 of which will be used by Lae'zel for the rest of the playthrough.
You carry a Githyanki relic. I will have an explanation. Or your head.
Walk away. Now. I won't warn you again.
At camp that night, Lae'zel and Shadowheart are back to arguing. Things are actually getting quite heated between the two, because the prism that Shadowheart carries is clearly of Githyanki origin. The two decide to hash out their differences once and for all through combat. Lae'zel looks forward to finally being able to take out her frustrations with Shadowheart.
The bad blood must be purged. A jewel come first light.
You mean I'd get to prove you wrong and thrash you? I love it. Get some rest, Lae'zel. You'll need it. You had every chance to look the other way, but here we are. You chose this.
Spare me the justifications, coward.
However, Lae'zel does not realize that Shadowheart worships the god of trickery and deceit. Instead of a fair fight, Shadowheart has pulled a knife on Lae'zel while she was asleep. The two are still throwing insults and are very bitter with each other, but we do a good job mediating the situation. You could mess up here and someone could actually get hurt.
It's the artifact we need, not her.
Let me up, and I'll show you.
Can I do that, Lae'zel? Can I turn my back on you?
Never. Thieves aren't afforded such luxury.
Loosen the grip on your pride for one blasted moment, won't you? We needn't be enemies. There's plenty of those to go around already.
What would you have? That we be friends?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Shadowheart agrees that we're wasting our time and energy distrusting each other when there's much more at stake. Fortunately, Lae'zel seems to see the wisdom in this sentiment.
But imagine what we might achieve if we channeled some of that hostility back at our real foes, instead of each other. They wouldn't stand a chance.
The next day, it seems as though Lae'zel and Shadowheart have finally begun to reconcile their differences.
Have we buried the hatchet, Lae'zel?
No. Why would I bury a weapon? Is it broken?
It's a metaphor.
I do not know your metaphor, but if you need help digging, I will find a shovel.
This is a good time to mention that party members often chat with each other while exploring. This adds a ton of character to them, and really goes a long way in exploring the social dynamics at play. Sometimes party members express empathy towards each other's pasts, sometimes confusion towards each other's lifestyles, and these interactions can often be very humorous. We return to the Druid Grove because we forgot to pick up a useful item. This is a bard-specific hat, which of course looks pretty silly, and we'll be wearing it for basically the rest of the playthrough. It's interesting in this game how items being of a more rare quality doesn't always make them better. and so class-specific items like this end up being useful for the entire game. We're back above ground also because we want to explore the other area that leads to Moonrise, the mountain pass. Once again, the talent and hard work of the art team is on full display with the breathtaking views here.
Tirsu's script scratched in the ground. As I expected, a creche must be nested in the temple below. We must go there at once.
Lae'zel finds a clue indicating that the Githyanki creche she mentioned earlier is nearby. We don't generally feel super confident about going to Githyanki for help, but we respect and value Lae'zel's wishes, so we agree to seek out the creche.
But if we stray too far that our chance is lost, I'll make my way there alone.
This isn't an empty threat. Lae'zel will actually leave and end up either at the creche or will die along the way if the party doesn't decide to go with her.
A sign. We should stop for a nice little lunch. Take it all in.
This gondola ride is a nice moment because it gives us a chance to enjoy the view, and it even comes with some chatter between party members.
True. Fine. First, purify the tadpole, then a little lunch.
We find that the entrance to the creche is located within a nearby abandoned monastery. Out front, some Gith have taken some halfling cultists as prisoners.
Where are you taking us?
If this is about that weapon your friend was talking about, we don't have it and we don't know shit about it.
Silence! Move!
No. No, I'm not going in there. I won't.
The scene actually makes me a little sad. The cultists are bad, but to an extent they aren't in control of themselves or their actions. Being gunned down in a desperate attempt to escape the Gith is pretty pathetic, but maybe this halfling didn't deserve this if they had never been indoctrinated into the cult. Also, the Githyanki holding the crossbow doesn't help the situation. Like, he looks so smug killing an unarmed person, but he's got such an elongated face and scrawny build, it's like he's the D&D equivalent of a Twitter incel. Like, he literally shoots what appears to be a grandma in the back, then acts all tough to the other prisoners. Important to quickly say here that only those who are truly weak go out of their way to bully those who can't defend themselves. This guy will be getting what he deserves real soon though. For now, we have to find a way to sneak into the monastery. Luckily, there's some broken windows nearby leading to the old monastery's alcohol storage. Here we find a bunch of kobolds who have been doing a bit of indulging.
What do you mean, too drunk? It's not possible.
Unfortunately for these kobolds, we could use some XP, so we elect not to sneak by them. Kobolds, maybe even more so than goblins, are often seen as a joke race in D&D, meaning they're simple creatures that often get involved in silly situations. One of my favorite characters in the game is actually a kobold, but we won't see him for a while.
State your purpose quickly.
Stand down, Gish. Is it not Vlaakith's command to welcome her faithful?
Upon entering the creche, we're accosted by guards. We allow Lae'zel to take the lead on this one.
We seek the Zaithisk. Show me the way.
You are infected. A gate thrall is something to eradicate, not reason with.
The faithful may be purified. This is Vlaakith's protocol.
Fine. Let the Gustil carry out your fate.
Though we're infected, we're granted access to the creche.
Powerful Githyanki warrior, undeniably regal in her mien.
We spot a portrait of Vlaakith on one of the walls.
She is both the sun that blinds us and the void that contains us. Praise be.
The way Lae'zel describes Vlaakith, it's clear the society Lae'zel grew up in views their undying queen as a god. We get some insight here into Lae'zel's blind and fanatical devotion to Vlaakith, which is generally shared by all Githyanki, due to it being all they're taught from birth. In the corner, we see a symbol of a comet, which is actually related to the story from the Gith slate regarding Orpheus. We decide to make a few changes to the portrait, trying to improve it for the better in our own artistic vision.
You take a moment to fully appreciate your masterpiece. She certainly looks a little less regal now.
A wretched display. I thought you better than such juvenile antics.
You wouldn't get it, Lae'zel. It's called art.
Intestinal coloration consistent with samples 231 to 259. Do you have a question? Or are you just going to stand there gawking?
Finally, a Githyanki doctor with specialized equipment meant to cure us of our infection. The doctor's kind of rude, somewhat devoid of any bedside manner, fitting for what we would expect of a Githyanki medical professional.
The device is strange, made of taut flesh and pockmarked metal.
Oh, surprise, surprise, the Zaithisk is a horrifying contraption made of machine and flesh. This doesn't bode well for the one undergoing treatment. We let Lae'zel take the lead on this one, since this was her idea.
Praise Vlaakith. Let it be done.
Sit, child. Let the Zaithisk end your suffering.
An unseen blade cleaves your mind in two. Impossible pain sears your bones and body in concert with Lae'zel's. The Zaithisk's psionic forces batter Lae'zel's thoughts. There is no chance she will survive this unscathed.
Yes, child. Speak the Talakit. Meditate on its verses.
You feel Lae'zel's mind rip and rupture. Is this purification? Is this the cure?
The scene can actually feel quite emotional if you empathize with Lae'zel. She's undergoing immense pain, believing by the grace of her queen she must endure to be cured, all the while reciting dogma to give her the strength to survive.
Oh, the cure! Oh, Vlaakith Mazathok Iskaze! My queen! Hear me!
That thing's killing her! Do something, damn it!
Your vision narrows. You sense myriad specters of Githyanki past. This is their fate. This is their anguish.
Turns out, this horrible machine isn't meant to cure the user, but rather it's meant to absorb their memories and dispose of them. Luckily for Lae'zel, the machine becomes overloaded and explodes before it can kill her.
My queen! Make me whole!
Enough!
Damn it all! The parasite. I still feel it. I am Githyanki. I will not be Geich. My life's work gone.
The doctor is fascinated, albeit distraught her fancy device was destroyed. She bids us to wait for her return, then runs off. We will not be waiting for her.
Wait here. I will gather my tools.
I followed protocol. I kept to my faith. Yet the Zaithisk might have killed me. The Gustil tampered with it. Traitor. And there may be more still. This must be why the Inquisitors come.
Lae'zel immediately assumes, reluctant to consider her queen a fraud, that the doctor is a traitor. Clearly this is not the case, but this is what happens when people are presented with evidence of everything they know being a lie. They first try to rationalize before being able to recognize any uncomfortable truths. Many people actually get stuck in that rationalizing, because they refuse to admit they were wrong about something or have been misled. We progress further into the creche to meet with its leadership, at which point we discover the presence of an Inquisitor. Turns out the Githyanki are frantically searching for the prism as well, which makes sense seeing as how we can assume it was recently stolen from them. By the way, this guy has one of the best names in the game, Wawargaz. The leader of this creche is under pressure. It seems an Inquisitor being involved is quite a big deal. This mirrors real-life authoritarian or militaristic regimes in which the special police of the regime have power which supersedes the power of regular leadership. Just a quick rule of thumb, if a regime employs special enforcement which goes outside the regular chain of command in order to further the mandates of the regime, that's a really bad thing.
She remains your Kithrak. For now.
Here you can notice that Shadowheart has to make a frightened saving throw whenever she sees a wolf. This is what we call foreshadowing. We also see what happened to the other cultist prisoners.
Do you bring the weapon?
Don't tell her anything.
We speak to the commander of the creche, who immediately asks us about the prism. The Dream Visitor urges us not to reveal anything. Naturally, we instantly explain we have the prism.
Hope you know what you're doing. Shema Zala Vlaakith. Give it to me.
and we attempt to hand it over.
No!
Yes. There it is. Exactly as described. The Inquisition will finally come to an end. Trickery? Heresy? How did you...
Turns out only we can possess the prism, and it'll repulse itself from anyone who tries to claim it. The player character reactions are one of the best things in the game, like always having some kind of look during moments like this.
It is not for me to question why. Go, seek the Inquisitor below, and take the cursed thing with you.
Looks like we have a meeting with the Inquisitor.
Even more foreboding than the rest of the crash. You said it.
I hope, no, expect that Chirai will aid us.
It's never been that simple before. I don't know why it would be now.
The party's nervous going to see the Inquisitor, seeming to sense something bad is about to happen.
My Arden spoke of one of our kin that escaped a crashing Geich slave vessel.
Chirai, Vlaakith's justice in flesh.
You have accomplished much, child. I am pleased to finally meet you.
The Inquisitor is very courteous to Lae'zel, but something definitely feels wrong. Every interaction with Githyanki so far hasn't been nearly as pleasant, so something has got to be going on that we don't know about.
Precious from the Geich ship. Something that belongs to us. The weapon. Give it to me.
Don't do it. The weapon is how I protect you.
The Dream Visitor is extremely against giving the prism to the Githyanki, claiming it's how he protects us. Good time to appreciate the look on the characters' faces during dialogue moments like this. Like Astarion and Karlach are also looking around with raised eyebrows. It's so unintentionally funny and charming. Of course, we hand the artifact over. This summons a FaceTime with someone we've heard so much about, Vlaakith herself. This is a huge moment for Lae'zel. It's like she's coming face to face with both her long-lost mother and childhood hero.
Vlaakith Gorg Skathzai.
My queen. Skathzai.
You are permitted to look upon me. You are invited to kneel.
The Deathless Queen has spoken. You will obey.
Lae'zel insists we obey Vlaakith. However, we recognize no false gods, so we opt to just give a polite little wave.
I expected a little of Istic education, but here we kneel before our queen. Your choice of allies is most vexing. They do not become you, Lae'zel.
Chma Zala Vlaakith. You know me.
Erlon of Kalir speaks most highly, as did Alchaya before. You seek purity. I may yet grant it.
Vlaakith speaks to Lae'zel, which leaves Lae'zel starstruck. This is the most important person in Lae'zel's life, and the Queen insists she knows about her personally. Does Vlaakith actually know Lae'zel? Unclear, as this could just be another manipulation tactic to instill Lae'zel with a false sense of recognition. This is often used in manipulation, especially in mass propaganda, to make individuals feel like they're special, as to motivate them more towards a cause. Like as a simple example, think about mass emails sent by politicians which are addressed by name saying, "I need your help specifically." A personalized call to action can make people feel validated and appreciated, even if the end result is something like basically just asking for money. Vlaakith refers to the prism as the Astral Prism, and claims it's corrupt. Lae'zel is extremely eager to please Vlaakith, even if at this point we're starting to see a ton of red flags. Vlaakith says there's someone inside who has a warped and broken mind, claiming that they're an agent of the Grand Design and Illithid Empire. We haven't heard about the Grand Design up to this point, but it's broadly the objective of the Illithids to regain their power and re-establish their empire. Vlaakith commands us to enter the Astral Prism and kill the person inside. She even offers to cleanse us of our parasites if we succeed, and she also offers to Lae'zel to ascend her to the Queen's Honor Guard.
Kill them! Do this, and I will cleanse you and your allies. Do this, and ascend!
Ascension. My queen. An honor gained. A burden borne. You must accept. Refuse, and you will know my fury.
Lae'zel strongly insists we accept this deal. However, as a treat, we can decline here and insult Vlaakith instead, which results in her immediately vaporizing us.
Perhaps I misheard. You would not speak ill of a god, would you?
Do not test her. She will be our ruin.
Blaspheming tongue! You wish to see godhood? Wish you to end.
Let's reload and check out some of our other options. We can also refuse, which results in Vlaakith saying a very important line before ordering Wawargaz to kill us.
Sharlak, you would stand against me!
Autonomy begets consequence.
This is an extremely relevant single line of dialogue, which we're going to want to keep in mind for the rest of the game. What does Vlaakith mean by this? Think on it for a moment, we'll get back to it in a minute. We reload, and agree to enter the Astral Prism to confront whoever's inside. Even now, with the alternative being death, Lae'zel is eager to please her queen. So much so that if we do anything besides enter the prism at this point, Lae'zel turns on the party. We enter the Astral Prism, unwilling to actually follow Vlaakith's orders, but not really seeing any other choice.
They are not to leave until it is done.
As you say, my queen.
Shma Zala Vlaakith. We will not waste a second. Vlaakith has spoken. Do not leave this room except to enter the prism. Turn your back on me, and you will feel my blade against it.
Heat pulses out of the astral prism as it begins to flower. Your mind burns hot with excitement. A timeless space, bounded, compressed in a fold. A pocket of astral plane.
We discovered that the prism actually contains a pocket of the astral plane, which is a plane in this universe's cosmos that the Githyanki also happen to inhabit. This place is very familiar. Perhaps it's the place we've seen in our dreams with the Dream Visitor.
So you came, in spite of all my warnings. Disappointing. Come. We will talk in private. Just the two of us.
He's disappointed we entered the Astral Prism, and that we even went to the Githyanki Creche to begin with. He wants to talk in private. Just the two of us. That's a little weird. He immediately begins to gaslight us by saying it may have been a mistake to trust us.
But you just couldn't help yourself. Could you?
Yeah. Hey buddy, newsflash. We haven't had any real agency in any of this so far.
And now... you've come here to murder me.
Why are you treating us like we wronged you when we barely even know what's going on? This is not how Thrall would act in this situation. My headcanon is ruined. We don't actually want to murder the Dream Visitor, we just want a crumb of information as to what's happening, because things have taken quite a turn with this.
That if her people ever found out, that would be the end of her rule. The end of her. That same secret is how I've been protecting you from the Absolute.
We have so many questions, and it seems we'll not be getting anything other than vague half-answers. It is true, though, that the Dream Visitor does know something that would mean the end of Vlaakith's rule.
What reason have I to deceive you?
Interesting question indeed. Maybe let's keep that thought tucked away for later.
I'm on your side. I have been since the very beginning.
The Dream Visitor offers us a sword to kill him, even though we've just expressed no intention of doing so. We tell him we don't really care what Vlaakith wants. She can come kill the Dream Visitor herself.
Thank you. Vlaakith will be furious, to make no mention of your Githyanki companion. The Lich Queen fears nothing more than the loss of her empire. The knowledge I have of her deception will bring that about.
The Dream Visitor does confirm our suspicions, and says that Vlaakith is lying to the Githyanki, and that she has no real ability to stop the Illithid Empire from returning to power.
They believe she knows how their beloved Mother Gith defeated the Mind Flayer Empire, but she does not. If the Illithids would ever rise to power again, she would be incapable of stopping them. And if her people found out about her impotence, there would be mutiny, revolution, the end of her rule.
Somehow, the Dream Visitor is making use of this power though, and it's how we're protected from the parasites.
Which Vlaakith only pretends to know, is how I've been protecting you. I suppose she hoped to extract it from my corpse. Since you spared me that fate, she will come for you.
We don't take shit from anybody, not after all that's happened.
You are on the right path, to Moonrise Towers. Return to it. Be warned.
He urges us to continue on to Moonrise Towers, and warns us that the Inquisitor was planning on killing us regardless of our actions.
Good luck.
We tell Lae'zel that we aren't killing the Dream Visitor, and allow her into our mind to see the conversation we just had.
Vlaakith does not lie to her faithful. Open your mind. Show me.
She doesn't believe the Inquisitor would actually have orders to kill us, so let's just leave the Astral Prism and see for ourselves.
To the Inquisitor, and let us see who speaks with serpent's tongue.
Lae'zel, I've been waiting. You are named Hashalak. Bend your head, for my blade is ready.
Immediately upon exiting, the Inquisitor labels us as heretics and commands for our execution. Lae'zel pleads to speak to Vlaakith again. She still doesn't understand what's happening.
Your death is decreed.
Vlaakith has betrayed her. Her entire set of beliefs is a lie. So begins our next big boss fight, Inquisitor Wawargaz. Important to note that with the increased difficulty settings, bosses like this have additional abilities and legendary resistance, meaning they can use additional bonuses to saving throws during their encounters. This is a big difference from other settings, as it means we can't easily remove the boss from the fight using crowd control. Wawargaz himself is a skilled martial fighter with special psychic abilities. Let's take a moment to talk about this situation, and Vlaakith's methods of retaining power. We've already talked about just and unjust leaders, so we know which category Vlaakith falls into based on this interaction. She is so afraid about even the slightest hint of opposition to her rule that we're sentenced to extrajudicial death based solely on the fact that we didn't abide by her demands, and we may have learned that her power is based on a lie. Let's do a quick analysis of Vlaakith's political ideology, as summarized by what she said before.
Autonomy begets consequence.
This is an incredibly potent thing for a ruler to say. Let's reference another super important work of political philosophy, Politics by Aristotle. Aristotle was a student of Plato, just as Plato was a student of Socrates, and what's more is, Aristotle was a tutor to Alexander the Great. So that means not only was Aristotle's philosophy important through writing and thinking, but it also helped to shape the mind of one of history's most influential conquerors. This is why these guys are considered so important to Western civilization. Not only because of their wisdom, but because their ideas went on to, either directly or indirectly, shape the ideology of every great Western civilization for thousands of years. In politics, and we are going to be massively oversimplifying here, Aristotle comes to the conclusion that there are 6 types of government, 3 good and 3 bad. The good being monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. The bad types only result from corruption of the good types, resulting in tyranny, oligarchy, and anarchy, respectively. Future works of political philosophy would iterate on this idea, but for the sake of what we're talking about here, we're going to stop there. Vlaakith represents tyranny, a corrupt form of government. She is a queen, meaning she's a monarch, but she demonstrates through both her use of propaganda and acts of violence that any opposition to her rule will be oppressed. A ruler wielding absolute power, who uses that power to maintain rule at any cost, is a tyrant. However, Vlaakith clearly believes this to be justified. As she says, autonomy begets consequence. There are a few ways to interpret this. Either she personally believes the Githyanki need her rule, and if left to their own devices they will perish, or she believes straying from her rule should be met with harsh punishment. Realistically, it doesn't really matter which of these she believes, because we get the same results. In fact, she could actually believe both of these ideas at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive. But does this lead to a good society? If we use Plato and Aristotle to support our arguments, we can be sure that it doesn't. We know from Plato that injustice only creates strife, and we know from Aristotle that a corrupted monarch is a tyrant. There are arguments in political philosophy that an enlightened despot, someone who wields absolute power morally and ethically, is hypothetically the best form of government. Plato even argues this himself later in the Republic, introducing the idea of a philosopher king. This is also where we get the first stirrings of concepts like class conflict, as Plato argues that such a thing is inevitable based on his thoughts regarding the evolution of individual governments over time. In this situation, though, it's pretty clear that Vlaakith's main concern is not the civilization over which she presides, or the well-being of her people, but rather the retention of her own power. This will become more apparent as the game progresses, and the theme of authority at the cost of justice will continue to be present. The main takeaway from this specific instance is that if you ever question a regime, and the first response is suppression, violent or otherwise, it's likely becoming, or already is, corrupted. This isn't the same as expressing different ideas or saying something unpopular, because a more just government will seek to have a conversation and promote understanding rather than silence anyone who disagrees with it. Like, the point is, if you're saying something unpopular and people are telling you they disagree, you're not being oppressed. In a truly oppressive framework, you wouldn't be able to say the unpopular thing to begin with, and if you still could, you wouldn't be getting away with it. Anyway, we defeat Wawargaz and his retinue.
I'm glad you came to your senses.
And we check in with Lae'zel to see what she thinks.
Vlaakith! I have wielded your fury as a blade, roared your wrath as a dragon. You promised ascension, yet I crawl among my own people.
She still desperately wants to believe in Vlaakith, and so is still unwilling to recognize the reality of what's transpired.
I followed your path. What good? This heart of stone, for it to be shattered.
Baldur's Gate 3 is amazing because it has incredibly emotional and meaningful moments like this. This feels almost like a monologue in a theatrical performance, where Lae'zel is left to grieve over her whole world unraveling. This is a very important moment for Lae'zel's character arc, and may resonate with anyone that's ever been the victim of a lie, whether it be by propaganda or something more personal, like in a relationship. It's easy to write off Lae'zel as stupid here, but it's more earnest than that. She's been taught from birth that her queen is the protector of her people, and that her entire life must be devoted to Vlaakith. Lae'zel knows literally nothing else, so this event is world-shattering.
She tests me. A trial of faith.
She tries to rationalize everything as some sort of test, falsely believing that Vlaakith has a specific disposition towards Lae'zel. As we talked about earlier, we know that tricking people into thinking they're special is a tool of manipulation and propaganda. Lae'zel is so Vlaakith-pilled that she refuses to admit she's been cast aside by her queen. We try to help Lae'zel understand the reality of the situation, but she just isn't ready for that yet.
Silence! I must think.
In the meantime, we decide to do some exploring in a hidden passage we found in the boss fight room. Here we also get an example of how much inspiration Baldur's Gate 3 takes from its predecessors from a different era. The example here being traps that can immediately wipe your entire party if you aren't careful. This is a classic CRPG experience. Underneath the monastery, we come across what appears to be an ancient relic.
An ornate mace hovers before you.
A holy mace bathed in radiant light. This monastery, by the way, was once home to an order dedicated to Lathander, this universe's god of dawn, and a lot of other positive things. Suffice to say, this is clearly a holy relic, which would be a powerful addition to our party's portfolio of loot. It's great because our character looks like a really shoddy ripoff of Indiana Jones in this scene. Like how her face changes from puzzled to absolute glee when she realizes what she's found and that she's gonna steal it. There were steps we could take to obtain this mace more delicately.
Taking this mace would surely lead to something quite disastrous.
But who cares? We didn't want to waste time. We yoink it and immediately come to understand there are consequences to our actions. Turns out, the final protection for the mace, which appears to be the entire reason for the monastery's construction, is a failsafe meant to stop the mace from falling into the wrong hands. In this situation, unfortunately for the Githyanki residing here, we are the wrong hands. It's actually super cool. Like, it's a holy, sunrise-powered laser super weapon that directs itself to aim it right where we're standing, far below, through a portal. The game actually has a sequence to escape the imminent destruction. And luckily, we were prepared for this, so we use Misty Step, Haste, and Flight Scrolls to get to a safe distance.
Get off this building before that thing explodes!
The holy super weapon blows up the monastery, presumably along with any Githyanki inside. Maybe, if they hadn't been so rude to us, this wouldn't have happened. Understandably, Lae'zel is pretty pissed off we just mass murdered a bunch of her people.
Our greed reduced Kresh to rubble. Vlaakith.
Lae'zel brings up a good point here. Even though there's now a rift between her and her people, and she's been labeled a heretic, she still cares deeply for her people and considers this a completely avoidable tragedy.
I care.
Which, yeah, she's right. It sort of was entirely avoidable.
Makes this no less of a tragedy. I do not expect you to mourn, but I will not tolerate your rejoicing either. Skaketh! Next time, think twice before getting grabby with powerful relics in mysterious places.
Moving on, we immediately give the mace to Shadowheart, and of course she will be using it for the rest of the game. Once per long rest, it functions as an automatic revival, which extends a heal to nearby allies too, and it comes with a permanent aura that can blind nearby fiends and undead. Also of note, once per long rest, it allows the wielder to cast Sunbeam, which is a level 6 spell. The mace even looks cool too, with a unique model and light effect. That night at camp, we're approached by an unexpected visitor. Like, really unexpected. This is Voss, who commands his own Kresh and rides a dragon. We caught a glimpse of him earlier in Act 1, but this serves as a more appropriate introduction. Lae'zel believes this high-ranking Githyanki has come to kill her, since she's now a heretic.
Will Kithrak not command your respect?
Your blade speaks for you, Kithrak. You've come for blood.
Child of Gith, I've not come to kill you. I've come to aid you.
Yo, wait, what?
Don't trust him.
Bro, can you shut up for once? This is the first time we've actually had someone seek us out to offer help. This is a huge deal for our party.
My blade rests. Mother Gith compels you to listen.
Speak. My ear is yours.
I know you carry the astral prism, Lae'zel. Within it lies the seed of Vlaakith's demise, and I intend to help you bring it to fruition.
Vlaakith's demise? Skaketh! I should run you through for suggesting it.
I'm asking for your help and your trust. I've heard word from Kresh Yilik. You are infected, yet the one in the prism has chosen you, protects you with their power. The prism's tenant alone has the power to end Vlaakith's tyranny.
Turns out Voss is secretly working to undermine Vlaakith's rule, and he claims the person within the astral prism holds the key. This gives us a little insight into the Dream Visitor, but things aren't quite adding up. Like, Voss doesn't seem to be talking about the Dream Visitor, and the Dream Visitor claims to possess a secret and power that Vlaakith fears. Let's not worry about that for now though, because it's just exciting to have someone so notable seek us out as an ally rather than treat us with hostility. Voss desires for us to meet in Baldur's Gate, because he has a plan to break their people's chains.
We will break our chains and be Vlaakith's slaves no longer.
I am no slave, just still Kithrak. The Undying Queen is my freedom. It is she who will purify me, and she who will ascend me.
Lies, Lae'zel, every last one.
Voss explains to Lae'zel, very directly, that what she believes in are lies, and Vlaakith is an enemy to their people.
And kills the infected, nor does the Lich Queen glorify the ascended. She feeds on most all of them to grow her power and pursue godhood.
Madness. You flood me with this heresy. I will hear no more of it.
Lae'zel really struggles with this, but we encourage her to see reason. Finally, Lae'zel admits Vlaakith has betrayed her.
I served Vlaakith the whole of my life. Learned her words, fought her battles, yet she names me Hashalak. Your words carry truth.
This scene is pretty powerful. Notice the background. It evokes symbolism of "it's always darkest before the dawn." This moment is a real turning point for our party, and our story. We've come to discover there are bigger things here at play than ourselves, and there's much more at stake than just a cure to our parasites.
Here in you, sister in freedom. Together we will be our people's light.
This is very high praise and sentiment, coming from someone as esteemed as Voss. Voss also provides us with a psionic detector that will alert us if Vlaakith's inquisitors find us.
The Quanith will sound you out when you come near their portals. Hear its cry, and prepare for battle, or slip away. I should go. Vlaakith's gaze pierces the seas and skies. She believes me loyal, and I can't afford her mistrust. Keep the astral prism close. Let no one take it from you. Slay any who try. Now to Baldur's Gate. I'll be waiting, Lae'zel.
Lae'zel is still very conflicted, and even cites the laws of her people binding them to Vlaakith's will, where she resolves that Vlaakith is the true enemy and must be stopped. She realizes that Vlaakith never truly cared for her, or for anyone, and that all the Githyanki have been falsely convinced to be treated as tools and means to enact Vlaakith's cruelty. She concludes her people are slaves not to Illithids, but to Vlaakith's will. Finally, Lae'zel sees the truth.
If Voss speaks true, if Ascension is a lie, if tadpole purification is a fairy tale, then I have not sinned against Vlaakith. She has sinned against me.
Vlaakith doesn't care for the people she rules over. She just means to use them to further her own goals. As we talked about, this is a facet of tyranny, where a corrupt ruler seeks to pursue their own goals at the cost of their people.
A vassal. She was the source of my might, and I the envoy of her will. A warrior, a champion, a destroyer. But if Voss is right, and Vlaakith consumes the Ascended to gain power, then I am no destroyer. I am mere livestock, bred to be harvested and devoured. Every Githyanki is a slave with a singular purpose. Not to cull the Geich, not to prevent their grand design, but to raise Vlaakith to true godhood. I'd like time to think.
Fair enough for Lae'zel, as this is probably the biggest moment in her story, and this also brings us to the conclusion of Act 1. So far we've had a lot to talk about, but we've also avoided any significant spoilers and showing off a lot of what the game has to offer in terms of interactions and side quests. From here on out, starting in Act 2, there will be more and more spoilers as we go, with Act 3 being extremely spoiler heavy. Get ready, because we're just getting started.
This is where the fun begins.
There's something I want to talk to you about. Something important.
At the transition to Act 2, it seems Shadowheart is a little jealous of all the screen time Lae'zel has been getting. She stops us to talk about something important to her, citing her desire to be honest, calling all the way back to us saving her life on the Nautiloid during the intro. This is another good chance to show off the game's reactivity.
You supported me against Lae'zel. I may not have survived that night without you.
As Shadowheart mentions, we supported her in her dispute with Lae'zel.
That you've earned my trust in a way very few ever have. I want that to mean something. As long as I've prayed to Lady Shah, I've wished to serve her as a Dark Justiciar.
Shadowheart reveals her greatest desire is to become one of Shar's Dark Justiciars.
But Mother forbid me from seeking to prove myself worthy of the rank. She said I was not ready.
Shadowheart alludes to the Mother Superior of her cloister, who had blocked Shadowheart's attempts at promoting to a higher rank within the Order.
Head of Lady Shah's enclave in Baldur's Gate. Sometimes I wonder if she would ever deem me ready. I owe her everything, and I only wish to serve, yet she can prove inscrutable.
It seems we're getting hints of things to come in Shadowheart's story arc, and maybe some references to her past trauma.
I had a feeling you'd be understanding.
Enough seriousness for now.
Who there, Wanderer?
This old son of a bitch has come to sidetrack us with his bullshit.
Indulge an old man.
Elminster?
The very same, Gale. And a fair bit miffed he is, too, finding himself forced to expose his best pair of boots to so many miles of country road on your behalf.
This is Elminster, one of the most powerful and famous wizards in all of Faerun. Elminster is a long-running Forgotten Realms character, with a very long history and list of accomplishments. He was even one of the founding members of the Harpers, who we'll learn more about later. He even appeared in the original Baldur's Gate games, and other D&D licensed CRPGs from the time. Elminster is glad to faff about with us, which actually ends up being a really good depiction of the character, which is consistent among other characters from existing D&D properties, or the previous games that appear in Baldur's Gate 3.
Is that so? The lyrics are by Volo. You know, whose name alone is sufficient enough criterion to arbitrate its acclaim to truth.
Elminster can be serious when needed, but he's a distracted old man that serves to remind us that this is a fantastical setting full of eccentric characters and fanciful stories. He and Gale seem to have a great level of familiarity, which all things considered is pretty impressive for Gale. However, Gale doesn't like that Elminster isn't taking the situation seriously.
For what purpose?
I was bid to spare neither time nor my own self to find you. She sent me, Gale. You know of whom I speak.
But why? Out with it, Elminster. Please.
Young man, has your sojourn away from Waterdeep washed away your decorum as well as your patience? Nigh a 10-day I've gone without honest fare, worthy of the name, drank naught but what the sky entitled my thirst. Why, some bread, cheese, and a cup of wine would appear unto me a feast. Surely you would begrudge me a mite of rest and repast before I get out with it?
Here we get an idea of a big part of Gale's internal conflict. People don't seem to respect him or take him seriously. This sort of reaction is what feeds into Gale's innermost insecurities, which we'll be exploring later.
Hospitality begets inspired new works, if only one keeps up the practice.
Oh, for the love of...
This way then? To your camp. Oh, don't dawdle now, lad. You're the one who's in such a frightful hurry.
Oh, nigh on 13 centuries old and he still thinks with his stomach.
Here we also learn a lot more about the thing inside Gale.
What a delightful wedge of old Elf-Turian that was. Doesn't do to parley on an empty stomach, you know. Makes one's words frivolous when they should be grave.
Now, if you please, Elminster, for the too long-awaited answer.
You know where you went wrong, Gale. No, we needn't dwell on that here and now. But even so, you're to be given a chance of redemption.
Mystra would consider forgiveness.
She would consider what she considers to be forgiveness. Mystra is aware of the misadventures that have befallen you both. She knows of your strife with the Absolute, that most insidious of evils. You must know that the Absolute is more dangerous than you can possibly conceive. It threatens all who live, even those who are undying. It threatens the gods, the weave, the very fabric of the universe itself. That is why I have come here to charge you, Gale, with its destruction. It is Mystra's belief that only you can.
The orb.
Precisely.
Turns out, it's a conduit of extremely powerful and volatile magic that has the capability of destroying entire cities. Basically, this whole time, Gale has had a nuclear device hanging out inside his chest.
Will be able to unleash its lethal combustion at will. You must find the heart of the Absolute, whatever that may be, and use yourself as the catalyst that will burn it from this world. It brings me no pleasure saying this, my friend, but such is Mystra's will. Yours must be the sacrifice that will undo the Absolute. And for your sacrifice, you will be redeemed. Such is Mystra's promise.
We also learn that Gale has a relationship with the goddess of magic herself, Mystra. It seems like Gale did something to really upset Mystra and lost her favor. Elminster explains that the Absolute is an existential threat, and that Mystra wants Gale to kill himself. This is a heavy moment for Gale. Mystra cast him aside long ago, but now she reaches out to him and expects him to set off the warhead in his body as a show of faith to her. While this may seem reasonable to a god's perspective, this is insane to ask of Gale.
Like moons make swell and wane the nescient seas, so too the sky-strewn gods ordain the tidal fates of mortal days. And yet, an ocean born in lonely hours, come ebb, come flow, come all that is beyond the breadth of our dominion. Be a moon unto yourself. Even the waves of fate can break upon the shores of will. Farewell, my friend.
Farewell, Elminster. I'm glad she chose you. For Mystra to have sent him, the severity of her bidding could not be clearer, or weigh more heavily on me. Time seems so infinite when you're young. A month is an age. A year is a lifetime. It is a strange feeling to realize how little of it one might have left.
And Gale actually considers this a viable option. Sure, it may solve our problem, but we've grown rather attached to Gale, and we'd prefer not to see him blow up.
Find the right place and time, close my eyes, and let go. then the slate will be clean. Wrongs will be righted, the Absolute will be gone, and I along with it.
Also, it's important to point out, if Gale blows up, we all go with him. Man, there really is a lot to unpack here for Gale. He clearly derives a lot of self-esteem from Mystra, and because of that, seriously thinks about sacrificing himself on her behalf. We will get more into this later, but we have to wonder if Mystra would ever show the same level of devotion to Gale. We insist that we'll find a way to defeat the Absolute, but Elminster's message cannot be unheard, and Gale will keep it in mind. At the very least, Elminster came with a charm from Mystra that stops the power in Gale's chest from growing, so we don't have to keep feeding him magical items.
Do you feel it? The chill on your skin, in your lungs? This darkness is diseased.
Our first look at Act 2's overworld setting, the Shadow-Cursed Lands. No more druid groves and tiefling parties, we're deep in Spooky Town now. This isn't just the game's environmental artist showing off again, there's a gameplay mechanic associated with these cursed shadows. Characters take damage each turn they're enveloped in shadow, and they need to make use of light sources and torches to pass through unscathed.
Doesn't seem to affect me like it does others. Not as badly, at least. Do you know what this means? I must be blessed. Lady Shah is protecting me where others are left to face her wrath. She loves me. She must do.
Turns out Shadowheart doesn't have as much to worry about as other party members. This is definitely due to her existing relationship with Shar, which indicates where this shadow curse is coming from. We're going to have a lot to talk about with Shadowheart in this act, specifically regarding her relationship with Shar. Regardless of the threat of the shadows, we must venture onward towards Moonrise.
Lady Shah wouldn't bless me like this for no reason. There must be something she wants of me.
Further along, we're introduced to one of the major factions of the act, the one with which we'll be allying. These are the Harpers, as alluded to earlier, a special organization with several major objectives, including preserving history, maintaining the balance of nature and society, and fighting evil.
Come out into the light, hands high! Jonas, move in!
I think this was somewhat intentional by the game developers, as they made a character who looked almost exactly like Geralt of Rivia and had him be immediately consumed by the Shadow Curse. It's like they were trying to convey the stakes and threat of the shadows by instantly killing off someone who would remind us of an extremely iconic and competent monster hunter.
Follow my voice! Come back to the light!
Who's there? Meg? Is that...
Jonas?
There you are. Come. Join me.
Jonas.
So this scene is actually pretty terrifying. Not only is the Shadow Curse capable of consuming beings, running them into cursed puppets, but it also clearly has some level of sentience as indicated by Harper Geralt's trying to convince the other Harpers to join him. We don't know if this is leftover aspects of the being that was possessed, or if the Shadow Curse in some way assimilates them into a collective consciousness. Most likely, they're assimilated into the curse but still retain some level of autonomy. In this introductory fight, we are demonstrated some of the new enemy types and mechanics. We keep our party situated around Shadowheart, as the mace from the monastery provides protection from the shadows, and we also have to keep a light source near the shadow beings as they can disappear back into the darkness, turning invisible. Let's talk a bit about the Harpers. They've existed for a long time, seeking to pursue those aforementioned goals, and they've been pretty successful historically in terms of being involved in world-changing events. However, their power and relevance has come and gone over time, and popular opinion about the organization varies. The organization itself isn't structured with a strict hierarchy, functioning more as a confederation of aligned groups under one banner. Functionally, this makes the Harpers akin to anarchists. Not the type of anarchists you see in popular media, calling for the end of the civilized world, but rather philosophical anarchists that don't believe in organizational structure or centralization. What is consistent among the Harpers, though, is a strong sense of morality and opposition to evil and corruption. Their objective of maintaining balance between nature and society extends to include the personal liberties of individuals. In the real world, this mirrors the philosophy of liberalism which took shape during the Age of Enlightenment. During this period, beginning in the 1600s, philosophers and writers began to emphasize ideas like personal sovereignty and national identity. English philosopher John Locke, in his great liberal philosophical work Leviathan, is credited with developing the idea of the social contract. The social contract, for which the actual phrase was coined by French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, put simply, is the idea that individuals have implicit agreements between each other and with the state over governance. This conceptually means that individuals consent, either explicitly or implicitly, to sacrifice some freedoms to governments in exchange for protections of other freedoms and maintenance of society. This thinking is what shaped most modern governments that we consider to be democracies. More specifically, John Locke wrote Leviathan during the English Civil War, and these ideas would go on to influence both the American and French revolutions. So, in essence, the Harpers' philosophy includes promoting the values of liberalism in societies that have strayed too far into tyrannies or other corrupted types of government. The fact that the Harpers are not a centralized organization makes them much more able to operate outside the control of both corrupted and uncorrupted governments. This is a double-edged sword, in that sometimes the Harpers lack cohesion and power, but at the same time, you can never really defeat or corrupt the Harpers because there is no central organization to target. In a way, the lack of authority is what gives the Harpers their strength, because they operate entirely off of strong values of personal freedom and a desire to do good. If there ever was a High Harper that was clearly corrupt and sabotaging the organization, the other Harpers simply wouldn't listen to them. The only requirements for Harpers, really, are strong principles and virtues that align with the organization's overarching mission. Anytime some evil or corrupt politician tries to destroy the Harpers, they will always come back because they are not bound by tradition or strict organizational structure. Lacking structure doesn't make for an effective government, but it certainly works for an organization dedicated to keeping governments in line when they've gone too far off the rails. In effect, and this will be important for us to talk about later, the Harpers are more of an idea, a set of beliefs, than they are a physical organization.
Only spot in the region that's not been swallowed up by this damn curse. Light will save you here on the outskirts, but a few paces deeper you're screwed. If you want to catch your breath, the inn's the only place to do it.
Anyway, we travel with the Harpers we help to their base of operations in the area, where we're greeted by a familiar face.
Step forward and keep your hands off your weapons.
Easy! She's with me.
Come. Jaheira!
This is Jaheira, played by Tracy Wiles, taking over the character from notable video game voice actor Heidi Shannon. A returning character from the original Baldur's Gate games, Jaheira has undergone a lot of growth and development since her first appearance. In-universe, Jaheira is an icon, a hero of Baldur's Gate who saved the city, and even the world, from multiple catastrophic events. She has changed so much from her depiction in the first game, being a young and spunky one-note companion character, to the grizzled and experienced High Harper we see before us.
It seems tales of my clemency have been greatly exaggerated.
Baldur's Gate 3 does justice to this character, in that she has lived for nearly 150 years and has experienced loss many times over. Her husband, Khalid, was also a companion in the original Baldur's Gate, but he was tortured to death at the beginning of Baldur's Gate 2 by the main antagonist. Jaheira's character takes on a much different role than in previous games. By now, she is older, tired, does not trust easily, but still has the resolve to continue fighting against evil and injustice.
It's that it knows its own kind. You should never have come here, true soul.
Immediately, Jahir is able to recognize us as someone infected with a parasite. Luckily, one of the tiefling refugee children, Mole, is here to speak up on our behalf.
What's you doing? She's the one who saved us!
She's the one who protected the Emerald Grove.
Yup. Didn't leave a goblin standing. Not so bad to hang around with either. Saved one of my friends from a druid with a snake.
The small act of saving Arabella from Kaga is still coming back to pay off karmically for our character.
A true soul with a mind of her own? How is that possible?
We tell Jahir about the Astral Prism and everything we've experienced so far.
Congratulations. You've earned yourself the benefit of the doubt. Hear me, Harpers. All clear. At ease. I'll not pretend to understand what that artifact is. But I'm old and wise enough to recognize a sliver of hope when it crawls out of the dark.
Jahir figures we might be a useful ally, and allows us entrance to the harbor base, which is the last light in, a bastion of light in the darkness of the Shadow Curse.
Then our interests align. We must all cure ourselves of the entire cult of the Absolute. There's food in the inn over there, beds too if you require rest. Aloe oil in the cupboard, in case the vines gave you a rash. Settle in, then come join me for a drink. You may just be the godsend we've been praying for.
The game is quick to help players understand who Jahir is. Through context, you can figure out she is a big deal. But for players who are not familiar with the original games, Karlach, befitting of her character, fills the player in.
Oh my god, soldier. That's Jahira. The Jahira.
The original games were released well over 20 years before Baldur's Gate 3, and video games have become a much larger industry, so it makes sense to have an in-game way of familiarizing the players with returning characters without being too obnoxious.
Jahira was part of a group that saved Baldur's Gate from Saravok, a Baalsport trying to plunge the city into war. My mum used to tell us stories about them. The legends who protected the city from evil. She said Jahira was a powerful druid. Adamant. Tough. I've told myself those stories 1,000 times since. I never thought I'd meet Jahira. She's a hero, and I was always some outer city kid. Can't believe she wants to talk to us about working together. What a day!
Baldur's Gate 3 very much adheres to the writing principle of show, don't tell. At last light, we see some of the tiefling refugees we met in Act 1, including Damon, the smith.
Hold on. I know you. The weaponsmith, right? Drafted into the Blood War when your city was swallowed by Avernus. Not too different from my own story. Well done making it out alive.
Same to you. Though unless my senses deceive me, you brought a bit of the hells back with you. Infernal engine?
Who needs a heart when you've got one of these to keep you warm? Thank you, Zariel.
Forget warm. You're burning up. Might be burning out a piston ring. Or leaking oil. Mind if I take a listen?
Please do. I've been dying to find an infernal mechanic.
This is lucky for Karlach as, we haven't mentioned it so far, but in Avernus, her heart was replaced with an infernal engine, which causes her to be dangerously physically hot to the touch at all times.
Too hot? I think I could sort you out. But I'll need some infernal iron and a lot of luck.
We provide Damon with the infernal iron he's requested in order to help Karlach.
That feels good. I'm still burning hot as hell's hole, but I feel less changeable. Cheers, mate.
Pleasure. And as for the heat, I haven't got any solutions now, but I'm not giving up. Could be if the combustion chamber had its own insulation, or if we had some kind of enchanted coolant. Let me sleep on it. I just might be able to work something out.
Damon can't do much more than this, but Karlach is thankful for the upgrade.
Oh, fuck yes. I'm ready to burn all night. Speaking of, I could eat a giant badger. Is it almost time for dinner?
Within the inn itself, we once again see Barkus.
How are things? How are things?
He's clearly a little stressed about the circumstances.
Soon be off to Moonrise Towers to look for my friend, Wulbrin. I understand you might be headed in that direction as well.
We agree to search for Wulbrin in Moonrise Towers, while Barkus works on a weapon for us to use against the cultists.
That's very decent of you. Very decent of you indeed.
We have a drink with Jaheira, and very quickly we discover the wine is laced.
Have a drink. To your very good health.
You perceive a faint hint of cloth grass, a herb that is said to elicit the truth. Jaheira smiles at you knowingly.
We point this out to Jaheira, but she insists on doing things her way.
Indulge me.
Jaheira is hesitant over trusting us, seeing as how we're infected with parasites. She is at a point, though, where she's running out of options and allies, so she doesn't have much choice but to accept us.
Well over a century old, and yet it hasn't lost a hint of flavor. Still not quite so sure about you, though. People tend to lose more than just flavor when illithids get their hands on them. I speak from experience. I have every reason to be cautious. I've traced people like you. People with parasites in their brains. All the way here from Baldur's Gate. The cult of the Absolute is spreading through the city. Quietly, quickly, and with unsettling deliberation. We tracked them to this ancient village, only to be faced with a man we killed and buried over a century ago. General Ketheric Thorm. Remember that name. He's the leader of the Absolutists.
We find out the cultists are led by a General Ketheric Thorm, who Halsin had mentioned earlier. Ketheric Thorm was defeated by a coalition of Harpers and Druids over a century ago, but he's somehow back from the dead and organizing the cult.
Not only does General Ketheric Thorm live again, it seems he is no longer mortal. He has become, in fact, invincible. We met him on the road here, commanding an army of the Absolute, intent on destroying Baldur's Gate. I put an arrow through his eye myself, only to watch him pluck it out like a splinter. He healed right in front of me and chased us into the shadows. Things looked hopeless, but experience has taught me that no matter how bleak things look, there's always hope. You are that hope.
Jaheira asks us to infiltrate Moonrise, pretending to be cultists, in order to seek an advantage and find a way to remove Ketheric's invulnerability. Jaheira promises that if we can accomplish this and stop Ketheric, she will aid us in our journey to find a cure.
Any cure starts with understanding the disease. Whatever magic Ketheric's using to control these tadpoles, it must be at Moonrise. Until then, we keep drinking wine when we meet.
Councillor Floric has also made her way to Lastlight with a contingent of Flaming Fist mercenaries.
Nothing of use on his person?
His original writ of duty, signed by Eltan himself. Fella must be one of the very first Flaming Fist.
The Flaming Fist are basically a mercenary organization that owe loyalty to the leadership of Baldur's Gate, with the current leader being Duke Ravengard, Will's father. The city relies on the Flaming Fist as a sort of peacekeeping force that comprises the city's guards. This would be pretty concerning from a modern perspective, but keep in mind these societies are modeled off of decentralized medieval and early modern societies that didn't have official standing armies, so a state-sanctioned mercenary force is in line with what we would expect and makes sense for the setting. However, while the Flaming Fist are led by a good person and have a prime directive to ensure the safety of Baldur's Gate, the fact that they're a mercenary force does leave the Fist vulnerable to corruption, since ultimately, their loyalty lies with individual politicians.
More to him than a refrain from some song or other.
Floric and her fists have found a man named Art Culla, who seems to have been a Flaming Fist about 100 years ago.
I'm not even sure he's fully conscious, but feel free to say hello. Maybe a new face will inspire him. Unfortunately, I won't be here when he comes around. I'm heading to Baldur's Gate to seek reinforcements.
Floric says she's headed to Baldur's Gate in order to help the city with the growing threat of the cult.
I'll request that Lord Gortash send some of them to aid in the fight against Moonrise. The curse won't harm them.
Holy shit. That's my old boss. The guy who sold me to Zariel.
Gortash, as in Enver Gortash. Last I knew, he was a minor player in city affairs.
A lot's changed since you left Baldur's Gate, Will. Gortash has gained considerable influence since then.
Karlach and Will both provide some background on Gortash, which makes his recent prominence as a politician pretty suspicious.
I can be put to better use convincing the Council to send reinforcements to help rescue the Duke. Farewell. We'll meet again, God's willing.
We decide to see if we can get any information out of Art Cullen.
Nathaniel and me climbing up a tree.
We need you, sir. One of our own's been taken, a Grand Duke. You might know something that could help us bring him back. We found him out in the shadows, just wandering. Nothing survives out there for long. Don't know how he made it, or where he came from.
This is no physical ailment. It is a spiritual malaise. The man's mind has been gripped by the Shadowfell, yet it has not broken.
Clearly something is up with this guy. We make a note to check in with Halsin, seeing as how he's the most experienced healer we have access to.
So Gortash is a lord now. I'd like to clap eyes on this steel watch of his. I never really told you the story of me and Gortash, did I? Let me set the stage. The year, 10 Air. The place, sleepy little town called Baldur's Gate. Our hero, Karlach, a knock-knee delinquent from the outer city with everything to give and nothing to lose. I was a kid looking for a way to fill my days and make some cash when I fell into the wrong crowd. Gortash. I respected him so much at the time. Turns out the feeling wasn't mutual.
So judging by us knowing Karlach to be a good person with a strong sense of justice, and having been utterly betrayed by Gortash, we can safely assume that Gortash is not a good person. It seems Karlach's infernal engine is an experimental prototype, and she never learned what Gortash got in exchange.
This is the kind of man who gets a title. Authority. Makes me sick.
Interesting point, Karlach. Let's come back to that later. No matter what, camp will always be cozy and comfortable.
The shadow curse is upon us. As foul as I remember it. Perhaps even worse. But with the Oak Father's blessing, we may soon see it banished from these lands.
Halsin seems to be well acquainted with the Shadow Curse. We mention Art Cullen's song to Halsin, and he immediately recognizes the name Thaniel.
Then I must see him. Insensible or not, he knows something. Thaniel is no ordinary child. He is the very spirit of this land. If this fist knows where he is, then perhaps we can save him. Save everything. I will go to see him at once. Join me when you can.
Before progressing with Halsin, we stop by the upper floor of the inn to meet another important character. This is Isabel, a cleric of Selûne, who's the goddess of the moon and antithesis of Shar.
I didn't realize I had an audience. The true soul who's going to save us all. I'm Isabel. Pleased to meet you.
We are provided with a protection spell that will allow us to transverse the Shadow Curse.
It hurts.
Throughout the game, Shadowheart has intermittently been experiencing pain from a mark on the back of her hand. This is the first time we notice it isn't exactly random, and Shar is clearly punishing Shadowheart for receiving this blessing.
Selûnite magic. Dark Lady, forgive me.
Good nose. Like a nasty little terrier.
There's tension between the two Goth girls, as they belong to different interpretations of what it means to be Goth.
Ketheric is a frightening man, but you have something he doesn't. Allies worth having.
As we're about to leave, something interrupts us.
I'll be sure to... Wait. Do you hear that? Something's wrong.
Hello, Isabel.
Marcus, is that you? What's happened to you?
I've been blessed. You can be too. Come with me, and you can hear all about it from Ketheric himself.
Marcus makes a strong case for biggest creep in Act 2, but he actually has a lot of strong competition to come.
True soul, my instructions are clear. Take the girl to Ketheric, alive.
He wants to take Isabel to Moonrise Towers, even trying to enlist our help in doing so. But of course we alert Isabel instead, because this guy's a complete weirdo.
Pathetic. The Absolute sees all. Your treachery will be punished.
The Absolute. Of course. You can't believe them, Marcus. Ketheric will never give you whatever it is you've been promised.
He already has.
Turns out Marcus is a flaming fist that's turned to the Absolutists in exchange for wings, I guess. Marcus seems to think this is a game changer for him.
Time to go, Isabel.
Too bad wings won't save Marcus from being cringe. Little did Marcus know we would immediately kick his ass. A fight breaks out at the inn, resulting in the Harpers assisting us in dispatching the winged horrors. We're getting to the point in the game where certain enemies will have resistances or vulnerabilities to certain types of damage. In this game, it's always useful to examine your enemies to see their stats and feats. The objective here is to protect Isabel. It's actually possible for Marcus to knock her unconscious and take her away to Moonrise, but we were prepared, and we have such a big party that we can easily keep her safe.
Isabel, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Marcus has been with us since the start. They've been tracking us this whole time. And that was no random attack. You were the target, Isabel. They know how important you are. But they don't know about you. Ketheric will strike again. We need you to strike first.
Yahir points out what we just said, but it's become more apparent that we need to act fast to capitalize on the advantage of surprise we have over the cultists.
Good luck.
Back downstairs, we check on Art Cullen now that Halsin is here.
Daniel and me are... climbing up a tree.
It's true then. He's met Daniel. There's no other way he'd know that name. This is just what we needed. Well done. We need to wake him. He must know something about where to find Daniel.
Halsin explains we need to find a way to help Daniel, who's the nature spirit of these lands.
Then it mustn't have managed to consume his spirit. Well, not all of it anyway. We need to unlock whatever's left of him, inside his head. There must be something to trigger him. A word, a memory, an item. We just need to find it.
Halsin explains that Daniel is in trouble, and Art Cullen is the key to finding out how we can help him.
Path to the towers is drenched in blackness so deep even a torch cannot quell it. Yet the cultists have found a way to move freely.
Upon leaving the inn, we're stopped by a group of Harpers.
A cultist convoy crosses the land as we speak. I've readied an ambush. Say the word, and we fly.
They're planning an ambush on a cultist patrol in order to find out how to penetrate the deepest parts of the Shadow Curse. We decide to join the Harpers. Along the way, we discover what happened to many of the Tiefling refugees from Act 1. They were attacked by cultists, and we learn somewhere elsewhere that apparently Zevlor urged them to surrender. Clearly this wasn't a very smart idea. We set up for the ambush with the Harpers in a dilapidated building on the side of a road.
Your church every day, my queen. Your followers are legion.
Go. We'll wait for your signal.
Evil, stand ready, Majesty. Soon we march. Soon the world will bow to you.
This is Karnas, who is a Drider, which are drow that have been cursed by their spider god Loth.
Something moved up there. Want me to drag it out?
Stay in the light! They do not go into the dark!
Didn't figure something as big and ugly as you for a coward.
No! They will not go into the dark! Enough! Stop! They will not become shadows! They will not feed the curse! Forgive me, my queen, but I had to, before the dark got any stronger.
Karnas has a bit of a heated gamer moment, which indicates to us that the cult are just as much afraid of the Shadow Curse as we are, but it seems these lanterns are a way to protect yourself from it.
Heretics! Blasphemous in the dark!
Shadowheart looks very concerned.
That's them. Kill the Drider! Take the moon lantern!
The way Karnas moves is so gross with his spider legs. The art and animation teams really sell a lot of the creepy vibes in Act 2 through visuals alone. Since we're in Act 2, our party has developed a wide range of skills and spells for us to employ during combat. For this fight, we keep Karnas occupied with our front line while we use AoE damage and CC spells on the rest of the enemies. While we're here, let's talk a little bit about the game's music and sound design. The game's soundtrack was composed by Borislav Slavov, who won a BAFTA Game Award for his work. Slavov, born in Sofia, Bulgaria, originally had a career in IT before switching to music. Let's take a moment to enjoy the experience of music and sound design during this fight.
Rough tempest I will raise. On it.
We're going to talk about a few standout tracks later, but this game has pretty amazing music. From subtle background music at camp to looping combat tracks, the game's music is varied enough so that you never get tired of hearing it and it never gets too repetitive. Aside from good implementation, the music adds a lot to the overall experience through sheer quality, without ever being overbearing or obnoxious. There are different tracks for combat, exploration, cutscenes, and camp. Each area and act also come with variations, so you aren't going to be hearing the same music throughout the game, which adds an extra layer of depth to the music composition. Most of what you'll be hearing are strings and drums, as the music seeks to fill a niche of being present in a fantasy setting, while mostly taking on the role of providing a background for the game. At times, we get interjections from other instruments, such as woodwinds or horn, but keep in mind the music isn't trying to be at the forefront, so it stays relatively reserved until the big moments. Notice the difference between combat music in Act 1 and Act 2. Both pieces are making use of drums, but we have a different interpretation in Act 2, which is less driven and more ominous. In Act 1, we have these interjections by triumphantly deep horns, and some phrases by flutes, to remind us we're out here in untamed nature. In Act 2, the strings come in with these eerie melodic stings, and we even get some ethereal choral chanting. The music is being used, fantastically, to complement the tone of what's going on in the game. In Act 1, we were setting out on an adventure in untamed wilderness, but with familiar things like druids and goblins. In Act 2, we've entered a cursed land, dark and unfamiliar territory, and we're learning the stakes of our story are much bigger than ourselves. Sound design goes a long way in making the game come to life, with a shout out to the extra work put in by the team and voice actors to record so many spell callouts for each character. You can actually respec each companion character to Bard, for which they all have voice lines related to Vicious Mockery. It's this extra effort that elevates Baldur's Gate 3's sound design to the next level of quality. Everything from footsteps to fireballs are expertly crafted.
Excellent.
Grab the lantern!
Overall, with the help of the Harpers, we manage this fight in a pretty organized manner. We pick up the lantern from Karnas, and notice it's powered by a pixie trapped within.
Oh please, oh golly me oh my, you must release me or I'll die. This lantern only lights the way when I am hurting night and day.
It seems the pixie is being harmed in order to fuel the lantern. We make a deal to set the pixie free in exchange for help.
Finally! Been trapped in that coffin with no one but a mad rider and my own farts for company.
Add Dolly 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 to the list of fun characters that remind us this game is meant to be a whimsical D&D adventure, similar to one you'd play with your friends with a good DM.
Sure I can, but will I? Yeah, sure, why not?
With Dolly's blessing, we're protected from the worst of the Shadow Curse.
Protection from the Shadow Curse. What more could a dingus want? You're welcome.
Back at camp, Karlach isn't feeling well.
Well, I'm not feeling so good. My engine is getting worse. Feels like it's going to burst out of my chest.
We're going to have to return to Dammon soon to see if he has any solutions. Astarion has something on his mind as well.
I hope we end up seeing our friend Raphael down here somewhere.
Astarion wants to find Raphael in order to make a deal, but he doesn't want to tell us his reasons. Well, Astarion, trust goes both ways.
The voice of the Absolute is strong here.
That night, we're visited again in our dreams, and our dream visitor has decided to dress much sexier.
I don't know how much longer I can resist it.
This is getting weird. It feels like a really bad porn intro. Yep, these are bad vibes. I'm getting uncomfortable.
You took an unexpected route here. You did a brave thing. Don't be so hard on yourself. I just hope my powers last long enough to see this through. I am the only one who can resist the Absolute's influence. It wants to retrieve me.
I'm starting to not trust this guy, but we're just gonna play it cool for now.
Hence its fear of me. Its desperation.
Right, sure. Let's just move on. In the morning, Shadowheart wants to talk to us.
It's difficult to put into words. I think it might be easier to just show you. Use the tadpole. The connection. Come into my mind.
She lets us into her mind to show us a memory. This seems to be how Shadowheart got the scar in her face, and it might be why she's afraid of wolves. It seems to depict Shadowheart being rescued by Shar worshippers as an orphan, hence why she's so devoted to her adopted family. We don't know exactly what to make of this now, but we'll learn more details about this story later.
All I know is she saved my life and gave me a new home with Lady Shah. It hurts. That's all I remember.
While exploring the Shadow Curse lands, we discover a decrepit old hospital, referred to as the House of Healing.
Here to see the doctor? Are we poorly? Are we desperately poorly? Oh, not so well. But well enough to wait. Join the line, and you will be seen.
There are many creepy areas in the Act 2 overworld, complete with morbid characters and disturbing side stories, but this is the only one we'll really be exploring during our playthrough. The game really sells that this is a cursed and terrible land through character design and superb voice acting.
The doctor will see you. The doctor will soothe. Down to the theater. Be swift. Be saved.
Within the hospital, we discover Arabella's parents, the girl we helped back in the Druid Grove. They seem to have met a horrible end here.
Don't call the doctor yet. I've got potions, sutures. I know I can do this. Oh, you're a patient. This is the children's ward. Triage is back that way.
At the entrance to the cemetery next to the hospital, we find Arabella herself.
Hey! I know you! You're... Twist 'em up!
She seems to have developed some kind of druidic magic, after having stolen the druid idol back at the grove. We decide we won't tell her about her parents right now, and instead, instruct her to seek out the safety of our camp.
Oh, thanks. You're the best. So you send Mum and Pops there. I'll be waiting, hero lady.
In the hospital surgery theater, we meet another contender for biggest creep of Act 2.
The objective of the Scalpel Sisters is to soothe. For the Scalpel indeed is an extension of Shah.
This is Malice Thorm, one of the many Thorm family characters still inhabiting these lands in Undeath.
The right nerve. Hear its comfort, hear the very melody of mercy. Pray, sister, show us the extent of your beneficence.
This scene is very graphic, and definitely not appropriate for YouTube, but just know that Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't hold back when it comes to showing us how dark and morbid this land truly is. I personally really don't like scary movies, gore, or anything of the sort, but we are taking a moment to appreciate this scene and exemplifying the range Baldur's Gate 3 has in terms of tone and storytelling. This whole situation is something out of a horror game, complete with both visuals and sound, but it fits into Baldur's Gate 3 seamlessly.
It is the Scalpel-led journey that leads from pain to peace.
Elves. Only a monster would inflict misery and call it medicine.
See? What is the light of eyes but the cancer that causes one to witness the laceration of being?
Since we are charisma maxing, we avoid this fight by convincing Malice that the sisters should practice their surgery skills on him. This results in a grotesque cutscene, which we will not be watching uncensored.
Come, sisters, soothe me.
Why don't we get out of here? I think we've seen enough.
The great cure. Final. Final. Forever.
Behind the House of Healing, we run into a familiar face.
Our hero thought but of treasure ahead, did not consider the peace of the dead. Through the dark she went creeping, and awoke what was sleeping. A new grave they dug, which she herself fed.
Ooh, spooky.
You can actually stand around nearby and hear Raphael rehearsing his lines that he's going to say to you.
Until it was perfect. I've grown quite fond of you, you know, in my way. I thought it only fair to warn you about the dangers ahead.
Raphael keeps up his theatrical performance here, but he also has a genuine request for us.
It would be pointless of me to try to bar you from entering. But I can set the scene, as it were. Prepare you for your role. My dear friend, I think you'll find I play my part in many a plot indeed. Cannot the same be said for you these days, true soul? There is a stage down in the dark upon which a great drama has suspended itself in time. Its actors dwell there still, mired in the languor of their long tired scenes. If you, however, through the dark, go creeping and awake what is sleeping, chances are many more graves than yours alone will soon be fed. There is a creature that lurks in silence and shadow. A creature who, like me, is very much of the infernal persuasion.
Should it make its way out through the very doors you are about to brazenly swing open, you'll have unleashed a pestilence upon this realm. In truth, it is carnage incarnate. So if you meet the devil of which I speak, kill it. Consider no other course of action.
There's something underneath the Thorm family mausoleum that even Raphael is anxious about. He's asking us to kill whatever it is we find down there.
Listen here, Pipsqueak. Do not underestimate this opponent. At best, you will have the blink of an eye to strike. Strike first, strike true, defy the odds, for they are distinctly in its favor. That much I owe the bastard to concede.
Astarion speaks up now that we found Raphael.
Before you go, I have a proposal of my own. A long time ago, someone carved some runes into my back. I'd rather like to know what they say.
It's something of great importance to your master. But is it a love letter, a warning, or a deed of ownership? I can give you all the gory details, and I will, once the beast that lurks below is vanquished and sent back to the hells.
Turns out Astarion has runes carved into his back, which Raphael delights in revealing to us.
You haven't told them, and you've kept your clothes on this whole time. How unlike you. Why not let them see? Don't be shy.
God damn it.
Don't pout, Spawn. Just destroy the beast, and I'll happily reveal your secrets instead of your skin.
Yes, fine. We'll kill this damn creature of yours.
Astarion quickly agrees that we will kill whatever we find in exchange for a translation of the runes.
To our next meeting. Scars often tell such wonderful stories. I think yours might be truly exquisite.
Well, now you know.
We ask why Astarion didn't tell us about the runes before this, but of course it's his nature to be closed off and a little secretive.
Perhaps I should have. But I'm not used to asking for help and being met with, well, help. But what's done is done. So how about we stop discussing it and just kill this beast? Although I should probably get dressed first.
First, we decide to progress Halsin's storyline using an old loot which we got from Malice.
Daniel! He's still trapped there. He needs help.
The loot wakes up Art Culla, and he recognizes Halsin.
You've been trapped in the Shadowfell for a century. Take a moment to clear your mind.
A century? You're Halsin. Thaniel said to find you. You must help him, please.
We get a clue as how to find Thaniel. With some luck, we may be able to lift this curse.
Meet me by the lakeshore. I have what we need to proceed, but I'll need your help. Be ready. This may prove perilous.
While it lasts light, we check in with Damon again.
Good news and bad news.
We ask Karlach which news she would like to hear first.
The good news, obviously.
I only need one more piece of infernal iron to craft an insulating chamber that can make it possible for Karlach to
touch people.
Exactly.
Oh my god. It's really happening. It's been so long. We've got the iron. Let's do this thing.
Hang on. I think you'll want to hear the bad news too.
Yeah, sure. But first, fix me. Please.
In this moment, we really start to get a sense of Karlach's pain. She has spent a decade trapped in hell and longs to be touched by another person. Not in a suggestive way. She's just been deprived of basic human contact. Touch is how we connect with each other. It serves an important role in both empathy and sympathy.
It's simply too hot to exist here in the material plane. Unless you return to Avernus. For good. This thing is going to blow. Sooner rather than later.
Unfortunately, Karlach's time away from Hell is limited, as her infernal engine is too hot for this plane of existence. Eventually, it'll overheat and cause her to die.
That's all I need to know. Do it. Please.
Karlach isn't concerned with death right now, though. She suffered for too long to have something like death matter to her in this moment. What she really cares for is to finally be able to touch someone again, to feel that connection to another person after so many years.
Same as last time. You'll need to install it yourself. This should do the trick.
There. So did it work?
Only one way to find out.
We immediately pull Karlach in for a big hug.
Thank you.
This is a wonderful moment. In a strictly platonic way, we've shown our affection and care for Karlach. Sometimes people suffer in silence. Sometimes they suffer for an incredibly long time. And sometimes they just need someone to be there for them and show them kindness.
Thank you so much.
We haven't known her for very long, but Karlach and everyone else in our party has become our friend. We have a shared experience that no one else could understand, and that provides us with both camaraderie and strength. While we come from different beliefs and walks of life, we are united in a single endeavor.
You have to return to Avernus. For good. Or this thing is going to burn you up from the inside out. And sooner than you think.
The minute I set foot back in Avernus, Zarya will force me back into service. I'm not doing her bidding again. I'd rather die.
I get that, but don't rule it out. The world just might be better with you in it. Even in Avernus. I won't stop trying to figure out a cure, but at this point, I think we all have to face the inevitable.
This moment is both uplifting and somber, as Dammon reiterates that Karlach will not be able to survive unless she returns to Avernus.
Apart from the doom and gloom, you've given me more than I could ever hope to repay.
In the meantime, Karlach doesn't want to think about death. She resolves to think about the here and now, and states that she will never go back to Avernus.
Listen, I'm never going back. If you said I could die right now, or live 1,000 years in the Hells, I'd choose to go out now with my freedom intact. I don't expect anyone to understand that. But I've been dealt a hand most people don't have to contemplate playing. You heard Dammon. There is no solution. It's hell or bust. I choose bust. But I don't want to talk about this now. I've been given a huge gift. I can touch the people I love for the first time in a decade. And for the first time in a decade, there are people I care about all around me. Let me enjoy that. Please.
We want Karlach to enjoy the moment, and we're going to try to find a way to fix the engine, but if it comes down to it, we insist she choose to stay alive.
You're here. Good. Now we can begin.
Behind the inn, Halsin prepares a ritual to save Thaniel. This encounter is a little different from what we've experienced so far. We'll be defending against a few waves of enemies while Halsin enters the Shadow Realm.
It took me years of study, of seeking the Oak Father's favor, to find a way to part the veil. Pray that this works. Oak Father, hear me, aid me. Force open the jaws of darkness. Make passage for your vessel of light. It's ready. I'll return with Thaniel as soon as possible. Stay close to the portal. Buy me what time you can.
We actually pull out most of our abilities available to us here. We only have to hold out for 5 turns without enemies destroying the portal, but each turn progressively more enemies spawn, including shadow-cursed Githyanki by the end. The Blood of Lathander and Shadowheart's cleric abilities are incredibly useful here. All enemies despawn at the end of the timer, and Halsin re-emerges.
It's done. I have him. But something's wrong. Dreadfully wrong.
Halsin has rescued Thaniel, but something's wrong. He's sort of catatonic, so we'll have to find a way to heal him.
I'll bring him back to camp. He'll be safest with us. I need to examine him. I need to understand what's wrong. It's almost like something's missing from him. Come see us when you can.
After this encounter, the party levels up to level 7. The maximum level in this game is 12, so we're a little past the halfway point. Our party members have really come into their own at this point, having access to extra attack, 4th level spells, defensive feats, and substantial pools of HP. Quick note here while we have the chance. You may notice we're sort of rushing through Act 2. Act 2 is fantastic, with a ton of additional content, but that means a lot of players get stuck here doing all that content and they never progress to Act 3. There's actually a ton of people who love this game but have never seen Act 3, many of them never even leaving Act 1. For the purposes of this video, we're sort of only hitting the important highlights of Act 2, so that we actually make it to Act 3 and can complete the game. For reference, this playthrough was still over 100 hours. Back at camp, we decide to break the news to Arabella about her parents.
Hey you. I made it. Easy peasy. You find Mum and Pops?
She understandably doesn't take it very well, but at least Astarion and Lae'zel enjoyed this.
No. No. Get away from me. Go!
We decide to check in with Halsin.
Thaniel is resting, but it's no easy slumber. I discovered what's wrong with him. The shadows rendered him in two when they bore him away to the Shadowfell. Half of his essence remained here, amidst the curse. What stayed behind would have been the strongest part of him. But after all these years left in the darkness, corruption must have taken hold.
Halsin tells us Thaniel had parts of his essence split from him, and we need to find that lost essence somewhere in the Shadow Curse.
There is a ruin some way outside of Last Light. I caught a glimpse of fresh blooms there, but did not investigate further. I shall mark it upon your map.
Halsin also, from this point, joins us permanently as a full party member.
If you want me, I'm yours. Against the curse, against the absolute. Anything. Just say the word.
This is probably the point a lot of people decided they were into bears.
Now our roots can deepen. Together.
Volo has found his way to our camp.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
He claims his research has revealed to him a way to remove our parasite.
My research turned up a rather brilliant technique that seems quite actionable. It's not too deep, just behind the orbital socket. I could attempt an extraction. I've a needle in my tunic, after all.
We decide to give him a chance.
Volo carefully holds one of your eyes open and begins to prod uncertainly with the needle.
Drat, there appears to be an amount of cosmetic damage.
Volo gives us a replacement eye for our trouble.
Take this. A far superior relic to that old jelly you were chained to. Try it on for size. And, it was very nice to have met you.
And then makes a swift exit.
Ta.
Classic Volo. The eye is very useful in that it provides us the ability to see invisibility. Where Halsin indicated, we find the split essence of Thaniel in the form of a shadow-touched boy named Oliver.
Boo! I scared you! I saw it! Nobody beats me at hide and seek.
Oliver has the personality of an obstinate child. we employ some firm parenting skills and tell him we aren't going to play with him.
Spoil sport. I'm not going back. I like it here. I've made a family for myself. I get to play all the time. You can't make me do anything. I don't want to play with you anymore.
We follow Oliver into the Shadow Realm, and we have to destroy the Night Dome that's surrounding him. Meanwhile, Oliver summons additional shadow enemies to try to stop us. The crux of this fight is that any damage dealt to the dome is reflected back twofold. Every enemy we defeat, though, reduces the Night Dome's HP. Basically, we have to manage and defeat all the additional enemies in order to get to Oliver. He can even summon some crazy stuff like shadow owlbears during this encounter. Eventually we succeed in releasing Oliver, but Halsin was shapeshifted into a bear, which breaks the dialogue scene.
Right here! And you've ruined it. I'm not leaving. You can't make me.
Be gentle. He's much more than a child, but he doesn't truly know that.
This isn't meant to happen. Characters are usually forced out of shapeshift during dialogue, but still, this is unintentionally pretty funny.
Oliver, nobody is making you leave. This is your home. But it is dark, empty, lonely. I don't want you to be alone. I want you to be with Thaniel.
Fine. I'll do it. It might be nice to be with him again. Bye. And thank you for playing with me.
It's done, at last. Soon the land will be unshrouded. We should return to Thaniel when we can.
Back at camp, Thaniel is awake and we can finally talk to him.
100 years of sickness almost ended. I feel every root that riddles the earth beginning to unfold. But there is one anchor, still holding the shadows in place. The soul that brought it into being, for the land to heal. Ketheric Thorm must die.
Wow, okay kid, we'll get right on that. While at camp, we get a surprise visit from Mizora.
Ah, I love this time of year. The dickheads start popping up wherever you look.
What do you want, Mizora?
Drop the attitude and perk up your ears. You've got a new mission. Absolute's cult has gone and grabbed one of Zariel's assets. A devil. And a powerful one at that. They're locked up in the cult's fortress, Moonrise Towers. And you're getting him out.
We sense Mizora is desperate, so we use this opportunity to try to break Will out of his contract.
Interesting. Now, why should I go letting my favorite pet off his leash?
She agrees to set Will free if we manage the rescue mission.
I've never seen such a fearless display of sheer idiocy. Bravo! Fine. I'll play your game. But I amend the pact once the mission's done, not before. Clause F, Section 9. Soulbinder shall bestow reward or favor only upon soul-bearer's fulfillment of related obligation.
This seems to be a good sign, but Will is still bitter over having to do Mizora's bidding in the first place, seeing as how he's never had to perform a rescue for her before.
Gods. She makes a mockery of everything the Blade stands for. Such an asshole.
Meanwhile, Astarion seems to be getting some big ideas regarding what to do once we find a cure for the parasites.
So I was thinking, what would be the right thing to do when we get to Moonrise Towers? When we come face to face with whoever is controlling the parasites in our heads? Just think. How many people have the Mind Flayers infected? Hundreds? Thousands? And they're not just goblin trash. There are powerful people in the Worm's thrall. Whoever's waiting for us at Moonrise Towers controls it all. But if we can take that control from them, imagine the power we'd wield.
We don't like where Astarion is going with this.
Power is just a tool. It's people that are good or evil.
Interesting point by Astarion. We'll come back to this later. For now, we're finally going to Moonrise Towers. Upon approaching the cultist stronghold, we're recognized by the guards as being Tadpolekin.
His thoughts invade your own, probing for purchase. Your parasite purrs in recognition.
Ah, one blessed like myself. General Ketherick's advisor went off on a field trip. Zarel's in charge till he gets back.
You'll find Zarel in the audience chamber, true soul. She'll be wanting to hear from you.
It's risky to enter Moonrise with an unwelcome companion. You can pass as a true soul, but they cannot.
Unfortunately, we have to leave Halsin behind for now, just as he fully joined us.
Moonrise Towers. Many druids and harpers died to take this place once. Only for Ketherick Thorm to rule it once again.
There's a lot of opportunity in this game to explore past events or lore connections through conversations and in-game text. It adds a lot more depth to the world and context to Moonrise itself. Good lore writing elevates games to a whole new level, and Baldur's Gate 3 makes excellent use of concise and abundant lore resources.
No matter how long I live, I will always strive to remain a keen pupil. Only a fool would think he could drink in all knowledge until none is left. There is always more. Nature's tapestry is infinitely complex.
We ask Halsin to wait back at camp for us while we infiltrate Moonrise.
Wherever you need me. You know where to find me.
Only Halsin can pull off this power play. This is pure dominance.
There can be no doubt. This is the place.
We go inside to finally meet Ketherick Thorm. And looks like this is where our old pal Minthara ended up after we knocked her out in Act 1.
You saw my reports. You know it's not my fault. The facts suggest otherwise. You were ordered to retrieve the artifact. You failed to do so. If I had been given drow warriors instead of goblin trash.
Oi! What?
You scrag! Enough!
A blast of mental energy washes over you, filling the room. Your tadpole squirms, urging you to obey.
Let me make sure I understand this. You're claiming that General Thorm gave you the wrong soldiers? Yes. No! You blame the Absolutes chosen for your failure? Of course it is not the General's fault. Whose then?
Minthara is taken to the prison down below for punishment, but with any luck, she won't be there for long.
Take Minthara below. Someone will have to consider her fate.
No! Please! Mercy! Please!
Bye-bye, princess.
This is one of the scenes where Minthara as a character shines. She's often bold and brutal, but here we see an earnest cry for help. It's a stark contrast to how she was presented earlier.
And the goblins, General?
You, true soul. You have seen what these creatures are capable of, and you have seen their inadequacies, isn't that so? What is your judgment?
You know I'm loyal! Tell him! Enough! True soul, tell the General how the goblins served our cause.
I've never seen this man in my life.
Lies! I served the Absolute! I did everything I was told!
And there you have it.
We don't want any witnesses, so we won't be sparing the goblins. Also, this scene goes insanely hard.
I can coddle failure no longer. Kill them, quickly.
What? No! You creaking old bag of shit! I'm so sorry, my lord. She's an unbeliever outside my control.
Try again.
If you haven't already noticed, Ketheric Thorm is played by legendary actor and voice actor J.K. Simmons, who gives an absolutely phenomenal performance.
Karlach, isn't it?
Elsewhere in the cultist base, Karlach is recognized by someone.
What was Flo doing here?
Didn't think to quiz her about her business.
Florenta the Garotta. A Cambion I knew back in Avernus. She was the closest thing I had to a friend. That said, she would have choked the life out of me if I ever turned my back on her.
It seems Karlach has a friend from the time she spent in Hell, which is a really nice sentiment.
I wouldn't have given her the time of day, but even I needed a laugh once in a while. What could I say? The bitch had good jokes.
Enough chatter. Your friend gave me 3 soul coins, said I could sell them if I wanted. But if I kept them for you, she'd consider it a favor owed.
Soul coins, huh? Those could come in handy.
We're given some soul coins, which can be used by Karlach to increase her damage by 1d4 until the next long rest.
I assume he belongs to you?
We meet a creepy drow who wants our blood in order to make us a special potion, and offers an extra special potion if Astarion drinks her blood.
But hold on.
Good. Now, Astarion. I've dreamt of being bitten by a vampire since I was a young girl.
Naturally, we take her up on both of these offers, as the extra special potion is unique and gives us a permanent feat.
I'm sorry, but could you excuse us a moment? Are you actually asking me to do this? Trading me for some potion? Because there's something wrong with her blood. I can smell it from here. It's rank.
Astarion really does not like this. He feels used. This is a very natural response for someone who has spent most of his life subservient to someone else. But sorry, Astarion, we really want that buff.
Fine. I'll do it. Darling, I've had a sudden change of heart. After all, who could resist such a delectable neck? Hold very, very still.
Oh, hells.
Enough messing around. We meet with Zarel, who's acting as Ketheric's temporary second-in-command.
Her mind enters yours abruptly, flickering across your memories in a blaze of excitement.
She checks out our mind to make sure we're legit, and we easily fool her with a performance check.
I can see why the Absolute might be hungry to dig deeper into that mind of yours. I certainly am.
We also persuade Zarel to demonstrate her power to us, which she does by killing her bodyguard.
What's the point in power if you don't get to have a little fun every now and again? She gave me the power to cut the thread of life with a thought.
This is just another example of incompetence and injustice of the cultists. Like, what point is there in killing a loyal bodyguard if only to demonstrate your ego? The cultists are stupid and their ideology is bad.
There is a relic that General Thorm requires. He sent his most trusted advisor, disciple Balthazar, to retrieve it. The relic is beneath the Thorm family mausoleum. That is where you will find Balthazar.
We are given instructions to find Ketheric's actual second-in-command, Balthazar, and help him complete his mission. We will find Balthazar under the Thorm family mausoleum. While we're here, though, we have some prisoners to set free. We find the missing tieflings, but we have to persuade the guards that we're allowed to be talking to the prisoners.
Your association with Disciple Balthazar inspires respect and a touch of fear. You are free to speak to the prisoners.
We also find Wulbren Bongal and convince him that we're here to help him break out.
You ordered that guard about as if you were the Absolute herself. What do you want with us? Exactly.
Turns out he already had a breakout plan underway, and we can aid him in freeing himself and the tieflings.
We need tools. That head case of a warden robbed ours, but anything that breaks rock will do. Even if it's not Iron Hand quality.
First, we have to retrieve his tools from the warden's office.
But for the love of Gerdel, make sure a guard doesn't see you, or we're both done for.
Before that, we want to rescue Minthara.
You were adored, Minthara. Brought up from the darkness and into the Absolute's light.
She cherished you, but it wasn't enough. You were distracted by your own desires.
Bloodlust, murder, chaos.
And most damning of all, an inability to follow orders.
I obeyed to the best of my ability!
And isn't that depressing?
You are nothing.
She's being tortured and mind-broken by two cultists as her punishment. These two are basically gaslighting Minthara into her believing she's a failure and that she owes her life to the cult. There's a lot we can say here about cult behavior, but the important takeaway is this is a classic cult move. Cults operate by making members believe they have nothing else besides the cult. Cults can only function with fanatical devotion and blind loyalty. If individuals start to develop a sense of self, cults are quick to try to reintegrate them or banish them if indoctrination fails. Cults' biggest weaknesses come down to their members spreading discontent, and cults are very aware of that. Most of the time in real life, cults derive their membership from people who are alienated from their families or don't belong to a larger community. Humans have an innate need to belong to groups, and when all else fails, cults can swoop in. Generally, they also target individuals who are emotionally vulnerable. Keep in mind, there's a big difference between religions or belief systems and cults. Religions or other belief systems, like pride in something, whether it be nationality or identity, have the goal of creating a community with an emphasis on empathy, acceptance, and common cause. Cults, on the other hand, seek to glorify the hierarchy of the cult itself, and to enrich those in control of the cult. We see this in both past and present cults, and recently this behavior has become more present in political movements. After we kill the torturers, Minthara is confused, but glad we saved her. Looks like, due to our timing, she's been broken free of the cult's influence.
I didn't think anyone would come for me, erasing my thoughts and my will. Even I could not have endured for much longer.
She'll be coming along for the prison break.
Lead the way.
We easily dispatch the warden and retrieve Wilburn's hammer from her office.
We're gonna wait until it's quiet and then bust out the back wall.
Wilburn tells us the plan, and shortly after, the prison break begins. This encounter ends up being pretty simple since we already took care of a lot of the guards and the warden herself.
Back to the anus that spat you out.
The prisoners make their way through the caves behind their cells, and everyone boards a boat that will lead us to Last Light Inn.
You drift through the dark until time, skill, or luck brings you to Last Light's dock.
I last left Moonrise as a commander in the Absolute's army, obeying the voice of a god. I thought I had found a home and a purpose.
As we just said, cults prey on lonely people, and Minthara was no exception.
The artifact connects with her, pulling your minds together and showing her all that you have seen. The prism, your dream visitor, the protection that keeps you from obeying the Absolute and becoming a Lithid. She knows it all in a moment. Her mind reels, but is no longer clouded. She accepts the truth. She has no choice.
There is much we must discuss. Do you have a safe place to camp nearby?
Yeah, Minthara, go wait for us there. We'll be right with you.
I will see you soon.
In the inn, Barkus is reunited with Wolbrin.
Wolbrin! I heard you might be about. How the devil did you get stuck here, Barkus?
I'm not stuck. I came to find you, of course.
You don't belong here, Barkus. As soon as the way is clear, pack up and head to Baldur's Gate.
But... Wolbrin... The rune powder... We need to discuss what you're going to...
I said go home!
Okay, so turns out Wolbrin is sort of an asshole, disrespecting his friend Barkus, who risked so much to even be here.
Indeed. Neither of you has any clue what's at stake. And why should you? It's Iron Hand gnome business.
Wulbren seems pretty angry, but he doesn't really explain what his plan is right now.
Well, there we have it. Wulbren is safe and sound. Thanks to you.
Back at camp, we can officially recruit Minthara. You'll notice her and Halsin reside in the same spot. This is because these companions were meant to be mutually exclusive, so they have the same place in camp. By now, Larian has patched it so that it's possible to recruit both characters without exploits. Previously, players were finding ways to recruit Minthara on good aligned playthroughs, even though she was meant to be only recruitable if you slaughtered the tieflings and druids in Act 1. This is a nice change by Larian, even though it went against their original vision.
The things that I did in the name of the Absolute. The things that were done to me. They broke my mind. We must eradicate them. Starting with General Thorm. I mean Ketheric. My deference to him is a habit that will die hard, I fear.
Minthara is officially against the cult, after it betrayed her and she realized it was influencing her thoughts.
Now, thanks to the prism, the Absolute does not cloud my thoughts at all. I see that together, we can have our vengeance on those who infected us.
The motion capture on Minthara is really great. We get to see the difference in her character through facial expression alone.
I do not require sleep, but I shall use the solitude of the night to plan for the fights to come.
Arabella is having a very hard time accepting the death of her parents.
Resist not the winds of change. Let them carry thee.
Luckily, Withers is here to console her and guide her along a new path.
Listen! Dost thou not hear it? Where creation meets ruin, where morning meets midnight, the root of all being. Balance.
They're dead! I can't! Balance.
Arabella holds a power beyond reckoning. Arabella will depart once thou dost leave these accursed lands. She will find her way safely. Thus, it is fated.
Bowman, you're making me leave.
Fear not, girl. Abandon not the weave, and it shall not abandon thee.
Though she's experienced so much so far, it looks like Arabella's going to be okay.
Thank you, Bowman, for being nice. If there are people like you around, perhaps everything will be alright.
Underneath the Thorm family mausoleum, we find a grand temple of Shar. The Gauntlet of Shar was a proving ground for Sharans under Ketheric Thorm, but it has long since been abandoned by its inhabitants. For us, it means a series of trials awaits. Every great RPG needs a dungeon full of trials.
The Gauntlet of Shar. Before my very eyes. The Dark Lady guided me here. She wanted me to find this place.
Shadowheart is very excited to be here. She doesn't know it yet, but she'll be facing her own trials in addition to the ones from the Gauntlet.
You do not belong here.
In the temple, we come across reanimated undead Sharans. They seem to be controlled by the cultist Balthazar, the same one we were sent here to find. Our presence disturbs the shadows of the temple, and we have a few encounters until we actually find Balthazar in which his undead aid us. For these fights, we have to quickly destroy the portals or more shadows will be spawned from them. Since we have such a big party, this is pretty easy for us to manage.
Ah, the interloper. And in one piece as well.
Eventually, we come face to face with Balthazar, who is another candidate for biggest creep of Act 2.
The night song is my finest creation. If I never exceed myself, I will still die happy. Not that I ever intend to do something as gauche as truly dying, of course.
But he also has some really entertaining dialogue.
My poor unborn twin. Mother always resented me for it, said I strangled him in the womb. if you can believe such tripe. Besides, once I developed my powers, I fetched him from the graveyard and brought him back. Gave him a new, better body. Alas, Mother was not pleased. We're still close. She's in a jar on the shelf over there. This one's broken. He once tormented me as a youth, lifetimes ago. Now he serves me forever. No rest for you yet, Mikan. You will serve me until I am satisfied.
Balthazar instructs us to complete the trials of Shar so that we may gain access to the Night Song, which is the source of Kethric's immortality. Kind of weird that he hasn't been competent enough to do it himself, but that's just the cultist for you. Finally, we'll be finding out what the Night Song actually is after we've heard so much about it since Act 1.
I will remain here until you have succeeded. Or fallen.
Once again, we need to take a moment to appreciate both the art and sound teams. For each trial, Shadowheart insists she provide the blood offering necessary to enter. Gross. One of these trials is a fun mix-up, in which you're made to fight shadows of your own party. This fight can be substantial, because you're facing up against something as powerful as you are, and with access to all the spells and abilities you have access to. However, you can cheese this encounter by stripping your party down to their underwear before entering, then re-equipping all your gear before the actual fight. The Dark Link party still have considerable spellcasting capabilities, but they can't do much without armor or weapons. We complete the trials, and each rewards us with the keys needed to progress to the end of the gauntlet.
The final test awaits.
Along the way, we stop by the library, which comes with an encounter which starts with a portal in the middle that produces an area-wide silence field. There's a good reason to go through the library and access the secret chamber within. There's a key item here that plays an important role in Shadowheart's personal quest. The Spear of Night. We'll find out its use soon. There's also Dark Justiciar armor here, which Shadowheart will be wearing for the rest of the playthrough.
Blood. What the hells has been happening here? There's something out there. I can feel it.
Further into the temple, we find out who Raphael asked us to kill.
What's this? Fresh entertainment? But you're too fresh for this place, aren't you? There's a whiff of the surface to you.
Holy shit.
This is Yrgir, an Orthon, which is a powerful type of fiend.
There's something else, almost hidden by your fear stink. Cherries. Musk. And sulfur. Raphael! I can smell him all over you. Where is he?
Turns out Raphael trapped Yrgir into a contract about a century ago that required Yrgir to kill everything within the temple. Now we know what happened to all the Shar worshippers.
Spill all the blood sworn to the night. Silence or prayers. Smother each rite. Wander Shar's halls, hungry to slay. Leave no justice here, alive to obey. Leave none to hear it, then be set free. This song is your oath. Swear it to me. Ah!
Well, that explains where all the Dark Justiciars went.
It's funny how this contract is in the form of a song stuck in Yrgir's head, just more of Raphael's theatrical motifs. We will not be killing Yrgir, as we don't want to do Raphael's bidding so easily. Instead, we convince Yrgir that we can help him figure out why he hasn't been able to complete the contract.
You think you can do better? Go on then. I'll enjoy watching you fail. But try to run, and you will regret it.
Astarion is pretty pissed off about this, saying that we made a deal.
We made a deal with Raphael. His destruction for the secrets written on my back.
I'm sorry, Astarion. We didn't make a deal. You did on our behalf. Again, I really do sympathize with Astarion's character and his past trauma, which we'll get into later, but he genuinely is a scumbag that sees other people as tools to use rather than actual beings. He's desperate to know what the runes on his back mean, but we aren't going to reward his shitty behavior by doing what he wants. Maybe, if he had asked nicely, and we actually talked about it beforehand, we could have considered killing Yurgir.
Well-chewed spider carcass oozes on the ground.
There's some good dialogue here concerning a spider carcass. You can choose to lick it, and there's entertaining quips from your companions.
The meat tastes of rot and sour milk. Your stomach lurches, but your loins tingle. Was that arousal?
Reddened cheeks, wild eyes. I know that look. And you best keep this little problem to yourself.
Your guts cramp, your stomach churns.
Honestly, what did you think was going to happen? You'd develop a taste for it?
Stop licking the damn thing!
In the recesses of the temple, we discover why Yurgir was unable to complete the contract. Someone, meaning Raphael, had transformed the final Sharan into a multitude of rats, which are spread throughout the temple. You can use Speak to Animals to discover hints of this earlier, which is a great touch, an example of how Baldur's Gate 3 makes use of foreshadowing. This fight should be pretty easy for your party at this point, but the many rats can easily overwhelm a party member or two.
These hands. Too big. Where are the others? Where's the rest of me? You! Why did you have to keep trying? Why couldn't you just leave?
After defeating the rats, we have to deal with the last Sharan himself. He drops a very rare scimitar with a blind effect, which Astarion will be using for nearly the rest of the game. We tell Yurgir the good news. His contract is completed, and he can leave.
Wait. Quiet. It's gone. The song is gone. The contract is completed!
Just as we're doing so, Raphael shows up and uses the fine print of the contract to his advantage.
Free might be rather overstating matters, Yurgir. Devil's in the details, you see. And the details are in the fine print. You were to fulfill the deal. Nowhere does it stipulate you could subcontract the last kill to the first adventurer's party that came trotting along. In short, you're in breach of contract, my friend. Oh dear.
We'll be seeing Yurgir later, which is why we helped him now.
You said you had a plan for that Hell's Beast. You said we'd kill him. Now the Orthon's free to traipse back to the Hells, and I'm left with nothing.
Astarion, of course, is pretty mad at us. What's poignant in this situation is Astarion clearly is only thinking of himself. Like, he doesn't even consider that fighting Yurgir would have been a huge risk for our party, seeing as how he's a powerful fiend with a bunch of minions surrounding him. We either had to fight a strong devil who has a pile of corpses for a bed, or a guy that was literally made of rats. It's no comparison. Astarion's request was selfish. Even if understanding the runes is important, that doesn't mean he gets to manipulate and gaslight us into doing what he wants.
And you chose a devil over me.
Astarion has a huge victim complex, which is understandable, but we simply aren't going to reward his behavior. He's going to have to learn how to be a little more mature, show some more respect towards others, and show some vulnerability by earnestly asking us for help if he expects us to do what he wants.
Just know that my patience has its limits, and you're dangerously close to them.
Yeah man, threatening to leave is really going to help you get your way. Yurgir had the last key we needed to get to the end of the temple. As we approach the end of the temple, Shadowheart hesitates.
It's fine. Really. I just feel we're on the right track. I'm right where I need to be. Under Lady Shah's gaze.
She seems to have a feeling that this doesn't feel right for her, but her devotion to Shar clouds her judgment. We come upon the precipice of the Shadowfell, Shar's domain. This is a point of no return in the story, so we take the opportunity to long rest before we proceed.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Gale of Waterdeep.
He wishes to extend you an invitation for a private conversation in a more suitable locale.
That night, Gale invites us to hang out for a bit. We find him in a serene meadow, under the stars. We aren't romancing Gale, but this scene is part of his courtship. It's actually quite nice, as Gale is probably the most deliberately built-up romance in the game.
I love this time of night. There's an almost reverent silence that accompanies the peak of darkness, when you'd almost believe the dawn will never break. The cradle of eternity. The timelessness of lovers. That most beautiful of fantasies.
We're with Shadowheart, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy a peaceful night with our friend. There's more to love than romantic love, and friends sharing platonic love, through vulnerable moments and gestures, is meaningful in its own way.
Not a trick I can repeat often, but tonight is different. This may be my last night alive. I wanted it to be under a canopy of beauty and wonder. I thought this place might bring me peace. I thought it might make the weight of what I must do feel a little lighter. But I'm not so sure.
The scene is also quite touching. Gale believes he must sacrifice himself to save the Sword Coast. He's coming to terms with his imminent demise, and he's finding peace with himself. It speaks to Gale's character that he never really had to think twice about sacrificing himself to save so many lives.
I am terrified. I will not claim otherwise. My face could scarcely conceal it, even if my words sought to deny it. There is no point in running from the inevitable. Better to meet it on my own terms.
The beautiful thing about Gale's words here is that it's a universal human experience to face mortality. Different people have different ways of coping, and Gale decides to, even though he's afraid of death, face it with bravery and dignity. True bravery is not the absence of fear, but rather the will to act in spite of fear.
This would have been so much easier if it was just me, but it isn't. If there is a way, any way, to save all that's grown dear to me, I want to seize it.
There's more to this, in that Gale also believes this is the only way to earn Mistress' forgiveness. It's really impactful that Gale is willing to go to such lengths for redemption in Mistress' eyes.
Stay with me, will you? I don't want to think of it anymore, but I don't want to be alone either.
Of course we'll stay with Gale. We are going to try to find a way for him to make it out of this alive, but we also respect his dedication to others. The next morning, Gale shares another great sentiment before we move on to the Shadowfell.
I wanted to thank you. I was sinking into a dark place, but you reminded me there is still light in the world, if I should care to look for it. You may well have prevented me from doing something very rash in the near future. I count myself lucky to call you a friend.
Finally, at the bottom of the Gauntlet of Shar, past all the trials, we stand at the precipice of the Shadowfell.
Only by Lady Shar's grace did we even make it this far.
I mean, we made it this far through the power of friendship, but whatever, let's not interrupt Shadowheart.
As you step into the silent water, a foreign dread travels through you. It curls its way up your leg, squeezing tight.
Entry to the Shadowfell is super jarring. Our whole party falls unconscious and wakes up in a swirling vortex of shadows. We're only in this location briefly, but still, there's a lot of care put in by the art and sound teams.
Lady Shah. I can feel her all around. This is her domain. This is the Shadowfell.
You did well. Better than I would have credited you with.
Oh yeah, almost forgot about this guy. Balthazar gives us no credit for our accomplishments and goes ahead of us. Once again, classic behavior by a prominent cultist. Downplays the achievements of others, then claims their success as his own. This is just more evidence of narcissistic and unjust behavior.
Oh, very well then. My sincere thanks.
It's cool in a few areas in this game, such as this one. You're able to jump much farther than usual so that you can transverse the floating rocks. Shadows of Justiciars are stationed along our descent to the Night Song. We've gathered that this area in the Shadowfell was once the location of a ritual for followers of Shar to face their final test to become Dark Justiciars. We still don't know what this test is, or what the Night Song is, so let's finally find out.
Balthazar, come to add more bars to my cage? Or perhaps to lead this would-be Justiciar's blade directly to my heart? I invite you. Heap more sins upon your head. My retribution will be all the sweeter for them.
So the Night Song is a woman. Not just any woman, but one who is immortal and has been killed over and over again by aspiring Dark Justiciars as a test of devotion to Shar.
General Thorm, he appreciates you, and he wants you close at hand. So, I am here to whisk you back to him.
Ketherick.
This is Aelin, and she's probably the single most powerful character we'll meet in the game. We don't know anything about her now. We didn't even know the Night Song was a living being and not a relic. But Dame Aelin is an Aasimar. Aasimar are descendants of Celestials, meaning angels and gods, so they're something like demigods. Aelin is a daughter of Selûne, the Moon Maiden, who, as we mentioned before, is the sister and rival of Shar. It makes sense, knowing what we know about Shar, that this is how she treats the daughter of her rival. So Aelin is the source of Thorm's immortality, and Balthazar was sent to bring her to Moonrise. Once again, it goes without saying that Balthazar doesn't view Aelin as a person, but as a tool or resource to exploit. It's safe to assume that Aelin has been imprisoned for a very long time. Side note, Balthazar's rotundness is pretty funny here. Like, his figure is so unflattering for someone that talks so much shit.
Her power, his will, and my genius. An unsurpassable feat.
Ramblings most unsane. Poor Balthazar, for maggots ate his brain long ago.
Hold your tongue, Aelin, or I'll take it away from you again.
I like how Aelin makes fun of him, and he immediately gets pissy with her. Like, pop off, girl, he's so mad. Looks like it's time to hash things out with Balthazar. Seeing as how he's a cultist, we were inevitably going to kill him.
Perhaps I'll revive your carcass and add you to my retinue. Then you'll have all the time in the world to think on your mistakes.
This is a full-on boss fight, in which we fight Balthazar and his retinue of undead. The fight is something of a challenge for us, seeing as how there are so many additional enemies to take on. This is the first time we have to make full use of Shadowheart's large area healing abilities to keep our party members in the fight. Having the Blood of Lathander also helps a lot since these enemies are all undead. We make use of Silence and other utility spells to stop Balthazar from being able to do so much since he's the highest level spellcaster we've encountered so far. He was able to cast Cloud Kill, which is a really powerful level 5 AoE poison spell, but we were able to interrupt its concentration and clear it. We also were able to make use of Halsin transforming into an owlbear and using the Crushing Flight ability. We got through the fight with a few party members going down, including Astarion being pushed off into oblivion pretty early on. In the end, we silenced Balthazar and pinned him against a wall with Halsin, since owlbears are large and take up a lot of space on these small platforms.
Like a summer's day, thou art wet.
With Balthazar defeated, we go to talk to Aelin.
Balthazar has drawn his final rancid breath. A pity it was not my hand that brought it about. Instead, it was you. You, who have come to seek the praise of your wicked goddess. You,
who have come to drive a dagger through my heart.
Aylin's writing and voice acting are both really good. She's the daughter of a god, and that's reflected in the way she speaks. It's like the party is a bunch of scruffy vagabonds, and then Aylin is this huge contrast of being like a righteous crusader. Shadowheart seems still pretty set on killing Aylin, now that we've learned the truth of the Night Song.
To be a Dark Justiciar is to turn your heart from everything but loss.
Aylin immediately cuts deep. She clearly knows way more about the dynamics of Sharans and Selûnites than Shadowheart does.
Well, well, well. What's that I sense? A spear intended for my heart? Empowered by your goddess, empowered to kill the child of a god. Do you know what I am, little assassin? For I know you. A lost child, frightened by wolves in the dark.
What did you say?
Wait, so Aylin hints that she knows more of Shadowheart than Shadowheart knows of herself. Things are getting interesting.
What do you know of your own heart? Your own life? I sense more in you than you know.
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter once I become who I'm meant to be.
This is an extremely important insight into how Shadowheart views herself and her relationship with her adopted family. We're going to come back to this line in a minute. We trust Shadowheart to make her own decision here. We just hope we've been a good influence to her. This is genuinely one of the coolest moments in the game when you're first playing it. By being a good person and a good influence on Shadowheart, she makes the decision of her own volition to disobey Shar. This act shows massive character growth, as when we first meet her, she's unquestioningly devoted.
I can't believe I just did that. Lady Shar will disown me. What will happen to me?
Not what will happen. What will you do? Your past is not yet lost. Your future is not yet fixed.
Once again, incredibly poignant dialogue here. Let's take a moment to talk about these lines before we continue.
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter once I become who I'm meant to be.
There's a lot to unpack from Shadowheart saying this. It really speaks to how she sees herself and her place in the world. She clearly doesn't have a very strong sense of self if she believes that this is the way she'll become who she's meant to be. There's a concept in psychology called the hierarchy of needs, which comes from the highly influential Jewish-American psychologist Abraham Maslow. Interesting note, Maslow's parents immigrated to the US from Kiev, Ukraine to escape the persecution of Jewish people, which was prevalent at the time in the Russian Empire. Growing up in Brooklyn, New York, Maslow would still face anti-Semitism and ethnic prejudice, and that likely had an influence on his work in psychology. Maslow's hierarchy of needs refers to the concept of certain fulfillments that people have an innate desire for. The most basic needs in this model are physical needs, like water, food, and shelter. The model also includes the needs to be safe, feel love and belonging, and the need for self-esteem. These are what apply to Shadowheart. These needs lead up to self-actualization, which is the concept of a person feeling fully realized and fulfilled. Maslow essentially argued that all people desire self-actualization, and that it's attainable through the fulfillment of the hierarchy of needs. In short, self-actualization is the point at which people are fully confident in themselves and comfortable with who they are in the world.
Once I become who I'm meant to be.
Shadowheart, by this dialogue, indicates that she doesn't really know herself. She isn't self-actualized. Furthermore, she is seeking actualization externally, through Shar, and if we apply Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we know this isn't really going to help her achieve satisfaction. Self-esteem and confidence have to come from within. They are the result of belief in oneself without a reliance on external perception. In this moment of truth, Shadowheart starts to recognize this and reject Shar, likely due to the input from Aylin that there's more to Shadowheart than her devotion to Shar.
Not what will happen. What will you do? Your past is not yet lost. Your future is not yet fixed.
Aylin's words here are powerful. They're a fantastic sentiment for anyone that's struggling with self-actualization or even mental health issues. We are not defined by our past actions, or the paths that others have laid out for us. Our pasts are a part of us, but they're also our biggest resource for introspection and growth. You alone decide what kind of person you're going to be, and the future is never set in stone. There is always an opportunity to change for the better, and to be a better person. We aren't defined by our shortcomings or failures, but rather how we accept our flaws, react to them, and work to grow from them. In this moment, Shadowheart makes what is potentially the first personal decision in her life. She decides, if only spontaneously, that her life doesn't belong to Shar, and that she's capable of being her own person. Aelin recognizes this right away, and was subtly encouraging Shadowheart to take control of her life.
Lay a hand on me in friendship, not quite Sharon. And I will fight the battle that has been waiting for me this last century. Then, oh then, we will have much to discuss.
This cutscene is awesome. Through the power of friendship, Shadowheart frees Aelin from her prison, and she races to Moonrise to face Ketheric.
Our Lady of Silver, hear me. She who guides the Moon Maiden Selûne, mother of the so-called Night Song. The Night Song is no more!
This feels like a major turning point in the game. So far, we've consistently been on the back foot, trying to fight the cult and find any angle we can to get an advantage. Now, we have an Aasimar on our side, and she is pissed off.
Are you ready? To kill Ketheric Thorm.
This also marks an important moment in our relationship with Shadowheart. She's starting to take control of her life and be her own person, and she's decided she wants to tell our character how she feels.
I've squandered too much time already. I want to be with you. Now and always. Do you want the same?
We now officially have our very own Goth GF. Things are really starting to go our way.
It wasn't too long ago that I could never imagine smiling again. Shows what I know.
Back at Last Light, Isabel seems to have some sort of familiarity with Aelin.
An immortal. But it couldn't possibly be. Never mind. It doesn't matter. What matters is you have him in a corner.
She informs us that the Harpers have taken the fight to Moonrise Towers, so we go to join them in the assault.
End this. Now. We're all counting on you.
This is it. It's time to take the fight to the cultists.
Unshackled from shadows, she will rise in moonlit glory and carve a path of brightness to the accursed one's second death. So saith the wise Alondo. Godspeed. You seem to be their chosen champion after all, against the false absolute. At the ready, Harpers! In this light, there will be victory. In this light, we will avenge the fallen!
The fight for the first floor of the tower is the largest fight we've been in so far.
You dare show yourself here after all you've done? You have betrayed me. You have betrayed General Thorm. You have betrayed our god! And for what? These Harpers. Moonrise will be their tomb, and in death, you will all serve the Absolute.
I will never serve the Absolute again, Zrel. And I will take your prattling tongue as a reminder of this moment.
During the fight, we make use of AoE damage and utility spells to keep the cultist forces occupied while we deal with Zrel and other priority targets. The background music for this fight is noticeably more triumphant than other fights we've had in the Shadow-Cursed lands. With the release of Aelin and the assault on Moonrise, we're finally pushing back against the cult. Up until now, the cult has operated by isolating targets and preying upon those who can't properly defend themselves. Now though, we've assembled a force to stand up to the cult's oppression through the cooperation of multiple groups of people with similar principles and beliefs. The one thing in common among Floric's Flaming Fists, the Harpers, Isabel, Dame Aelin, and our party is that we're all resolved to fight against injustice. It's been a steady progression since we first set out to cure ourselves of these parasites, but we're answering the call to action based on the circumstances we find ourselves in. Our ultimate goal is still to find a cure so we can ensure our own safety, but now the fight has become bigger than us. We have become the common connection between these allied groups of people. Without us, there'd be no freedom for Aelin or assault on Moonrise. More than that, our party is nothing without its members, our companions. Through happenstance, we've assembled a full team of determined individuals that comprise a group that is more than the sum of its parts. Apart, each party member has a strong personality and has a lot of strengths in their own right, but together, we've become a force that can rally others to a common cause and fight back against the cult. It's important to remember that this all started by the actions of individuals pushing back against injustice. During the fight for the first floor, several Harpers lose their lives, but eventually we're victorious and the bottom of the tower is secured.
You're close now. Your final audience with Ketheric Thorm awaits.
Now, we have to fight our way to the top of the tower to confront Ketheric.
Ketheric will taste of death at last.
There are still some cultists guarding the way to the roof, but after the battle for the bottom floor, these cultists are pretty easy to deal with. We reach the top of the towers to find Aelin already battling Ketheric's forces.
You. What have you done? What have you done to me?
We make use of intimidation and persuasion here to bypass part of a fight later on, all the while urging Ketheric to repent for his actions.
Who decides what is right? The gods did not care for right and wrong when they dismantled my life piece by piece. And when I tried to buy it back, it cost me everything. Everything. We are copper pieces in their belts. Tokens to be traded for scraps. You have beaten me, true soul. But the gods beat me first.
The acting here really shows that Ketheric does have a shred of humanity left in him, and he does feel some sort of sorrow or remorse deep down.
Ketheric Thorm!
Aelin.
Rise, you dog! Retribution has come, and her sword is my sword.
Okay, so Aelin is that bitch. Like, her character is so cool. She literally radiates righteousness, and she is pissed off about her imprisonment.
Isn't that right, General?
I was a fool to hesitate. Power like mine cannot be hidden, cannot be cowed. But power like mine has a price. A price I am destined to pay. You have one last chance to bow. Once it's gone, I'll have no choice but to destroy you both. Do you hear? Bow!
The artifact protects us from Ketheric's power, and he's angered to learn we've had it this whole time.
The prism. You've had it
All this time, you worm. You will bow before me. And if you will not bow, you will break.
He will crumble at the power of your touch. Give him all you have. The gods fight at our side!
This fight consists of Ketheric, his dog, a spellcaster, and a bunch of necromites. These necromites can be summoned in by Ketheric via these cocoon-like things which should be destroyed before they erupt. We focus on keeping Ketheric occupied while we deal with all the additional enemies, which is easiest if he sets his attention towards Aelin since she can't actually die. Sometimes you get lucky and Aelin focuses on Ketheric, sometimes you don't and she doesn't really use her actions efficiently when she's involved in a fight. Personally, I feel like she's more effective than she was in the game's release, but I'm unsure if she was changed at all. It certainly helps that we have the Tactician Enhanced mod, which gives her a larger health pool that allows her to do more in fights. After dealing with most of the ads, we surround Ketheric with our melee characters and smack him until his health drops low enough to trigger the end of the fight.
Enough. My lord beckons me. You must return to your prison, and my daughter must be reclaimed.
We could have figured this out earlier, but it's revealed that Isabel is Ketheric's daughter, and Aelin appears to have a relationship with her. Holy shit, what the fuck is that?
Sure as she. This has only begun.
Okay, whoa. So that was crazy. Looks like there's some kind of cosmic horror slumbering under Moonrise. We clean up the rest of the enemies, and you can even find a really useful necromancer ring up here. Just mentioning that, so you keep in mind there are a ton of really interesting playstyles in this game which we unfortunately don't have time to show off.
The general will call that a tactical retreat, I'm sure. But you have him on the run. That thing he summoned was illithid. Follow it below and find him, before he has a chance to subdue the Night Song again.
Jaheira comes along with us to seek out Ketheric for a final confrontation below the towers.
The hole yawns back at you, impossibly wide. A single tentacle burrowed through stone.
The way down looks a little gross, but we have to see this fight through.
This is an illithid colony.
Well, it's more than a little gross. There's been a grotesque Mind Flayer colony underneath Moonrise this whole time. There's a decent amount going on down here, with a few areas to explore. For example, this is Chop, a bugbear whose mind has been hollowed out to serve the cult.
Chop, chop. Help them. Become.
It's a horrible situation he's in, and he clearly yearns for death.
Yes. Yes. Please.
Once again, the game pulls no punches when it comes to disturbing moments like this. Elsewhere in the colony, we come across the fiend that Mizora sent us to free.
Mizora? You're Zariel's asset.
My dumb little stinker. Took you long enough. Now, by Grazit's cock, get me out of this thing!
Turns out, it's Mizora herself.
Yeah. So, get to it already.
You did all right, Will. I'd give your belly a good rub, but never could stand the smell.
You're free, Mizora. I held up my end. Now you hold up yours. Sever the pact.
Clause Z, Section 13. If the Soulbinder consents to separation, she will release the Soulbearer from all obligation within 6 months.
6 months? Gods damn you!
Ignorant thing. It's always the terms and conditions that get you.
Classic devil contracts. Due to the fine print, Will is still bound to Mizora for the next 6 months. It was never going to be that easy. However, Mizora rewards Will with a very rare rapier, which he will be using for the rest of the game.
But I've only got 6 months before I'm made a free man.
Thanks be to the Triad.
Will is excited about being freed from his contract, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've still got a lot of work to do.
Every mind flayer in the room calls out hungrily from its pod, seeking release and sustenance.
Near Mizora, we find a room with both mind flayers and other beings trapped in pods. A transformation room for new mind flayers. Among the pods, we find Zevlor, the leader of the Tiefling refugees. We release all the pods and team up with Zevlor and some captured Flaming Fists to defeat the mind flayers.
I owe you an explanation. Much more than that.
When Zevlor surrendered to the cultists back in the Shadow-Cursed lands, he explained his mind wasn't his own. Zevlor says he will round up any survivors and escape the colony.
I'll find them and lead them out of this place.
We fight our way through a necromantic lab, seemingly the workplace of Balthazar, as we move through the colony. Past the lab, we come upon a relief depicting the ultimate goal of the Illithids.
Our destiny, design, downfall.
We hear the words of the Absolute, who speaks of the grand design.
The grand design, order, perfection, unity, every plane, as one, every being.
This moment evokes a sense of cosmic horror, as the Mind Flayers are a hive mind species seeking to bring all planes of existence under their control. Come to think of it, what is the Absolute anyway? Is it just a disembodied voice or something more? We'll learn soon enough. After making our way through the colony, we find the way down to Ketherick.
Is anyone else's tadpoles squirming around a lot more than usual?
Something's roused them. Something significant.
Our party feels something strange as we approach the final confrontation, almost sensing the presence of something more foreboding than just Ketherick.
No longer a background murmur, the presence in your mind builds to a roar.
We found it. The Absolute is behind this door.
And now, another major reveal.
You said it was under control.
It isn't you I answer to, Gortash.
There's a few other figures, along with Grand Duke Ravengard, having a conversation with Ketherick.
Oh, the general voice. Is this where we salute?
Salute, yes. With cleavers through his blood-starved flesh. How it crawls with failure, like flies on lick-wet carrion.
These are the other Chosen, who have been alluded to earlier in the story. They are Lord Enver Gortash and Orn the Red.
You built an army for our masters, true enough, but what of the astral prism? A rogue true soul flaunting it under your nose all this time, and you ran from her.
Sure that they would follow and deliver it into my hands here. If you would cease these distractions.
The distractions have been yours, Ketherick. Perhaps we never should have dug your daughter up. So you haven't lost your edge, but you're still not as sharp as Orin, I wager. The Slayer against the Undying One. That'd be fun to see.
His crypt breath sings to my sinews again, 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 again. But he must lead the murder march to Baldur's grave.
If the weapon is truly in your grasp, Ketherick, might I suggest closing your fist? Orin and I can wait for you no longer. The plan proceeds. We're going to the city, and we expect you to follow. Army and the weapon in tow.
The Edict of Bane.
The lash of Thor!
The Testament of Merkel!
we see the true form of the Absolute. It's an Elder Brain, the source of Illithid hive mind control over the colony. The Elder Brain seems to be controlled by the Chosen, who invoke the names of the Dead Three. This far into the game, we're getting a pretty significant twist. The Illithids weren't the real threat here. The three gods of tyranny, murder, and death are really what's behind the cult. The Chosen are controlling the Elder Brain, and by extension the Illithids, to do their bidding. The Illithids were bad on their own, but this is much more sinister.
I must do as Mystra commands.
Anyway, Gale can decide to blow up and the game ends here.
One last gust of weave. One last gale to end them all.
Beneath the smoking ashes of Moonrise Towers, the Elder Brain lies destroyed. But what of the tadpoles it commanded?
We don't want that though, because without the control of the Elder Brain or the Chosen, the Sword Coast is ravaged by a swarm of mind flayers, so this ending is pretty bad for everyone involved. Especially because our party is annihilated. But make no mistake, this is a genuine ending to the game if you so choose. You're just missing out on the entirety of the third act, and the game expects you'll want to see the rest of the story. We convince Gale not to explode. The bad guys infect Ravengard with a parasite, and the other two Chosen leave with the Duke and the Elder Brain.
Now, it's really time we were going. We will empty this place and begin the march. You may catch up with the army once you've retrieved the weapon. And Ketheric, do try not to sulk. You're supposed to be the fearsome general come to conquer the city. And I am the hero who will save it.
Turns out their plan is to have Ketheric attack Baldur's Gate with an army of cultists, while the two others sabotage the city from within, and Gortash schemes to benefit politically from the chaos.
March on Baldur's Gate. We go to prepare the way.
Looks like the stakes have been raised once again. We need to stop Ketheric here and now if we want to have a chance of saving the city.
There you are, as predicted. What is it, I wonder, that draws one toward death like a moth to light? You could have run away, absconded with the prism. The one thing that could prevent me from fulfilling my destiny. But the lure of one's destiny is irresistible, isn't it? Perhaps you hope to learn your place in history before you are erased from it. A bright flash of clarity before the snuffing out. That is the power my Lord Merkel has granted me. Command over the immeasurable legions of the dead. But he did not only give me power, he gave me the one thing no other god could grant me. My daughter's life returned. Her heart beating once more. For that, he asked that I serve as his chosen. Join Orin and Gortash to grow the cult of the Absolute, and then take control of it. He's never had a more devoted follower. I have fought great wars before, in the service of other gods and other powers. But for Merkel, I would condemn all of Faerun to death. You are all that stands between me and my destiny. And you have brought the prism here. I will kill you now. And then I will raise you as my servant.
Ketheric doesn't fight us because of our persuasion skill.
Repent? Would that even be possible?
There's still some remorse left in Ketheric, but that's not enough to save him now.
There is no repentance, no release. My debt can never be repaid. He is here.
Who
He is
here?
watching. He is listening. He is.
You dare end one who belongs to me. I am the smile of the world-cleansed scar.
Okay, holy shit. Now we're up against the avatar of the actual god of death. We've gone from hive mind aliens, to cultists, to an undead immortal, to the literal god of death. This is a fucking crazy escalation. And this is just the climax of Act 2. We're still not even in Act 3 yet. Oh, worth mentioning that the amount of content in Act 3 is the same as, or even more, than both Act 1 and 2 combined. At the start of the fight, we have to rush to Aelin to get her into the fight because we can't damage the boss until she's freed. And we'll seriously need her help here. There's an additional Mind Flayer to worry about, and some more Necromites. What's more is, the Avatar of Myrkul can spawn more Necromites, and can consume any that get close enough to it to regenerate hit points. Making things even more complicated, aside from cleave attacks and knockbacks, there's a necrotic aura around the boss that negates healing. Let's talk a bit about what just happened, and who the Dead Three are. The Dead Three refers to Bane, Baal, and Myrkul. Ages ago, 3 adventurers traveled to the Grey Wastes, which is basically the underworld, to find the original god of death, Jurgol. The 3 made a deal with Jurgol to take over most of his portfolio of godhood, which he had grown tired of. These 3 became Bane, god of tyranny, Baal, god of murder, and Myrkul, god of death. Baal was the antagonistic force behind the original Baldur's Gate game, and now the other 2 join as antagonists in Baldur's Gate 3. Gods in this universe have chosen, meaning they're representatives in the material plane to enact their will. Ketheric had become the chosen of Myrkul, and we were just introduced to Gortash and Orin, chosen of Bane and Baal respectively. We'll be coming back to them later. Let's talk a bit about Ketheric's story and what brought him to become the chosen of the god of death. Long ago, Ketheric Thorm was the local governor of the town of Wraithwin and its surrounding lands, which later became the Shadow-Cursed lands. He, his family, and the people he governed were followers of Selûne, with the Thorm family being faithful servants for generations. Ketheric governed from Moonrise Towers, and we can assume his rule was relatively just and prosperous. Unfortunately, tragedy struck. Ketheric's wife died unexpectedly, leaving behind Ketheric and his daughter Isabel. Isabel became Ketheric's whole world. She became his entire reason for carrying on after the death of his beloved wife. After some time, even more tragically, Isabel died unexpectedly as well. This time, Ketheric could not handle the grief, and turned away from Selûne towards Shar because of his loss. In secret, Ketheric established a cult of Shar worship and the Gauntlet of Shar underneath the Thorm family mausoleum. Over time, the people he was charged with safeguarding became victims of his dark designs, and eventually the land would become infested with the Shadow Curse. About a century before the events of the game, a coalition of Harpers and Emerald Grove Druids, including both Halsin and Jaheira, came together to stop Ketheric. They were successful, but at the cost of many lives along with the land they were trying to save, as with his final breath, Thorm unleashed the Shadow Curse upon the land. This is why Halsin still holds on to the past regarding this land. He considers it his biggest failure in that he was unable to restore natural order. Just prior to the events of Baldur's Gate 3, Myrkul came to Ketheric with an offer. If he would join the other chosen in Myrkul's name, the god of death would return Isabel to the living. Isabel, still a faithful cleric of Selûne, denounced her father and fled from him, which is why we find her among the Harpers at Last Light Inn. Meanwhile, Balthazar was also returned from the dead, and he performed his soul cage ritual to bind Aelin's immortal soul to Ketheric. Loss is a painful but universal experience. We will all have to cope with loss at some point in our lives. It can drive people to do awful things out of grief, and Ketheric is a perfect example of this. He lost his family, who were so dear to him, and he was unable to live with so much grief. Instead, his grief turned outward, and he lashed out at those around him. In his case, this meant the lands and the people surrounding Moonrise Towers. Because of this, he caused the grief of so many others. He couldn't handle the pain of losing his loved ones, and so he forced his pain onto others. Grief is a very difficult thing. One of the best ways to describe it is like a hole deep down inside that nothing can fill. That's what it means to lose a loved one, experience the end of a relationship, or even to have a falling out with a friend. The thing about grief is that the hole never goes away, but over time, people will tell you that it does in fact get smaller. Grief comes in waves. Some days it's barely there, and others it rushes back and overpowers you. Ketheric could not cope with the hole in his heart where his daughter and wife once were, and so he set out to try to fill that hole in the most destructive way possible. Maybe not to this extent, but this is a common thing for people to do. Sometimes people lash out and end up pushing away those that still care about them. and other times they fall into vices like gambling or alcohol, thereby destroying themselves. Aelin, as a quick aside, had the opposite reaction to grief. She experienced loss and imprisonment for over a century, but she came out resolved to fight injustice. Grief is powerful, and through great effort it can be redirected towards helping others. There's wisdom in knowing you don't really have control over what happens to you, but you do have control over how you react to it. I think this was the first point in the game where I had to reload a fight, since with the increased health pool, stopping the adds from spawning and then getting to the boss is much more important. The fight is really tough, but after some determination and a lot of time, we defeat the Avatar of Merkel.
Impossible. Death cannot take me. I am its master. My lord, hear me. Nothing. I am forsaken. You have no idea what you've done. Isabel.
Despite everything, in the end, Kethric's last thoughts are of his daughter.
Now, we pick our way toward our fates, unleashed.
Okay, we're just gonna let Aelin take out her frustration. It's a little uncomfortable for her to be so violent, but it's also understandable. The game is masterful when it comes to nuanced characters and storytelling. Aelin isn't immediately satisfied with Kethric's death. She has a lot of pent-up feelings regarding her imprisonment and abuse. On Kethric's body, we find a nether stone. We don't quite know what this is yet, but each of the Chosen have one, so we assume we're going to need it.
In death, the body is cooling, but energy radiates from the stone.
Remarkable. Truly.
Oh, look who it is, after all the fighting's done.
Perhaps not a cure, but you've found the source of your infection, and the reason for its abnormality. The crown atop the Elder Brain. Its markings suggest it was forged in Netheril, an ancient empire whose mastery over magic rivaled that of the gods.
Seems like the Chosen are controlling the Elder Brain through some kind of magical artifact, which is tied to the stones each Chosen carries. We don't feel much sympathy for Ketheric, but it's clear that he was once a decent person, and a husband and father. Grief can do terrible things to people.
I looked after him with my life. I trusted him more than anything.
Karlach recognizes one of the Chosen, Gortash. She used to work for him, and he's the one that sold her to Zariel.
And now he'd use up the entire Sword Coast. He has to die. And I'm gonna be the one who kills him!
This relationship will be explored more in Act 3.
I can't help but feel like I've been fumbling in the dark for too long. And I've just had a lit torch thrust into my hands.
Gale is regaining some clarity after we defeated Ketheric without him blowing up.
Under other circumstances, I might have been subdued or ashamed. But after what we saw, I must admit, I'm excited.
He realizes now that the artifact that was controlling the Elder Brain is an ancient construction of Netherese magic. Netheril was an ancient civilization that had incredibly advanced magic that ended up causing a calamity which wiped out both the Netherese and magic from the world for a period of time.
Gods be damned. With that parasite in his brain, Father could wreak untold havoc in the Absolute's name. Should Baldur's Gate fall to the Absolute, every one of the coast cities will be ripe for the plucking. We're not just fighting for our cure, we're fighting for my father. We're fighting for the Gate. We're fighting for all of Faerun.
Will's right. His father being controlled by the cult presents a much bigger issue. The cult now has control over a central political figure to one of the most important cities in the region. It's become even more important to rescue Duke Ravengard.
I will never tire of sitting on dead men's thrones.
Pop off, Queen.
During my time in the cult, I came to know one of his co-conspirators all too well. Baal's bloodletter, Orin.
Minthara has an existing relationship with the chosen Orin.
Jealous? You needn't be. When Orin is in my hands, her agony will nourish me. When I first visited Moonrise, I stood before the Absolute, in awe. It was more of an idea than an entity. Pure love. Total power. Orin was by my side. She told me that God had chosen me to be a true soul. Blessed and adored.
Quick tip for those of you at home, if anyone ever tells you that God has chosen you, or God speaks through them, they're lying.
Orin held me down in a cocoon of flesh, while a mind flayer forced a parasite into my brain. And she laughed at my fear. I will find her. I will murder her. And I will smile. There is a short path from savior to ruler. A short and bloody path. I know it well, and we will walk it together.
Minthara wants to usurp the cult's leadership, but we aren't down with this.
We could reshape the world.
We don't want to subscribe to the cult's methods of employing violence to take power.
There is violence in your future regardless. With me, you can at least be sure the violence will lead to glory.
Violence isn't inevitable. Minthara is wrong about this. We just have a very different worldview than Minthara, and it isn't worth arguing with her right now.
You chose to incapacitate me rather than killing me when you eradicated my minions. Why?
Minthara has some dialogue here asking us about our intentions for sparing her, but we don't have the option to tell her we wanted more companion content.
A curse lifted. The dead three allied once more. The balance shifts.
Even Withers is here to speak cryptically about what's going on.
Consider, mortal. Do illithids possess souls?
This is actually a really important question.
No.
Withers says that illithids in fact do not possess souls, which we're going to have more to say on later.
Aelin! Isabel! My love. You were dead. I saw your body. I'm here. And so are you. And my father, he can't hurt us any longer.
Now we actually see the extent of Aelin and Isabel's relationship. They're lovers. This goes to show Aelin experienced the same level of loss as Ketheric, but she didn't let it compromise her principles.
There you are. This is Aelin. Aelin, this is...
Oh, but we have met. This is the soldier that freed me most valiantly from the Shadowfell. They watched my boot crush the very brain of villainy, and fought well against your changed father.
May he rest in peace at last, now that he's dead.
The two of them have a good dynamic, with complementary personalities. The writing between the two feels natural and fits the setting. Overall, it's extremely well executed, and adds to both the characters and the game.
You there, Sharon. By the fires of your camp's hearth, We will discuss all we must.
I'll be ready. Whatever you have to say had better be worth your life.
Now, you will leave us. We must take succor in one another's bodies and words.
Aelin!
Okay, Aelin, chill. We don't need to hear about your suck. Looks like the two will be joining us on our adventure. Since we helped free Aelin, and we reunited her with Isabel, the Aasimar and the Cleric will come with us to Baldur's Gate to help thwart the insidious plot of the Chosen. We've already dealt with one of the three, so our chances are starting to look better and better that we can actually pull this off.
Baldur's Gate is sick. Once the pinnacle of greatness, it's eating itself alive to save itself from starving.
We speak with Wolbrin and find out he has some pretty radical ideas regarding Baldur's Gate.
Find me in the city. And once you see what it's become, you'll know that I, and I alone, can stop it.
What he says is a little concerning, but we plan to meet up with him once we get to the city.
Vlaakith's warriors are upon us.
While leaving the Shadow-Cursed lands, a party of Gith ambush us.
Where Wargaz failed to kill you, I won't make the same mistake.
We have such a large party at this point that encounters like this are becoming pretty easy to manage if everyone sticks to their roles.
It is as we knew. My people have turned their blades against us.
Lae'zel is resolved to fight any Gith that try to stop us.
And we will grant them their only just fate. Death.
Back at camp, Shadowheart has some questions for Aelin.
You spoke of my past, being chased by wolves. I told no one about that. Almost no one. But I certainly didn't share that with you.
There is nothing I can tell you that you do not already know yourself. They trained you well, trained you hard. Chiseled away any part of you that did not fit their plan. They made you forget.
Aelin helps Shadowheart to recover some of her lost memory, and we get more context to the scene with the wolf. It was someone shapeshifted, not a wolf, and the Sharans seem to have abducted Shadowheart.
What? Who was that man?
You already know. Did you not see yourself in him? Do you not recognize your own blood?
My father. That was him.
That is him. He lives still. And your mother, too.
It was Shadowheart's father. The Sharans stole Shadowheart from her parents when she was very young, and her adopted family warped her memory and lied to her about her parents.
You are not to blame. You were young, impressionable. They took you because they wanted to break and remake you. But you are a child no longer. You are a woman, one who knows what must be done.
My parents. I need to save them.
So Shadowheart might actually be from a Selûnite family, as she had been manipulated by Shar from a young age. The next morning we check in with her.
My parents are alive, and I have to save them. I think a part of me always knew that. A part that Shar denied to me. But I want you to refrain from foolish heroics. When the time comes, we'll be entering a nest of vipers. I couldn't bear to lose you. Not after everything.
Wow, she likes us!
The curse has been lifted. The land's cleansed of the shadows. Kethric's reign of living death is over.
With Thaniel rescued and Ketheric defeated, the Shadow Curse is finally lifted, and the land can begin to recover. This is an awesome moment in the game, both narratively and symbolically. We've come really far since the beginning, and there's been a few strange turns, but we're fighting for something bigger than ourselves. Undeniably, this isn't just about us curing these parasites anymore. It's become more than a battle of individual survival. We're fighting for the survival of the city of Baldur's Gate. They don't even know it yet, but there are tons of people counting on us. The Shadow Curse being lifted is symbolic of this point in the story. We can do this. We've already come so far, and there's no turning back now. Through a collective effort, we've done amazing things and cured this land. We have so much momentum going into the third act. It feels appropriate to be more optimistic now than we have been up to this point in our story. Act 3's intro starts with Gortash having a portrait painted.
Sergeant, if you are here, I presume Wern's Rock is secure, and preparations for my inauguration are complete.
No, Lord Gortash. We were interrupted. Another quake in the lower city. More severe this time.
We learned that there are earthquakes in the city, and Gortash now controls the Flaming Fist.
But even I cannot command natural phenomena to cease.
Forgive me, my lord, but there is panic in the streets. The people are afraid.
Perhaps the people would be calm if you kept your nerve. I expect better from the Flaming Fist than to run scared from a slight tremor in the earth. Get back to your duties.
Duties, duties, duties. Patrolling and saluting and following and bowing and scraping. Yes, sir. No, sir. Rip and cut your throat, sir. Your plan is falling apart, lordling. Give me a reason not to cut you to ribbons.
Through this, we also are informed that Orin is a shapeshifter. Doppelgangers were a big part of the plot of the original Baldur's Gate, so it looks like they'll be returning here. I'm personally not a fan of any character that's murder-obsessed like Orin, but her acting performance and delivery are excellent.
I itch to peel you, to split your skin, to see your skull shine in the light. Little tyrant.
Speaking of acting, Orin's line here contains a reference to Shakespeare's Macbeth.
Oh, but tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, my blades will thirst again.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow comes from the play's most famous soliloquy, which is one of the most famous out of all of Shakespeare's soliloquies. The reason why tomorrow is repeated is because the actor is intended to address each section of the audience, stage left, right, and center. Orin adds a fourth tomorrow because she's speaking through the fourth wall, to us, the audience. Media breaking the fourth wall is often cheap, but it's done so subtly and expertly here, I can't help but admire the writing. Before we begin Act 3, we need one last spoiler warning. From here on, we'll be discussing major plot points and reveals, even more so than Act 2. We're still a very long way from the ending, but Act 3 is the most content-dense section of the game. I encourage you to go and play the game yourself before continuing, but if the video has so far piqued your interest, even with spoilers, this game is a delight to play, so there's no reason not to go play the game once we're done. What we've been struggling for this whole time, the city of Baldur's Gate, is finally within reach.
Beyond the campsite, the city waits in uneasy silence, one sleep away.
Astarion is still concerned with the runes on his back.
I think we should track down my fellow spawn. I'm not exactly looking forward to a reunion, but perhaps they'll know something.
We agree with Astarion to seek out answers once we reach the city.
If you follow this path to its end, the Elder Brain will not answer to the Chosen. It will answer to you. Will you liberate them from their parasites and their religious delusions? Or will you use the power you gain for your own purposes?
The narrator perfectly sets the tone for the start of Act 3.
All you need to do now is sleep. But sleep is not for you.
Hear me. Gather. The reckoning is upon us.
Our rest is disturbed by the command of the Elder Brain, which seems to strain the power of the artifact. Githyanki emerge from a portal, and the Dream Visitor asks us for help. We don't really have to fight the Gith. Instead, we quickly enter the portal and find ourselves back in the Astral Prism. We see more Gith inside, but we don't really know what's going on. They seem to be attacking our Dream Guardian, so we press on. Weird. There are intellect devourers here, and they appear to be on our side. There's a fancy-looking Mind Flayer here fighting the Githyanki. There's also a fancy-looking Githyanki imprisoned here.
Before you do anything, I am your ally.
Wait.
We are in danger. The Githyanki is the source of our protection against the Absolute. I must subdue him, or everything we've worked towards is lost. Don't let my form deceive you. I am the one that's been protecting you. I am the one that came to you in your dreams.
So it's claiming to be our Dream Guardian. This is a huge reveal. It's very hard to see this twist coming, but there are bits of foreshadowing you can only recognize once you've already played the game.
The Honor God. Eliminate them.
This is the Emperor, our mysterious benefactor. We have so many questions, and also a lot less trust. Aside from being a Mind Flayer, this guy has been lying to us the entire time about his true identity. For Orpheus? Wait a second, is that who the Githyanki is? The long-lost heir to Mother Gith? The true leader of the Githyanki people? And he was in our pocket this whole time? What we're seeing is pretty overwhelming, and we have no choice but to fend off the Githyanki.
Thank you. That was too close. Don't look at me like that. I am a Mind Flayer. Yes. Without me, you would be a slave to the Absolute.
It's obscene to owe my life to a damned gay.
Lizelle, you can't just call someone that. But yeah, we need answers.
You may call me the Emperor.
The Emperor shows us a vision of his story.
I came from Baldur's Gate, though I was never one to be constrained by circumstance. I longed for more. That longing brought me to Moonrise Towers on a search for treasure. To a colony of Mind Flayers who caught me, changed me into what I am now. For years, I served the Elder Brain, the one you know as the Absolute. I was a thrall like any other, but I was fortunate. I broke free and started a new life in my old city.
So this guy was from Baldur's Gate, and he found the colony of Mind Flayers under Moonrise, which appeared to be before the Shadow Curse. He also was able to break free of the Hive Mind on his own.
I had the good fortune to meet Duke Stelmane. We formed a partnership, and through her, I became the governing force behind the Knights of the Shield, the largest mercantile operation in Baldur's Gate. People referred to me as the Emperor. Such was my influence, though of course they had no idea what I really was. My needs were sated. I was happy for a while, until my true nature was discovered by the tyrant himself, Lord Gortash. He tore me from my home and brought me back to the Brain, where I became a slave once again. A slave he continued to call the Emperor.
The story's a little bit suspicious, but we're just gonna have to take his word for it for now.
Prince Orpheus, son of the first leader of the Githyanki.
Orpheus? Impossible. He was slain by Shastil Kithrak himself.
Quite possible, I assure you. His power has been the source of your continued protection against the voice of the Absolute. The power to disrupt hive mind communication.
It is the same power that enabled Orpheus's mother to bring about the fall of the Illithid Empire eons ago. A power she passed on to him, and that I leveraged for you. When Orpheus's mother left, a usurper took her place. Vlaakith declared herself queen of the Githyanki. Vlaakith wanted his power, but Orpheus rose against her, and so she sealed him and his honor guard within this prison. Bound by infernal chains, Orpheus could never leave. Bound by duty, his guard never would. They were close to breaking my homeland, Prince. And if they had succeeded, we would be lost. I am relieved. You have embraced your potential enough that you could help me eliminate them. Alone, Orpheus will be much easier to control.
Okay, so this is all a lot to take in.
Goth has sent me on a mission to retrieve the Astral Prism. I was one of many, but the first to find it. How Gortash or the other chosen learned of its existence, I do not know. The moment I found it, I felt it change. My free will returning. I followed the feeling inside, and found Orpheus. I realized what the prism was for. Containment. While my body was within the prison's bounds, my mind was free. I could resist the Elder Brain, the Chosen. Better yet, I could plan to overthrow them. All I needed to do was subdue Orpheus and find allies in the outer world. You.
The Emperor gives us a special tadpole that we can use to unlock more Illithid powers. We won't be doing that this playthrough, but it is a pretty cool character upgrade.
I understand. Let us hope then that your present self will be sufficient to deal with 3 gods of death and a giant magically enhanced Elder Brain. But in case you change your mind...
We're left with a lot of skepticism, but for now we have to continue our journey. So far, the Emperor has been working with us, but clearly it's been through lies and manipulation, so we'll have to keep that in mind.
Orpheus, Gith's only son. He lives. It is not the Gaeth visitor that Vlaakith would destroy and Voss would set free. It is Orpheus, the blood of the mother, the prince of the comet.
Lae'zel is a little shocked we found Orpheus. She insists we set him free so that they can start a rebellion with her people. We're gonna bide our time for now, since the Emperor insists we need Orpheus.
1 word from his lips, and the people would doubt. 2 words, and they would rage. 3 words, and they would bow to the true heir. If the Githyanki are to be free, the Prince of the Comet must lead the way.
Looks like Shadowheart changed her hair, but she still has the goth girl aesthetic.
I do not serve Shah anymore, nor the Mother Superior. The prism is no longer my mission. Saving my parents is.
Shadowheart is now fully against Char, and changing her hair is some nice symbolism. We'll be completing her arc later in the act. We're introduced to the first location in Act 3, Rivington, a town outside the city of Baldur's Gate. Our main objective here is to find a way into the city.
Excuse me, I can't find my mum.
This is Yenna, an orphan that we let join our camp. Yenna's main purpose is actually to serve as a failsafe character, but we'll discuss how later.
I do not understand why the matrons, patriarchs, of the city do not open their gates to the refugees.
Good question, Minthara. It looks like the city is closed to any refugees. Sort of a weird thing, seeing as how Baldur's Gate is a city known for immigration and opportunity.
I am suggesting they be fed and sheltered, and that they work in return. Call it whatever you wish. Perhaps you think it would be better for them to starve or be slaughtered here, while the citizens hide behind their walls.
Right, fair enough.
An earthquake.
We experience an earthquake, which will happen a few times during the act to remind us the situation is tenuous with there being a looming threat we have to deal with.
Welcome, adventurer.
We decide to shop for items at a local blacksmith.
Tell me, how do you like to kill?
This guy seems a little weird and... Okay, yeah, it's Orin.
You're the lick-spittle who crushed the Bone Lord's thrall. Have you come begging, sniffing for our stones? Gortash won't like that.
She does this a few times around Rivington and in the city. It's a good way to introduce us to the character and set her up as an antagonist.
Oren is watching.
Around Rivington, we also find a camp of Gur. Gur are itinerant monster hunters, and they've come to Baldur's Gate because of vampires. We actually met one of them in Act 1, who was searching for Astarion, but it wasn't really important to our story at that point.
Hello again.
Frey Vald Iskablast.
I feel we're intruding. We should leave quickly.
Calm yourself. You will not be harmed. Our leader has called off the hunt. She wishes to speak to you.
So, the impossible spawn walks among us in the blazing sun. We have been looking for you. The last time your friend came to our camp, he stole our children, our future.
It seems like Astarion's sire, Cazador, has kidnapped the Gur's children. We were already planning on searching for Cazador's palace in the city, so this just gives us another reason to do so.
Is it true you left your master? That you broke the spell that binds you to him?
Well, I mean, kind of. It's a long story, honestly.
You could save the children you damned.
You don't know Cazador like I do. He's merciless. You want me to march into the lion's den and save your children? But I promise you, they're already dead.
Okay, man, you could be a little more optimistic.
Excuse me. Did you not hear anything I just said? They're gone.
If our children are truly gone, then we ask for blood. I know you can understand that, Spawn.
We'll do it. We'll save them.
God damn it. Fine.
We have to pass through immigration into the city, and that's going to be a challenge.
Halt! By orders of Lord Gortash, refugees are no longer allowed in the city.
Orders of Lord Gortash? So this guy took power in a hostile way, and immediately banned refugees? Yeah, we're gonna have a lot to say about Gortash in a bit.
My good lady, I am Will Ravengard. I will not pay to enter my own city.
Ravengard? Ugh, more like the ghastliest tiefling south of Neverwinter.
Will tries to get us in, but he's become too hideous for people to recognize him.
Citizen, you are being accompanied by a malfunctioning steel watcher. Please stand back.
I think you have the wrong hunk of metal.
This Steel Watcher, some sort of large automaton, seems to think Karlach is also an automaton.
Turns out I'm the fucking prototype for these things. I'll dismantle every single one of them.
We pay a bribe to get in, just to make this simple.
The city thanks you for your contribution. Your name?
I'm called Daisy Dewdrop Fluffington.
Well met, Citizen Fluffington.
Your parasite stirs. From the construct, you feel connection, resonance.
Well, that's ominous.
Uh-huh. Eyes open, body still.
We acquiesce to a scan, and it seems the Watcher can see our past transgressions.
You are marked for special treatment. Not simply an enemy of the people, but an enemy of the Absolute. Come quietly, or die.
Before we can be arrested,
Eat this, you pile of junk!
some gnomes run by and sabotage the Watcher. We use the opportunity to pass the checkpoint. This is Worm's Crossing, a bridge that leads into Baldur's Gate. Worm's Rock Fortress is also situated here.
Men, women, children, all barred from entry. A damn travesty. A decade ago, Baldur's Gate would have welcomed any and everyone seeking refuge. Who would take in these souls, if not the Jewel of Baldurin?
Good point, Will. We're gonna have a lot to say about this in a little while.
As long as Gortash is in charge, they'll be left shivering at the gates. All part of the plan, of course.
At one of the inns, well, more of a brothel, we run into an associate of Raphael.
Oh. It's Raphael's favorite misadventurer. You've put me out of pocket, you know. Raphael bet me 5 soul coins you'd reach the city in one piece. He rented a room upstairs in the hope that you'd drop by.
This is Carilla, and she's been watching us through our entire adventure. You can catch glimpses of her throughout the game.
Take your time. Have a drink. Sample the goods. Go see him when you're feeling refreshed.
We decide to go meet with Raphael upstairs, as we also agreed to meet Voss here.
You must hear me, devil. I will do whatever it takes. Give you anything you ask.
There is only one thing in this world that I desire. You do not have it, and you never will.
It seems Voss wants to free Orpheus by making a deal with Raphael. Raphael won't accept this though, as he wants to make a deal with us. That means Voss needs our help in order to get help from Raphael.
I'm glad you came.
Raphael's still on his bullshit with the theatrics. It's a great touch that during dialogue his musical theme always creeps in.
One more thing before we begin, though.
For the first time since the Nautiloid, your mind is clear. It's unsettling.
Raphael can, seemingly at will, remove our contact with the Emperor and presumably with the Absolute. Finally, he gives us an actual reason to respect his power.
I'm afraid the tadpole is still there. But I did shut out your other visitor for a while, so we can enjoy some privacy. The Illithid can't hear us.
Raphael reveals that the crown controlling the Elder Brain is the crown of Karsus, an artifact of immeasurable magic power. Karsus was an immensely powerful magic user that inadvertently caused the calamity which destroyed Netheril.
I was there the day it all fell apart. Entire cities plummeted from the sky like angels with broken wings. The screams, oh, the screams. Hundreds of thousands of people watching in horror as the ground came up to meet them. It was not a happy meeting.
This means the crown's power level is astronomical compared to what we've seen so far.
The Orphic Hammer. An artifact capable of shattering the chains that hold Prince Orpheus is held securely in my House of Hope, even now.
Raphael also has the means to free Orpheus, and he wants to trade the crown for the hammer. Raphael's ultimate goal is to control the Hells using the crown.
You free Orpheus, and in doing so save the city, the Sword Coast, perhaps the whole world, and your own precious skin too. And you give me the crown that dominates the Elder Brain. And you, Lae'zel of Kalir, want to free the Forgotten Prince, do you not?
I want nothing more.
Then it is settled, is it not? A crown for a hammer. A bargain of a lifetime, Lae'zel of Kalir.
If you know more about the setting, it's very unlikely Raphael could actually succeed. But either way, we don't want him to have such a powerful artifact.
I won't stop you. But time is running out. So, don't stay away for long. If you see reason, I'll be here, waiting. Right up to the moment the world ends.
Lae'zel wants to take the deal, but we assure her that we'll have a chance to free Orpheus without Raphael's help.
Voss, friend to the Comet.
Lae'zel of Kalir, warrior of warriors. Tell me you took the devil's deal. Tell me you will free Gith's heir.
Voss's only desire is to see Orpheus free, so he also wants us to take the deal.
I did not come this far for you to turn your back on the First Mother's son.
Githkar Tavkim crashed. You put your trust in me, Voss. I plan to honor it.
He's not happy about it, but he trusts us.
Find a way to retrieve the hammer and free Orpheus from the prism. I will assemble his remaining honor guard and plan our next actions. Together, we will yet free the true heir of Gith's blessed empire. He will free us from Vlaakith and lead our Kithraki against the Geich.
Once we have the hammer, we'll meet Voss under the city. aka he'll be hiding in the sewers.
Our stock isn't used. It's tried and tested by the finest adventurers. Very well, then.
We make our way to a Harper safe house nearby to plan our next moves.
Hi, Harper. May Seluna's tears shine on this meeting.
A very formal greeting, Geraldus. You are well?
Yes. Hi, Harper. Standing beneath Seluna's tears.
The lad's a little nervous, Jaheira. We heard of your great victory against Ketheric.
I understand, Geraldus. Take a moment.
We failed an insight check, so we ruined Jaheira's attempt to subtly communicate that these Harpers are imposters.
Something familiar about you. Doesn't she remind you of our old friend Marcus?
These Harpers, aside from Geraldus, have all been replaced by doppelgangers working for Orin.
But then you brought an idiot along.
We make quick work of them. But this bodes very ill for the Harpers as an organization here in Baldur's Gate.
Did I get it right?
Seluna's tears. It is said no false face can stand beneath their light. An old code, Harper. But yes, you got it right. Now I need your report.
We had eyes on suspected cultists in the city, like you asked. We thought we were tracking them, but...
They were tracking you instead, evidently. Doppelgangers.
It's safe to assume that we won't be getting much help from the Harpers, judging by how deep they've been infiltrated. We still have Jaheira and some sparse contacts, but it looks like we're on our own.
I woke to one of them strangling Chelvin, while smiling at me out of her face. She said... It said... that I'd report back to you as normal. Lure you here, and... I had no choice!
I'm sure it felt that way, Geraldus. The others were likely dragged back to Orin. Tortured. Sacrificed.
Jaheira dismisses Geraldus for failing, but he still wants to stay in the fight.
There is always a choice. And the Harper must be able to make the hard ones. Perhaps this isn't the life for you after all, Geraldus.
No, Jaheira! Hi, Harper! Please! I'm still a Harper. I want to help!
We insist to be given a chance, since we're going to need all the help we can get.
I want to fight. For Chelvin. For all of them. So it means something.
Death is death. To look for meaning in it is foolishness, boy. Childish storybook nonsense. Exactly the kind the Harper would spout, I suppose. Fine. I have no right to make the choice for you.
Jaheira concedes, and we move on.
Yes, but they were Gortash's idea, which makes him the inventor. How about we settle on the Gondians and Gortash invented them?
Some of the chatter from citizens is actually very telling of Gortash's use of propaganda and misinformation to promote his agenda. These citizens are talking about who invented the steel watch, and argue over the semantics over who physically built them versus who had the idea. Big red flag. Gortash deserves no credit for building the steel watch. He used coercion and threats of violence to have prisoners design and build the Watchers. This would not have occurred without Gortash, but that doesn't mean he's credited with their creation. Gortash possesses none of the skills necessary to design or build the steel watch. Instead, he relied on corrupt methods and causing pain to others to achieve his goal. He absolutely does not get credit for the steel watch, which were only made possible under duress by expert craftspeople working around the clock under threat of their loved ones being killed. The real inventors and builders of the steel watch were engineers and skilled laborers, not the corrupt person in charge of the operation.
Greetings, Citizen Fluffington. I trust you are enjoying the city.
Upon approaching Worm's Rock Fortress, the fortification protecting the entrance to the city, we're again stopped by guards.
Worm's Rock's closed for the day.
Not closed to Duke Ulder Ravengard's own son, surely.
You having a laugh, devil boy? I know Ravengard, and last I knew, his spawn wasn't sporting those horns.
There's a ceremony taking place at the fortress, so we use our deception to convince the guard that we're a musician that's running late.
You want the last door on the right. Hop to it, Bard. You're late enough as is. Lower the gates. Special permission.
Once inside, the Steel Watch stop us, only to reveal that Gortash wants to meet with us.
Lord Gortash has been expecting you.
The Watcher's presence fades, but another takes its place. Confident, dominant, commanding.
My most esteemed guest, we meet at last. I am Lord Enver Gortash. You are the prison bearer, slayer of the dread General Ketheric Thorm. I welcome you to Baldur's Gate, my city.
This is our first meeting, but Gortash starts off strong by nonchalantly claiming this is his city. We're gonna have a lot to say about this.
Allow me to formally invite you to my inauguration. Make your way to the ceremonial hall.
We head upstairs to see what Gortash has to say, since we don't want to pick a fight with the Steel Watch quite yet.
Kinspeople, Baldurians, and dearest Duke Ravengard, thank you for joining me on this exceptional day.
Many of the city's nobles are gathered for the ceremony that will make Gortash an Archduke, which will bestow on him as much political power as is possible.
I can practically taste his blood from here.
Karlach wants Gortash dead, but we remind her that this isn't the right time to fight him.
A moment, please, my friends. An old acquaintance has come to pay her respects. Please, Karlach, come and say a proper hello.
My respects? You're lucky I've agreed not to shove my boot up your...
Ah, how I've missed your colourful turns of phrase. We must catch up just as soon as I've had words with your little friend.
Gortash immediately tries to make a bargain with us since we hold the third Netherstone.
The quakes are a clear warning. If nobody steps in soon, it'll free itself from the authority of the Crown. I expect it'll start with turning the Sword Coasts infected. You among them. That prism of yours won't last indefinitely. Next, the grand design. The Mind Flayer Empire reborn. If we're lucky, we'll become slaves. If we're unlucky, well, not the most thrilling of prospects, but it's a fate that can be avoided if you and I come to an understanding.
He tries to make it seem like it's in our best interest to work together, but he doesn't understand we have too many fundamental philosophical differences.
The likes of you stand to benefit from the likes of me.
We will not negotiate with fascists. Gortash tries to persuade us by making Orin out to be the bigger enemy.
Our assassins hunt you even now. They are very efficient killers.
Orin is obviously far more sadistic, but that doesn't make Gortash much better.
I'd like to propose a pact, a divine oath sworn upon spirit and flesh. I do no harm to you, nor you to me.
Let's be allies, said the viper to the frog.
We tell Gortash we'll think about it, just to get him to shut up because we have no intention of actually working with him.
Your camp is compromised. One among you is an imposter, a faceless. Who, I can't say. I'd suggest a thorough investigation.
This is a true statement regarding a plot point of Act 3. Orin abducts one of your companions, and holds them hostage until you go to save them. Fortunately for us, we have our entire party with us, so the game will default to picking the failsafe option in our camp, the orphan we met a few minutes ago. You can actually choose to work with either Gortash or Orin in Act 3, but of course we're going with neither option for this playthrough.
Distinguished dukes, patriarchs, dearest Ravengard, I will heed your call. A new chapter begins.
Enver Gortash, swearest thou by Balduran's blade to defend the citizens of Baldur's Gate from enemies within and without?
I swear.
Without any objection, Gortash is sworn in as the first Archduke of Baldur's Gate. The chosen of the God of Tyranny holds the highest political position in the city. You might be asking yourself, how could this happen? There's actually a succinct quote to explain this, that comes from the despicable Nazi propaganda architect Joseph Goebbels. He is attributed with saying, The big joke on democracy is that it gives its mortal enemies the tools to its own destruction. This was the strategy behind the Nazis' takeover of German people and politics during the 1930s. There was a perfect storm of unfortunate events which led to the Nazis seizing power, but much of it was only possible due to intense propaganda and brainwashing which were orchestrated by Goebbels. The Nazis used existing discontent to their advantage to convince angry people that discrimination and violence were the only ways to improve their lives. This was a lie, and the Nazi propaganda machine existed only to radicalize individuals into carrying out the Nazis' will. This is one of the major flaws of democracy. Not that it automatically gives rise to fascism or some other corrupt government, but rather it relies on an informed and rational electorate. When an electorate is consumed by propaganda, it may become unable to vote in its own interest. Being unable to vote rationally almost certainly leads to a tyrannical, or in some other form corrupt, government. This is how Gortash took power. After using a tadpole to control Ravengard, and inciting fear throughout the city with the cult of the Absolute, Gortash was easily able to manipulate the politics of Baldur's Gate into his favor.
Lord Enver Gortash in all his glory.
Karlach has some choice words after the ceremony.
I wish this city, the people running it, were smarter than me. Gortash isn't their salvation. He's the monster at the gate.
Wise words from Karlach, but the effects of propaganda and fear are powerful. Both the nobility and the commoners have been sufficiently manipulated. Even with holdouts within each, Gortash just needed a large enough power block to take over without any substantial opposition. Heading into the city proper, we're stopped by Mizora.
What do you want?
Your attention, little pup. Nothing more. And you'll be glad to give it. You see, Gortash has had your father relocated.
Mizora implies she knows where Duke Ravengard is being held, but doesn't let on any more information at this time.
I'll be in your camp if you want to work something out.
After such a long journey, we officially enter the city of Baldur's Gate. The city is massive, providing another opportunity for the artists and sound designers to show off. The city is also very dense with content spread across several areas, including multiple interiors and an underground. It would take too long to go over everything, and there has to be some left for people to discover when they play the game themselves, so we'll only be going over highlights and companion questlines. Upon entering, we see more evidence of Gortash's corruption. By the gate, guards are confiscating all livestock that comes into the city. Town criers and the newspapers spread propaganda, claiming that Gortash is the only one that can stop the Absolute. This is confirmed by a journalist we can meet, but we didn't talk to her. The newspapers are claiming that Gortash is the second coming of Balduran, which is egregiously bad political propaganda. First things first, we need to establish a base of operations.
I wonder if my old things are still there. They could be of use to me.
This is the Elf Song Tavern. The Emperor used to have a base here, and there was recently a murder upstairs.
Halt, Civvy. Turn back. This is an active crime scene.
Hold on, Thornhill. I'm tired of standing here. Devella's been up there for ages. Some diversion would be welcome.
We head upstairs to speak with the investigator.
Bollocks! I told those idiots not to let anyone through. You. Name, rank, and reason for interrupting an active crime scene.
There's actually several side quests in the city and Rivington in which the player investigates murders. Of course, these are tied to Orin, and they're how you eventually find her hideout.
An adventurer? Fantastic. We don't have enough of those in Baldur's Gate. Unless you've got useful information, leave me to my work. Duke Stelmane's dead, and I've got to find who killed her.
This crime scene concerns the murder of Duke Stelmane, who used to be the business partner of the Emperor. The plotline of Devella sheds more light on corruption in the city. We won't be doing her associated quests, because we already know where to find Orin, but they are pretty involved. The background of the quest is that Devella's superiors are seemingly trying to downplay or even sabotage her investigation. This is because the Flaming Fist are now controlled by Gortash and the mind-controlled Duke Ravengard, so we can assume that the organization has been infiltrated and corrupted. Unfortunately, that's the issue with security forces that owe loyalty to individuals and not to a state. Even though there are people with good intentions like Devella, the organization as a whole has been essentially crippled.
And the removal of the hand. I've a theory, but... Oh, well, you're a civilian. That one will be for me to follow up.
Devella has a hunch that the murders are being carried out by ballists, which is known to be true. I mean, who else would it be? We tell her we'll assist with her investigation because she needs help from someone who isn't a flaming fist.
And thank you. If I'm right, you'll be doing a great service to the city.
We go back downstairs to ask about renting the room upstairs.
If we get you staying up there, perhaps folk will calm down and realise there's naught to worry about. You can have the whole upstairs floor until this killer thing blows over.
The innkeeper admits the murder has been bad for business, and we're able to secure the room at a reduced price.
Yours. If it gets a bit too noisy at night, well, don't sleep above a pub.
Ah yes, these will be our accommodations for the rest of the game. We've spent so much time roughing it out in the wilderness and in dungeons, it's nice to have a comfortable lodging for a change. While we're here, we need to appreciate the music.
Sing a song of Baldur, who founded Baldur's Gate. Empire golden, built on trade, could not avert his fate.
This music is a fan favorite, and for good reason. It perfectly encapsulates us reaching this point in the game. It's full of double meaning and allusions to Act 3 events and characters.
Now hope is gone, or so it seems, but game's not over yet. New cards are drawn, new hands are played, newcomers place a bet.
Something so self-referential can be very hard to pull off in a game, but this song is exceptional. We're reminded, once again, that this game is meant to feel like a tabletop experience. We are, in fact, playing a game. But the song doesn't need to break the fourth wall to remind us of that. We're in the final act now, and both in regards to our playthrough and the upper hand of our enemies, the game's not over yet. Like mentioned before, Yenna has made her way to camp. Unfortunately, she is a failsafe character, so this probably isn't even her at this point. Failsafes mean characters or events that occur when a condition hasn't been met. This game, as we've talked about, doesn't hold your hand and it lets you fail. However, the game doesn't let players become soft-locked and have to reload very old saves. For example, you can actually throw away Kethric's Netherstone from the end of Act 2, which results in the Emperor sending it to our camp stash. In Act 3, a member of your camp must be abducted by Orin, and Yenna is a candidate in case no one else is actually in your camp at the start of the act. It's actually really interesting how players have sought out things like this and developers planned for all kinds of failsafes. While we're here, we explore the tavern's basement to find the Emperor's old hideout. First we have to defeat a swarm of rats, which is the only other rat-based encounter we'll experience in this playthrough.
Blackett has found us.
We make our way to the hideout, and find a group of Githyanki waiting for us on Blackett's orders. This fight has a portal mechanic, in which there are two Githyanki on opposite sides of the room that maintain portals which summon even more Githyanki. Taking them out of the fight early and destroying the portals is essential. By now, we have a ton of abilities to make use of, and we can crowd control or damage large areas from range. One of the spells we've used quite a lot as a bard is Hideous Laughter, which causes a target to fall to the floor laughing. This is generally how we've dealt with individual strong targets, such as in this fight, where we use the spell on the Githyanki leader. This actually causes her to roll on the floor laughing, and this is an example of how deep the interactions go with abilities and unique voice lines or chatter. We defeat the Githyanki and come upon the Emperor's old things.
My own home. Thank you for bringing me back.
We pick up his sword and his Emperor outfit, but we won't be using them. You can interact with a lot of objects down here for more backstory and voice lines. We make our way through the secret exit only to find a frightened Yenna, except we know this isn't actually Yenna.
Is it my Netherstone you seek, little piggy?
As referenced before, Orin has kidnapped Yenna as a hostage to be sacrificed to Baal. It's entirely possible to lose Yenna or several other companions this way if you go after Orin before Gortash. Orin pulls the same move as Gortash, trying to make a bargain with us to join forces. Of course, we'll not be partnering with Orin either, but she's also perfectly fine with us agreeing to kill Gortash first, then fighting each other for the final stone.
Shred each other. The survivor claims the stones. What's left of the other is Baal's.
We can call back to what we talked about earlier regarding Plato. Both Orin and Gortash are corrupt, and we see this manifest in the two going against each other as soon as their balance of power is threatened. It's likely the plan of the Dead Three's chosen was destined to fail from the start.
Refuse me,
And you'll learn what happens to those who defy Baal's doctrine. So will your friend.
It's me, Yenna. You remember me, right?
Before we take on either, though, we have a list of things to take care of in the city.
You! What are you doing here?
At the local magical emporium, Sorcerer's Sundries, we run into Roland, who we helped previously in Act 2 when his siblings were being held in the prison under Moonrise.
For taking Leroican's contract to retrieve the Night Song?
The wizard that owns the store is still searching for the Night Song, which has been a plot thread since Act 1. We'll have to come back here later with Aelin.
Karlach, you're looking well.
Looks like Daemon made it to Baldur's Gate and was able to open up a shop.
I haven't stopped trying, but all roads lead to a...
Unfortunately, he still doesn't have a way to solve Karlach's engine problem.
We cannot expect either of the Chosen to fall easily, but fall they must.
While talking to Jaheira, she expresses some serious thoughts.
The Harpers have been fractured, infiltrated by doppelgangers. Perhaps we might have done something to help, or just fallen into the trap along with them. Oh, I only have myself to blame. I have not been overly generous with the truth. I came here to learn of the Chosen, true enough. But I set my Harper searching for someone else, too. Tell me, what do you know of a man named Minsk of Rashomon?
Minsk is another character from the original games, a rather silly fan-favorite character.
Minsk!
Jaheira explains that Minsk and her originally found the cultists before they had much presence in the city, but Minsk's boldness got him captured and Jaheira had to flee. Jaheira is disappointed in herself and Minsk for not defeating the cult when they had the chance.
And the last time I saw him, I left him to die.
We agree with Jaheira to look for Minsk, as he would make for a powerful ally, along with him being Jaheira's oldest friend.
The Harpers are the city's best information network. With them out of action, we shall have to fall back on second best. Nine Fingers Keen.
A name known and feared throughout the city's underworld. The mysterious Keen runs the guild, which in turn runs every criminal enterprise in the city.
Looks like we have to seek out the Guild, the city's organized crime group comprised of thieves and other criminals. The Guild is run by one Nine Fingers Keen, and she may be our only source for information on Minsk. There are some absolutist smugglers fighting Guild members on a beach back by Rivington, so we lend a hand as an opportunity to gain the Guild's trust. Just a quick side note, there are some amazing names in Act 3. Personally, I think this is a lot of fun, because it feels like your DM is getting really tired of good names, so they just start naming NPCs whatever they feel like. I want to highlight NPC names like Blunt Scuncher and Fungalsby.
Are you trying to sneak past Tuskgrunts? Do not worry. Guild's friends are Tuskgrunt's friends.
The entrance to the Guild hideout is pretty easy to find. We gain access to the Guild Hall and meet Nine Fingers.
It's an orphanage, Ukta. What would you have me do? Seize their toys as payment?
Well, they failed to pay tribute. We should withdraw our protection, at the very least.
And cede more ground to the Stone Lord? You're not suggesting I yield a single inch of the city, my city, to this cult?
This is Keen, the leader of the Guild, and...
We're playing host to a hero. You owe me a gold piece, grandmother.
Jaheira's granddaughter. This should be an interesting dynamic.
I'm searching for Minsk of Rashomon.
A big name, that. Such information does not come cheap, High Harper. Not in normal times. Of course. Seeing as these are not normal times and we're all such good friends, I'll do better than tell you where he is. I'm bringing him here as we speak. Or parts of him, at least. I gave no orders about the condition of his corpse.
It looks like Minsk has been making trouble for the Guild under a moniker, the Stone Lord. He's been taking more and more of the Guild's territory with the support of the cult.
The Stone Lord and his crew have earned a reputation. Pure brutality. No survivors. And where he mows my people down, this ripe little cult takes root. But not for much longer. We have word on where he plans to hit next. And he'll find us ready to hit back this time.
Nine Fingers. Estelle. Call off your ambush, tell us where he is, and we'll handle this.
We? I heard what happened to your harpers, Jaheira. I'm sorry, but this fight's too big for you alone.
A note in Ninefinger's room explains that the guild has set up an ambush for the Stone Lord at the counting house, the local bank. We'll have to hurry if we want to save Minsk. We use our charisma to gain access to the vaults of the bank. We can pretty much smooth talk our way into anywhere because of our persuasion and deception skills. We head to the highest security vaults to stop the ambush.
Still moving.
Hush your fussing. Ninefingers had this one made especially. Hello, mouthful. We'll barely slow it down.
It seems we're too late, and Minsk has been tricked into being eaten by a mimic.
Morrigan's cracked clay.
There is no gold in here!
This is Minsk, played by prolific voice actor Matt Mercer.
If there is one thing Minsk hates more than beasts with bad breath, it is those who are tricksome with the truth. And turnips. But you are no turnip. Let that be of comfort in your final moments.
Mercer's performance is great, and it really does justice to the original character.
Still seems very much himself to me.
Minsk is such a fun character, and introducing him in Act 3 feels like a deliberate choice. If he was in the game in Act 1 or 2, he may have really thrown off the tone of the game. In Act 3, we understand the stakes and what we're up against, and we get Minsk as a bit of comedic relief while still being a genuine character with a lot of heartfelt dialogue.
Ninefingers set a poor trap, little banker. Let the Absolute's faithful show you how it is done. Now come, Stone Lord. We have the gold, and the Absolute has need of it elsewhere.
as you say, Jaheira.
Now we know how the cult has been controlling Minsk. They've been using a doppelganger to act as Jaheira to keep him placated. We're gonna have to deal with the cultists before we can find out where Minsk went. I want to take a moment to talk about Minsk as a character in the context of this game. The original character, like others from the first game, was pretty one-dimensional and lacked depth. Minsk and his pet miniature giant space hamster, Boo, can feel a little bit out of place considering how serious the tone of this game can be. Minsk is very silly, and is a huge contrast to some of what we've experienced so far. But on the other hand, the character serves to remind us not to take things so seriously since we are playing a game after all. Minsk has a very black and white interpretation of good and evil, and his dialogue reflects this worldview. He fully believes in justice and fighting corruption, and he makes very few concessions to ambiguous morality. In essence, Minsk represents a time when storytelling was less complex in games. The original Baldur's Gate was a leap forward in game design at the time, and Baldur's Gate 2 had an extremely well-written antagonist. But games back then in general did not possess a lot of nuance in their approach to morality. There are always examples of games that were ahead of their time, but BioWare as a studio seriously raised the bar when it comes to storytelling, first with the Baldur's Gate games, then with Knights of the Old Republic, and then again with Mass Effect. Each of these were incredibly influential when it comes to narrative in games, and each set a new standard of complex characters and nuanced morality. Minsk is here to remind us how far games have come, but also to remind us that we're still here to have fun. Minsk is fun! By far, the silliest character in the game and least serious from a narrative perspective, but he still fits into the context of the game since this level of silliness is used so sparingly. As you have more interactions with Minsk, you come to understand that he isn't meant to be as shallow as his original character, and he actually fits into the game pretty well. He still retains his original charm though, and helps to remind the player that first and foremost, we're here to have fun and beat up evildoers.
You can tell Ninefingers this was not my fault.
We are tasked by Glitterbeard, the guild contact at the bank who set up the ambush, with retrieving the bank's stolen money from Minsk. While in the vault, we find some clues that indicate Minsk and the cultists are hiding out in the sewers.
Good for you.
There's an entrance to the sewers back at the guild hall, which we make use of.
Do you have elder siblings, wizard? In Menzoberranzan, after a house has 2 sons, every subsequent male-born child is slaughtered at birth, as it is useless, even for breeding. You have the aura of a 3rd child about you.
The sewers is its own zone, with plenty of encounters and even secret areas.
What's the name of that river down there?
Wizard called it the sewer.
Whatever it's called, it's impressive. And it tastes great.
After some exploration, we find Minsk and the cultists.
All the coin seems to be there, if a little blood-stained. You lot are enthusiastic about your lord's work.
Our Lady. We serve only the absolute.
Oh, silly me. We Zentarim are so long past our own godly roots, I'm afraid I forget the half of them.
It turns out the cultists are working with the Zentarim in order to undermine the guild and take control of the city's criminal underworld. This character, Roa Moonglow, and the Zentarim have appeared a few times across Act 1 and 2, but we haven't mentioned them. The Zentarim are a shady mercenary and mercantile operation that operates across Faerun, at times doing the bidding of the Dead Three's Bane. The Zents are generally bad guys, so it's no surprise that they're working with the cult.
Wait. Flop all you wish, little fish. But Minsk has caught you!
On that note, good luck. The job will be done by the time you get to the guild hall.
We defeat the evil Jaheira in the ensuing fight.
No!
Knock out Minsk, defeat the other cultists, and stop Moonglow from getting away with the stolen gold.
Against the darkness swarming his senses, a single light glows. Rage, flaring brighter every moment.
Killed her.
Minsk believes we killed Jaheira, even though the real Jaheira is right in front of him.
Protect him from the Elder Brain's influence. Quickly!
No. This one will not aid our cause. Get rid of him.
The Emperor doesn't want to bring Minsk into our group, which is extremely disappointing. And sort of a weird move by him.
His thoughts, his mind, pure chaos.
The mind flare pours poison in your ear, I think. Tell it I will tear the prism from your grasp and throw it into the deepest lava pit I can find. Long after our bones are dust and ash, the walls of its prison will still be burning. Now help my friend!
Jaheira big dogs the Emperor, and Minsk has extended the prism's protection.
Fine. Have it your way.
Jaheira? I do not understand.
Good. That means you're back to your old ways.
Minsk realizes he can't find his companion, Boo, and quickly rushes off.
Where is he? My friend, from our brief sharing of skulls, I know you have faced many strange beings, but none like this. Whatever happens, show no fear and stay your hand. Trust in Minsk. Wait! You gaze into Minsk's soul and see his foul crimes. You smell the stench of evil upon him, pointy claws primed, ready to scratch out his eyes. I am sorry, my friend. I am at the mercy of your faultless justice. Now, if you must burrow through my blackened heart, I am ready. No? You are certain? Oh, such boundless compassion. You are all heart. And whiskers. And cute little nose. You are right, of course. There is still much evil for Boo and Mince to stamp out. But we need not fight it alone. I have a new face to show you. But it is not a villainous one for the clawing, understand? This is Boo. And Boo, meet you?
It is an honor.
No, it is a hamster. A miniature giant space hamster. Fear not, you will learn the difference in time. Those villains locked Boo away, lest his righteous gaze cause their tadpole to flee in terror. Now we are together again. All will be exactly as... Boo, why do you use such language? Once more, my hamster proves himself my greater half, and makes the path clear when my mind is fuzzier than his tiny bottom. He says we will join with you, and cleanse Baldur's Gate of evil. Together!
I don't care what anyone says, Minsk is a great character in this game. People may associate him with other cringeworthy types of humor, but when a character is written so earnestly and presented so genuinely, with accompanying music motifs and excellent line delivery, you can't consider this cringe. Minsk is awesome, and hilarious. Between his comedic lines and characterization as the ultimate believer in justice, it would be disingenuous or just plain cynical to see this character and think otherwise.
I think you might have made a terrible, terrible mistake.
With Minsk by our side, we have an even better chance of taking down the Absolute.
The Absolute threatens thousands, the entire coast. And still you risked much to help one man. I should berate you, but I can only say thank you. Your reasons were your own. But whether you meant for it or not, your fight is our fight, huh? Both of us. To the very end.
Back at the Guildhall, the Zhentarim have made their move.
This is Zhentarim territory now. Just as soon as we've purged it of guild rats. Nothing personal.
We join the guild in defending themselves, and thwart the Zhentarim's attempt to take over. This fight is pretty easy because of the help of Ninefinger's bodyguards, who are pretty formidable in their own right. We confront Keen, who assumes Minsk has come to dethrone her.
Come on then, Stone Lord. If you mean to take my chair, you'll get no better chance than this.
Minsk has no interest in your furniture, Ninefingers. Only in the wicked rump that fills it.
What?
You have been a stone in this city's boot for too long. And it will be no Stone Lord who reaches twixt Baldur and sticky toes to dislodge you. It will be Minsk!
I haven't got the slightest idea what he's trying to say.
Proof that he is back to normal, no?
This moment is actually a little touching, and reflects poorly on Jaheira as a maternal figure. Keen recounts her childhood, in which she literally looked up to Minsk. Oh, worth mentioning, prior to the events of the game, Minsk and Boo had been turned into a statue which was on display in one of the city squares.
It's silly, but do you know, you were something of a hero of mine when I was young.
Even now, your tongue twists the truth. When you were young and 10-fingered still, Minsk and Boo were stone, instatuated on a city square.
Aye, I remember the spot. By a garden on the Wide. A soft thicket near the market, with ample pockets to pick.
It's also an interesting interaction between Minsk, who sees good and evil as binary, and Keen, who has a much more nuanced idea of morality. Keen is a thief, the leader of all thieves, but does not believe herself to be a bad person. Rather, she sees herself more as a product of an unfair society and one of the only remaining true defenders of Baldur's Gate.
Evil is evil, even if it was once innocent.
Oh, I'm no innocent. But evil? Well, you tell me. With the Fist, the Watch, and the Council itself all licking the Absolute's boots, who's the only one left standing to protect Baldur's Gate?
She's right, Minsk. She's been an ally down through the years. A friend, even.
A friend? Jahira, Boo cannot believe his ears. Has this city fallen so far in our absence? Are there no heroes left?
Heroes come and go. But the guild has always been here, protecting the city.
Interesting dialogue between these two. Keen is right. When institutions fail, it's up to the people to protect themselves from injustice and corrupt forces. Minsk is more distraught at the fact that there are so few people left that uphold his view of justice. We convince Minsk that, even though she's a criminal, Nine Fingers and the guild are on our side.
Like a berserker lodge of my homeland. No army or militia serving the local lords, but heroes working for the common good.
Heroes. Sure.
Very well. Minsk and Boo accept.
I'm sorry, you what?
Boo and I will be your berserker lodge, taking the ugly ways of your guild and beating them into a more virtuous shape.
That's not even slightly what I was saying. I wasn't asking.
You are right. I have proven myself unworthy. I cannot serve this city if I was so easily turned against it. If I do not know my own mind, perhaps I no longer know what is good.
Minsk is having a bit of a crisis, but we encourage him.
My friend, I am touched by your kind words. And now I must be equal to them. What say you, Boo? When the Absolute is slain, shall we join Nine Fingers Keen and show her the ways of goodness?
You did say he was your hero, Estelle. Maybe you'll learn something.
Oh, can't we just go back to killing one another instead?
Minsk comes to an agreement with Keen that they can work together, with the guild able to learn from Minsk's principles of goodness.
You have my thanks. Though, I'm still not actually sure you haven't made my life that little bit harder.
See, even a character like Minsk can have some depth. When presented with gray morality, he struggles because of his binary view. We get the idea from this scene that Minsk believes he is still good because deep down his intentions are to fight evil and to help people, even if he feels guilt over working for the cult. What's more is, Nine Fingers alludes to her life being a little bit harder. Here's the thing, sometimes being a good person is harder than not. It shouldn't be a struggle, but sometimes you have to put forth some effort to be good and to uphold justice. Apathy towards justice is what leads to corruption in societies, so we all need to remember that upholding virtues requires some effort, and that they don't apply only when they're convenient.
Stinks of cheese between his piggy toes. How dare you?
After all this, we decide to spend some time at the circus to relax a little. The circus acts as a really fun side area full of more whimsical characters and side stories. You can do a whole bunch here, including having your relationship judged by a dryad, and spinning a prize wheel with a djinn. Both of these are assets that don't appear elsewhere in the game except as summons.
Behold! Akabi's Wheel of Wonders. Spin! To win prizes beyond your tiny imagination, and make your miserable life more bearable.
This is also home to the kobold Popper, who has my favorite dialogue line in the game.
Oh, hungry little hobgoblin. Want a treato? I has lots of treatos, and magics, and junks I finds. Don't worry. I only takes junks from dead people. I is nice.
While here, we see there's a clown performing for a crowd.
Buddy the dog is my very best friend. Do you know why? Why? Because with him, anything is possible. Way!
Just give the word and I will kill the clown. We would be praised as heroes.
This encounter has some really funny lines specific to certain party members.
You, my special assistant. Come on up.
We encourage Minthara to volunteer for the performance, as she's the funniest person we know.
Am I indeed? Perhaps I will tell my favorite joke. It is about you bleeding to death.
Go on, tell the one about the man who married a Drider.
It was a beautiful webbing.
Now, you're very special. As special as can be. Does anyone know why?
Why?
You're special, my friend. Because I have a message just for you. Praise the Absolute.
With the eerie circus music in the background and the weird clown, we saw this coming a mile away. The clown and a few of the nearby workers are doppelgangers. We make short work of them though. This starts a quest to investigate the murder of Dribbles that takes you all around the city, which coincides with the other murder investigations. This also triggers the best line in the game.
Clown Man is dead. Oh well. Want a treato? Why? I die, you die, we all die. Big Wolf. Have a treato. It'll make it better.
So real. Back at camp, Mizora makes a surprise visit with two other fiends, who are essentially lawyers from hell.
Sorore surge, testis esto pacti me. Come, sisters, be my testament. Notum sit in beator.
Notum sit in beator.
Holy hells.
Mizora offers to help us free Will's father, in exchange for him not being released from his pact.
Will Ravengard, a choice is before you. Option 1. I show you the way to your father. I guarantee him no harm except that from you and your allies. And you pledge your soul to me and the Archdevil Zariel in a pact eternal. Option 2. I break your pact, and you are freed from your duty. Your father dies by his enemy's hand, and Baldur's Gate loses its greatest champion. Name your sacrifice.
Bloody Zariel. I won't let her take Will.
Silence, Karlak.
Mizora, you asshole!
Choose.
Begrudgingly, Will accepts. We could still free Will's father without Mizora's help, but in that case she will actively try to sabotage us instead of helping us, so we let her get her way.
Do it then. Claim my soul for Zariel. Keep my father safe.
Fiat ita.
Fiat ita. Anima ad beator.
Seems you've got a new mission, pup. Go save your father. He's locked in a very nasty place. Gortash's secret command center and prison. Lucky for you, I know the way in. I'll mark your map. After all, a deal's a deal. You know what? I think I'll stick around. Not for the greater good, you understand. Just for the entertainment.
Our old friend Yurgir also makes an appearance at our camp.
Nice place you have here, little rabbit. Could use a few more trophies, perhaps. I'll keep this short or my absence will be noted. You need the Orphic Hammer, and I know where you need to look.
He tips us off on how we can make our way into Raphael's abode, the House of Hope.
There's a Diabolist named Halsik in the lower city. Find her, and she'll take it from there.
Maybe Yurgir wants to join us?
You'd regret it. I snore and kill in my sleep.
Okay, it was worth a try.
But remember what I said. See you around. Maybe.
That night, in our dreams, we meet with the Emperor who's pondering Duke Stelmane's death.
How did you? Oh, it's you. I must have let my mind wander. Enough for you to wander in.
Like he accidentally lets us see what he's doing, right?
Come. You may as well sit a while, now that you are here. Your company isn't unwelcome. I'm haunted by memories. They are relentless. I can think of nothing. No one else. Not love, no. What I had with Baldur Stelmane was much more than that. It was unique, at least when she was alive. You thought you were my first ally. Far from it. I have long sought the allyship of others. It is the only way to succeed. Though my relationship with Berlin was different from my relationship with you.
Yeah, we're gonna come back to what he means by that later, because it isn't what you think.
I could not have done any of it without her. Just as I cannot do any of this without you.
We do not reciprocate his attempts at flirting. This is way too weird of a dynamic for us to ever consider it.
I am glad you were able to learn something.
The next morning, Halsin mentions he's heard word from the Emerald Grove.
Life carries on there in our absence, just as nature intended. My chosen successor, Francesca, has proven to be a wise choice. Perhaps the wisest I ever made as Archdruid.
It seems things are going well, which is great to hear.
Wounds have healed. Damage has been undone. Balance has been restored. Those who seek to serve nature there can once again do so with all their hearts. There have been difficulties. Some initiates harbor too much admiration for Korga's course of action. Francesca will do what she must to rid them of such notions. She is well suited to the task. Better than I, perhaps. To cleanse a land of shadows is one thing, but to sway a heart from a dark path is another matter entirely.
Great insight by Halsin. It's great having Halsin along because he's such a wholesome character. Like he's this big, strong old bear, double meaning intended, that cares deeply for the natural world and isn't afraid to get his hands dirty.
Still, though, I cannot help but wonder if there was more I could have done. Perhaps, Oakfather willing, I may yet have the chance someday.
Even though we know him to be wise, he always has the mindset that there's always more to learn. Sometimes this manifests as self-doubt, which is sort of his one character flaw. But he relies on the wisdom of those around him for reassurance, and that's admirable. It's a little difficult for Halsin.
The Shadow Curse occupied me so entirely and for so long. I almost missed the purpose it gave me. Now I must find a new one.
Lifting the Shadow Curse was his one objective for so long, he needs to define a new purpose for himself. He's very capable, so we believe he'll be able to figure it out.
Perhaps one day, you and I can both return and see it for ourselves.
We decide to...
Mother's milk, your visage speaks of ill
Mother's
tidings.
milk.
Speak, ally mine. What troubles you?
We decide to tell Aelin about the wizard that's been looking for her.
Indeed. Pray tell, what does he seek from Dame Aelin?
Aelin will go to confront Lorroacan, and Isabel will get a head start recruiting nearby Selûnites for our battle against the cult.
Magicians and their machinations. I have had enough for an eternity. I will wring his neck until he's dead.
Yep, there you go, Aelin, yeah. Oh, wrong way. We use a portal back at Sorcerer's Sundries to travel to Ramazith's Tower, which is where Lorroacan resides. Ramazith's Tower is an extremely tall tower located in the upper city of Baldur's Gate. Built by the wizard Ramazith, the tower appears in the original Baldur's Gate, but has since been abandoned and then purchased by Lorroacan.
Not the Night Song, surely. Why, she's nothing but a relic to be purchased and pursued.
My God. The Night Song is a person.
At last. There you are, my dear.
Loroakan is, of course, a narcissist and an asshole, which Aelin does not react well to.
And you are a whelp without honor, without pride, with nothing but a tower full of trinkets.
My apologies, Dame Aelin. I meant no disrespect. Perhaps we could start over. I am Loroakan. I am most pleased to make your acquaintance. And that of your fine companion, who perhaps heard I was looking for you.
It's revealed that Loroakan's ultimate goal with Aelin was to steal her immortality for himself, similar to what Ketheric had done.
Dame Aelin, I have discovered a device that would allow your immortality to be shared. It would cause you no harm, no pain of any kind. You serve your mother Selûne, I believe. She who has blessed our realm with so many gifts. Honor her by sharing yours.
Aelin's attitude is, as always, great here. She is so tired of being seen as an object by those seeking her power.
You dare to threaten me with the same magic that held me in torment for 100 years?
I had hoped to appeal to your better nature. Perhaps I overestimated you. No bother. I have an arsenal of implements capable of convincing you to see reason.
They say madness and genius are separated by but a hair's breadth. Perhaps the same is true of madness and stupidity.
Since we helped him earlier in the game, Roland joins our side in the ensuing battle.
But his magic lives. I'd hoped you to keep an open mind, but it seems you're determined to make this as difficult as possible. Boy, at the ready. Once I've taken control of the Aasimar, she must go directly into the caging runes.
No, Master Loroakan. I would never have assisted you if I knew you planned such horrors.
Even though he's just a side character, Roland experiences some real character development as exhibited by this interaction.
Watch your tongue, you child. I could make it such that no wizard in the realm will touch you.
If they're all like you, I think that sounds like an excellent bargain.
Oh, face us, charlatan! We who detest you so!
Aelin is awesome, each of her lines delivered with such righteous enthusiasm. Even with both Aelin and Roland, this fight can be a challenge. Loroakan is assisted by several Myrmidons, which are high-level elementals. Fortunately, we have Myrmidons of our own, because druids can shapeshift into them. For the rest of the game, when they aren't casting spells, you may notice Jaheira and Halsin shapeshifted into air Myrmidons, which are extremely capable in combat, being able to both fly and use a stun attack as an action that benefits from extra attack. It was actually really funny. We used Dominate Mind, a high-level spell, on Loroakan to make the fight considerably easier. This effect can be broken by damage, so he immediately jumped over a railing to try to hurt himself, which made him go from 367 to 14 hit points. At that point, Lae'zel floated down and smacked him once to kill him. After defeating Loroakan, this fight was relatively simple. We outnumbered the Myrmidons and took care of them without any casualties. After this fight, Aelin is unsure what to feel.
The Firehead Fool is dead. Yet as I stare upon his corpse, I feel sadness. Why?
It's very likely that Aelin feels remorse because she's letting revenge and anger decide her actions.
As though I'd lost someone. Something. Paladin's fatigue, no doubt. You were excellent in battle, as is your way. And I am proud to fight at your side.
We don't really explore this with her, but it's safe to assume she recognizes this at some point and uses it as an opportunity for growth, understanding that vengeance shouldn't dictate her life.
Loroakan is dead. The bastard is dead.
While we're here, we loot what is arguably the best staff in the game for Gale to use, and a new robe to go with it. In the tower's vaults, we search for an ancient tome so that Gale can learn more about the Crown of Karsus.
That devil Raphael was telling the truth. There's no doubt. The Crown of Karsus is what's controlling the Elder Brain. And this is no mere journal. It contains Karsus's original plans for the Crown's construction. His designs for godhood.
Gale claims he can reforge the crown once we defeat the Elder Brain. This has many implications. The crown can provide a user with unimaginable power, even elevating them to the status of godhood. Gale finds this prospect alluring, but we think it isn't the right path for him.
It could be the best thing that ever happened to me. To us. Just think of it. The power of the gods in mortal hands at last would be free of doctrine and dogma, confined only by the limits of our imaginations. I promise you, the gods will never grant us such a blessing, no matter how much we worship and adore them.
Gale makes some good points here, but it just doesn't feel right. He disparages the gods for their greed, but also makes a case for joining their ranks. We'll have more to say about this in a bit.
Ambition is not a sin. To question the powers that rule us is not treason. We must at least try. Why wallow in the dirt when we can reach for the stars?
Back at camp, we're once again visited by Elminster.
Oh, hello, my boy. No, don't mind me. I'm just enjoying a lungful of Baldurian air. Yes, a distinctive aroma, though perhaps not one worthy of bottling. I hear you've been browsing in the most esteemed of Emporium's sorcerous sundries. Indulge my curiosity. What wonders did you discover there?
Seems he already knows about the ancient tome that Gale was reading. He concedes that Mishra asking Gale to blow himself up was a lot, but it was with good intention, as we now also understand the threat the Elder Brain poses. Elminster confirms the Chosen are using the Crown of Karsus to control the Elder Brain, and that Mistra's actual intention was for Gale to destroy the crown along with the Absolute.
Though what Mistra asked of you was extreme, it was not without merit, nor demanded lightly.
What are you saying? Or rather, what are you not saying?
Mistra knows you defied her, Gale. Of course she knows. She's Mistra. She bids you come to her holy shrine in the Stormshore Tabernacle. There, she will grant you an audience at last.
Elminster relays that Mistra wishes to speak to Gale, which is a big deal because she had cut Gale off for so many years.
Trust in yourself. Trust in the weave. If you are willing, trust in Mistra. There is a conclusion yet to be written in this sorry tale, Gale of Waterdeep. And yours is the quill that will write it.
Empowering words from Elminster relating to destiny and predetermination. It seems he has confidence that Gale is capable of more than just blowing himself up.
I doubt it's an apology for asking me to die on her behalf. Whatever it is. If it's important enough to send Elminster, we can be damn sure she's serious. This is a conversation that's long overdue on both sides. I owe it to her to hear her out. Come what may afterwards.
Gale is surprised, but also not surprised that Mistra wants to talk to him. Clearly he feels some resentment over being used as a pawn by her, and by her ignoring him for so many years. I forgot where to find the tabernacle to talk to Mistra, so we inadvertently went down to the docks where we find Volo about to be summarily executed by a cultist. By summarily executed, I mean detonated, along with several barrels of explosive material. This is over the top but seems fitting for Volo.
I can explain! You have done quite enough explaining, Volothamp Gadam. You have poisoned the very hearts and minds of these good, kind, gentle citizens with your lies, your delusions, your conspiracies. Though you hide behind a mask of stories, we have seen beyond the veil. We see what you really are. Fearmonger.
You'll notice that the lead cultist claims Volo is guilty of spreading conspiracies and being a fearmonger. Volo's word at times may be questionable, but spreading word of the cult's corruption certainly isn't fear-mongering. This scene is quite clearly a witch hunt by cultists against someone who has been speaking out against them. Also, why would anyone trust a guy covered in skull tattoos?
Let the hells follow! Today, citizens, we rid ourselves of this cankerous sore. Today, we burn away all falsehoods. Today, we will be divided no longer, for today, we rise in truth.
Note how the cult espouses truth, while we know the cult has the exact opposite intention of the truth.
This man could not even hurt a mouse. I know. I have seen him try. Release this man at once.
What's this? Another heretic in our midst? Another mind clouded by the disruptor's lies? Another soul to cleanse? Well, we are nothing if not gracious. Let us see if we cannot lift the veil from their eyes too. No! Please! No!
We come to Volo's rescue right in time, and fight the cultists then and there. We have Astarion shoot an ice arrow to stop the fire from igniting the explosives. Let's take a moment, while we fight these cultists, to talk about bad actors and their role in the current situation in Baldur's Gate. When corrupt regimes take over, it leaves room for people to progress the goals of that regime without fear of persecution from the law. That means, as it is now, people like this cultist have free reign over the streets of Baldur's Gate. We can refer to people who actively spread corruption or engage in dishonest, harmful, or unethical behavior as bad actors. Bad actors, in this context, usually have the goal of spreading an ideology that goes against prevailing ideologies that are generally considered to be more moral or just. In this example, the cultist is spreading murder, while lying about Volo's character in order to silence opposition to the absolute. In real life, we can take a look at the example of Saddam Hussein. Putting aside the controversy of the US-led invasion of Iraq in 2003,
now watch this drive.
Saddam Hussein was pure evil. I highly recommend checking out PBS's series, The Dictator's Playbook, for more specifics. Episode 2 is about Hussein. And just a warning without going into detail, the things he did were disturbing and horrific. Like, no, worse than you're imagining. The things he did to political opposition, real or perceived, are too upsetting for me to speak about in this video. But what led to Hussein's rise to power were a cult of personality and mass utilization of propaganda. There's a reason why his statue being toppled in Baghdad was such a significant event. For decades, Hussein had used iconography to propagate the idea that he was a larger-than-life figure, far above common people. In the interim between the Gulf War and Operation Iraqi Freedom, there were tons of propaganda efforts by Hussein to influence the minds of Iraqi people. If you were born in the 90s, you may also remember how prevalent anti-Hussein and Islamophobic propaganda was in the US in the early 2000s. One of my personal memories that's always stuck with me was from the shore town my family has always gone to. On the boardwalk, there's always been this spot where you can fire paintball guns at guys running around in costumes. Today, they're wearing monster costumes and stuff like that, but there was a period, and I'm talking years, in the early 2000s where the guys were dressed up with turbans and other identifiable Iraqi, Afghan, and Islamic clothing. I'm sure there are other people who remember stuff like this. You may also remember people sharing really crude flash videos from weird websites. Interestingly, this was one of the first cases of the internet being used to spread nationalist propaganda, but let's not get too sidetracked. Hussein's regime exploited religion, tragedies of their own making, and the suffering of the civilian population in their propaganda. These were used to instill fear in people and keep Hussein in power until his eventual capture and execution. Those who spread this propaganda were bad actors. In an unjust and corrupt government, those who espouse the regime's agenda are encouraged while dissenters are censored. This doesn't just occur at a high level in government and in media, but also in local communities. Locally spread propaganda by bad actors is how corrupt political movements start. Even the Nazis got their start by meeting weekly at a local beer hall in Munich. This goes to emphasize that the dissemination of local propaganda is dangerous, and it can eventually become mass propaganda if given enough time and room to grow. This is why it's important to call out bad actors and oppose them at every level.
Submit to the mistress of disease!
There are also examples of people that may be subconscious bad actors. For example, there's a plague preacher elsewhere in the city that is trying to spread his belief that the city is about to be subject for a plague and that this is according to the plan of his god. After a cursory analysis, we can surmise that a plague killing everyone in the city is not a positive outcome. It may be a core tenet of this preacher's religious beliefs, but that is specifically why modern democracies are designed to be separated from and not influenced by religions. This guy represents a marginal view. I don't think there are many other plague-pilled diseased cells in Baldur's Gate, but that doesn't mean his beliefs aren't bad for the city. He is literally advocating for the death of every member of the city's population, and if we just take the view that we prefer people not to be dead, we can automatically consider him to be a bad actor. All he's actually doing is expressing his religion, but that doesn't mean he's exempt from being a bad actor. Just because you advocate for the death of everyone, but it's part of your religious beliefs, doesn't make it any less bad. Religions were originally developed as a way to instill beneficial morality and ethics in populations, along with explaining things like natural phenomenon. Over time, ruling castes used religion as a tool to influence people, which is still painfully present in society today. People under that influence may themselves not be conscious bad actors because they may believe they're doing what their god wants, but they're still undeniably bad actors. This applies to more than just religion, as political propaganda falls within the same category. People may believe they're patriotic when they're actually not, so they may be unconscious actors, but they're still bad actors.
We'd make better strangers.
It may be even worse to be a conscious bad actor. The guy that wanted to annihilate Volo is a Baalist, meaning he subscribes to the doctrine of the god of murder. His religion directly commands him to murder people, which we are firmly going to put in the category of being a bad thing. There can be arguments made over if conscious bad actors or unconscious bad actors are worse, but in this situation it's clear people like this cultist need to be stopped. Not just for Volo, but for the good of society. It's not even clear if the other people we're fighting are even cultists. They just seem to be local ruffians that subscribe to the cult's agenda of violence and fear, either consciously or unconsciously. This leads us to ask, what is the difference between conscious and unconscious bad actors? But in this situation, we have to consider them the same. When the stakes are this high, we don't differentiate between the exact intentions, but rather the effects of what these bad actors are doing. For all we know, these were just normal people that weren't part of the cult. They may have even been good people at one point, but now their choices have firmly put them in the category of bad actors, regardless of their intent. After the fight, we catch up with Volo because we haven't seen him in a while.
I suppose thanks are in order. Again, what's an heroic story without a little risking of one's neck, eh?
And you know what they say, the bigger the story,
the more people want to kill you for it. I'll tell you all about it. But not here. Too many eyes, ears, and weapons about. Meet me at your camp.
He elects to hang out at our camp, which we have no objections to.
Rejoice, sisters, for Umberly has blessed her humble daughter with a pure death.
While down at the docks, because I forgot where to go, we visit a local temple, the Water Queen's house. The Water Queen refers to Umberly, also known as the Wave Mother or the Bitch Queen, and her domain is the sea. The Bitch Queen is kind of a funny moniker, but it's meant to represent the sea's potential for both beauty and cruelty.
We will find its master and send him struggling into the Bitch Queen's embrace. Not a sweet sleep like Holly's, but a suffocating flood of fruitless garbs and bursting flesh. You, supplicant, what tribute do you bring to honor the Wave Mother's fallen?
The priestesses are holding a funeral for one of their own that recently died in the harbor. We learn that something in the harbor killed the priestess, something that sounds like a large mechanical vessel. Side note, this character is basically a minor quest giver, but still the acting performance here is so strong. Really reminds you how invested and quality focused the developers and actors were for this game.
We await your return and the Beastmaster's demise.
Back on track, we make our way to the Stormshore Tabernacle, which serves as a shrine to the various good deities, including Mystra. This is where Gale is meant to speak with her.
Time was, I'd have given my right arm for a chance to speak with Mystra again. The left one, too. Maybe a knee.
We assure Gale he can do this.
You're right. I am a strong, capable wizard. And this is no more than a casual reunion with an ex-lover. My omnipotent, omniscient ex-lover. I always wonder what being nervous would feel like. I hate it.
Gale is, understandably, nervous about speaking to Mystra again. If you've ever gone a long time without speaking to an ex, an alienated friend, or absent family member, you should know exactly the feeling Gale is experiencing. You can spend years going over in your head what you'd want to say to that person, then when it actually comes time, all of that might go out the window. We encourage Gale to reconcile with Mystra. The outcomes for Gale at the end of our journey differ drastically, but this is what we think is best for Gale.
You're right. A heartfelt apology is the surest way to a goddess's heart, and her favor. I pray that she'll be in a forgiving mood. If she weren't the one I'd be praying to. I'll only be gone for a matter of moments. The Outer Planes experience time quite differently to our own. Wait for me. Please.
He's so polite.
Gale of Waterdeep. You look well.
Mystra. I never thought we'd speak again like this. Why am I here?
There is much unsaid between us, but time runs ever short. You discovered what lies at the heart of the Absolute, the crown of Karsus. And you disobeyed my instruction. Why?
I didn't want to die. And when I saw the crown, I thought I might not have to, if I only understood its power.
And you believe you have the right to such an understanding? The past cannot be undone with self-pity, nor can a future be forged. Only with the truth will you see the way ahead. The fragment of magic you tried to return to me was not of my creation. It was the Karsite Weave. It is a corrupted, half-born magic, wrought in the brief moment Karsus ascended to godhood. It hungers for power, just as he did, and it can never be sated. You unleashed something that would consume all magic in existence, and yet you thought only of preserving yourself.
So it turns out Gale never fully understood why Mystra had cast him out, and it seems she had a pretty good reason. This conversation was cathartic for Gale, and it helped him to grow as a person. All this time he thought Mystra was unfair to him, but he was actually wrong. Mystra refers to Gale's past transgressions, in which he was playing with powers he didn't understand, which posed a great danger to Mystra and to all magic. This is how we lead Gale to what could be considered his good ending, based on character growth. There is an ending in which Gale becomes a god, but it's more fitting for Gale to instead become a better person.
The future of magic rests on your shoulders, Gale of Waterdeep. I promise you, it is a burden you are strong enough to bear.
He recognizes his hubris clouded his judgment, and it would be better to rectify his mistake from long ago by reforging the crown of Karsus and returning it to Mystra. In return, this will also result in Mystra fixing the orb in Gale's chest, thus saving his life.
What right had I to go about declaring myself an archmage when I was as foolish as a common apprentice in setting such an entity loose? At least now I'm armed with the truth, and Mystra's expectations. Once I bring the crown of Karsus to her, I can put everything right. The orb, too. I'll be myself again, for all that's worth.
Gale is renewed with new optimism for the battle to come, having a clear goal and purpose without distractions of self-aggrandization.
I will use everything in my power to ensure we defeat this evil. I will not let you down.
With Gale's personal quest taken care of for now, we set our sights on Astarion and his sire, Cazador. After some quick investigation, we learn of the entrance to Cazador's palace in Baldur's Gate. The entrance is guarded by thralls, but through deception, we're able to gain access. The palace itself is opulent, yet ominous. The color scheme is classic vampire aesthetic, and the whole place is decorated with macabre paintings and adornments. Here we have to do some sleuthing to figure out how to gain access to the ballroom which has been sealed.
What are you doing here? Why aren't you downstairs?
Along the way, we run into old acquaintances of Astarion who, either willingly or through persuasion, assist us in our investigation.
But you're too late. The doors have been sealed. The ritual is about to begin.
Astarion clearly has a long history with this palace and its inhabitants. It's safe to say he harbors a lot of negative feelings towards both.
Speak, damn it! What's going on?
It's the Master's ascension.
Something sinister is going on. Cazador is conducting a ritual which has members of the palace afraid. Or more afraid than they usually are.
You should be there. All his children were to attend. He'll be furious you're not.
Apparently Astarion is meant to be part of the ritual, which does not bode well for what's going on, nor for those runes on Astarion's back.
It does not matter. You're too late. The Master will be so angry that you missed the ritual. He will do such terrible, terrible things to you.
It looks like this skeleton was some sort of caretaker to Astarion.
Don't be mad at Godi, child. I only did my job. Only kept you in line.
You tortured us. For days at a time.
Oh, yes. And you sang so sweetly for me. None of the others screamed like you did. But you're home now, and you brought me a treat, eh? A new friend for Godi.
Fuck you, Godi. We don't have time for this.
Not very nice. Not very friendly. Why are you here then, little one, if not to see Godi?
We're here to see the Master. But the ballroom door's locked. Give us the key.
No, it is too late. The doors are sealed on Master's orders. Godi will not open them for anyone, much less for you.
We threaten Godi and he folds, giving us the key to the ballroom.
Take it, and trouble Godi no more. Let the Master know I found Astarion.
That doesn't sound good. Why does Cazador need Astarion? The key is actually a signet ring, which will help us gain access to more than just the ballroom. Oh my. So the ballroom is full of werewolves feasting on fresh corpses.
Can't be here. No one in, no one out.
You're new. Cazador never kept guard dogs before.
The runaway spawn. You reek of the Master's scent.
It's actually pretty morbid. You can find notes that indicate some of these people were young socialites that frequently attended Cazador's parties. This fight doesn't give us much trouble. We're at the point in the game where we have a very well-equipped and specialized party. Regular encounters like this aren't very difficult so long as everyone does their job, but boss fights still prove to be a legitimate challenge. Also, I don't think these werewolf assets are used anywhere else. This late in the game and we still get unique assets, especially for such recognizable fantasy creatures like werewolves. Werewolves specifically being used sparsely is interesting, as it's the general consensus that they were extremely overused as an enemy in part of the original Baldur's Gate expansion, Tales of the Sword Coast. After defeating the wolves and werewolves, we find a secret elevator.
There are some scuffs to show its age, signs of things dragged onto it over the years. But it seems to be in good working order.
What in the hells? I never knew this was here. This was always Cazador's private quarters. Only he ever came in here. Well, him and the unfortunate souls we brought to feed him.
This leads us down below the palace, where there's a secret dungeon. If you do some exploring, you can learn this wasn't built by Cazador or any vampire, but rather these are ruins of an old dwarven city deep below Baldur's Gate. In Cazador's chambers, we find the skull of his sire and former master, the vampire Velioth.
On the pillow rests a skull with a scroll clamped in its bony jaws.
We can commune with the skull to see its memories.
Velioth recalls when Cazador reached out to a former friend. His punishment was to watch as Velioth drained his friend dry.
We learn from the skull that Cazador usurped his former master using his master's teachings and violence, which appears to be standard for vampires of this power level. Cazador also left a fragment of Velioth in the skull, as a sort of torment, but by taking the scroll from its jaw, the spirit is released. The Black Mass Scroll, as it's called, contains instructions for several master vampire rites, including one, Rite of Profane Ascension, which would allow the vampire to walk in the sun. This is very ominous. Also here, we find Cazador's diary, in which he laments the loss of Astarion. It seems Astarion has special significance to Cazador, even among the other vampire spawn. Further along, we discover beings that Cazador has imprisoned down here.
You're met with hollow-eyed faces. There's an almost physical stink of decay and neglect.
Astarion had no idea any of this was down here, and no idea Cazador had been keeping so many prisoners. Things are about to get much darker, though.
They could be sacrifices for the Black Mass, but where did he get them all?
You. I know you. You're the one from the tavern. You smiled and joked and got me drunk.
No. You're dead.
You called me so many sweet things. My name sounded like a lyric on your tongue.
Sebastian.
You remember me.
You were handsome. Shy. You'd never been kissed.
You taught me how. And then you destroyed me.
It can't be.
Astarion, what's going on?
It's not just him. I know so many of these faces. They're my conquests. I pursued them, seduced them, and brought them to Cazador. He told us he was feeding on them, but he turned them to spawn. He turned every last one, so we'd have souls for this cursed ritual.
How long?
What?
How long have I been down here?
Astarion thought he had been seducing people to provide fodder for Cazador, but many of them ended up down here in the dungeon.
170 years. You were one of my first.
My family. My friends. They're gone. You took them from me. You took everything from me.
And because of Astarion, some of them have been here for 170 years. This is extremely dark. These people were forcibly turned into vampire spawn, and then left in these cells to starve for entire lifetimes. We want to set these people free, but it's not that simple. They're blood-starved vampire spawn. There's no telling what they'll do if set free.
I just don't want to die down here. Please.
We also find the Gur children down here, and their fate isn't much better.
Hey! Hey, you! Come closer.
This isn't creepy at all.
It can't be.
It is you. I knew it. I'll kill you. Once I get out of here, I'll kill you!
The children are very disoriented, as they've also been turned into vampire spawn and left to starve.
It's your fault. You did this to us. Didn't he tell you? He's the one that kidnapped us. He's the reason we're spawns. I'll kill you!
Yes. Now that you, mention it, I may have done that. Don't look at me like that. Cazador's orders. Quite quite the deviation from my usual routine, of course. Capture, not lure. I didn't bring them in with sweet rolls or anything. I really forgot about them. Felt nothing the moment I handed them over to him. Oh.
We're going to come back to this in a minute, but Astarion's flippant disregard of the well-being of the children, and the fact that he absolves himself of any responsibility, would be shocking if we didn't already know he isn't really a good person. But this is on a whole different level, though.
Gods above. He kept Sebastian. The children, I can understand, leverage against their parents, but Sebastian, I feel ill. All the fools and villains who ever fell for my ploys, they're here.
At least he's starting to feel some guilt over this.
All the blood he demanded. I thought he was gorging himself on... He never could have finished half of it. He never let us drink. He never wanted us to know. I had no idea there was worse than drainage and death at his hand. I couldn't imagine. We must find Cazador. This must end.
Let's go find out what's going on, but we have a bad feeling about this. Cazador is located further on, in what seems to be the site of his profane ritual. Time to finally meet Cazador.
Who stands before us? Is this truly our prodigal son? Do not slouch before me, boy. Have you no respect for yourself? Look at you, crawling back after abandoning your family. You should be begging our forgiveness.
Immediately, through just a few lines of dialogue, we get so much insight into Astarion's relationship with Cazador. Cazador employs guilt as a way to try to emotionally manipulate Astarion, and clearly Cazador doesn't care for anyone but himself. Already we can see Cazador as a narcissist.
I strove for perfection in all things, even those as imperfect as you. A pity you amounted to so little, despite my efforts.
No! No. Fuck you. And fuck everything you've ever done to me!
The cattle know about things of which they know nothing. This ritual is centuries in the making. Nothing shall stop it now.
That's what you think, you son of a bitch.
You truly forgot my power. You truly thought our bond as creator and creation was all that stopped you from killing me? Oh, you are weak, my child. You are a small, pathetic little boy who never amounted to anything. But today, you will finally do something worthwhile. You will burn, and I will ascend.
Now we know what those runes were for. See, Astarion, told you we'd find out.
Get me out of this! Witness the birth of the Vampire Ascendant! Ecce Dominus!
There's a lot to unpack from Cazador's dialogue, but first, let's go over how this fight works. Along with Astarion, there are several other spawns situated around the arena. Each one provides Cazador with enhanced vampire powers. For Astarion, you can have a party member, or even a summon, quickly move to use the help action to free him so he can join the fight. You can choose to kill the other vampire spawn, but we elect not to. This means Cazador has extra powers during the fight, but our party has a ton of utility. We use the Blood of Lathander and Shadowheart's cleric abilities to create a zone of control against the undead and monsters. On top of that, we use the spell Sunlight to change the environment to one that's more favorable. This third level spell may not seem impressive at first, but it has a few use cases like this in which it's incredibly strong. Obviously, vampires don't do well in sunlight, so we negate a lot of Cazador's extra power this way. And Cazador can do a ton of damage in a single turn with his unique abilities, so the other way we negate Cazador's powers is by utilizing high-level crowd control spells to keep him out of the fight. Speaking of Cazador, A lot of people quickly identified with the dynamic between him and Astarion because it's one that is uncomfortably familiar to them. This especially applies to certain generational demographics, as you may be aware, who grew up with parents that had horrible emotional regulation skills. The demographics who can relate to this also happen to be the prime demographics for this type of video game and Dungeons & Dragons in general. Whoever wrote Astarion's storyline, meaning his relationship with Cazador, probably knew exactly what they were doing, and I consider that expert-level writing. Anyone can understand the dynamic here, but the writers took it a step further in writing a character story that was in many ways relatable to the game's core audience. We, the players, the audience as it were, get a lot of information about Astarion's life through the context of Cazador. We are outright told in a few lines of dialogue, like with Gothi, but we get a lot of insight through Astarion's relationship with Cazador himself. Cazador is abusive and neglectful. He's manipulative and a narcissist. Cazador most strongly represents the character of a parent that abuses their child, either emotionally or physically, and refuses to acknowledge their wrongdoing or mistakes. Cazador only cares for himself, and uses Astarion, and his other spawn, as a means to an end. Anyone who has ever had a parent, partner, or close friend that was or is self-centered can relate to this. This is why so many people fell in love with Astarion's character, along with Neil Newborn's performance. Really listen to the delivery in some of these lines.
No! No. Fuck you. And fuck everything you've ever done to me!
Astarion is a complex and compelling character, and the audience quickly understood his pain because so many people found it entirely relatable. However, there are some behaviors, as I have so far, that I feel need to be called out. Astarion recited a couple of common phrases that people use to absolve themselves of responsibility. Just following orders is never an acceptable way to shrug off blame. Following orders without question is how some of the most horrific events in modern history were perpetrated, because people didn't choose to push back. In Astarion's case, often the argument is made that people don't have a choice, but speaking generally, there is always a choice. It may not be a favorable choice, it might cause a lot of hardship for you, but there is always a choice. It's just far too common for people to be complacent with injustice because it would be too inconvenient for them to oppose it. The real test of character happens not when things are easy, but rather when things are hard, and when choices are difficult. It's become commonplace for people to signal their virtues on social media, but when tested or faced with a difficult decision, most of these same people fold immediately. This is referred to as being morally or ethically inconsistent. Many people lack moral or ethical consistency, and so when they're confronted with difficult situations, they tend to make excuses for their behavior. This is exemplified in Astarion's reaction to being shown what he has done to so many people like Sebastian and the children. Astarion is directly to blame for their imprisonment, and he has two immediate reactions. He quickly says he was following orders, which is a coping mechanism for him to consciously not feel like he's responsible. He also feels ill, because subconsciously, he knows the cruel fate of these people is in large part his fault. This is what makes Astarion an interesting character. He was a victim of Cazador's abuse, yet he spread the abuse to others without question and without care. You can make a lot of concessions for Astarion being caught up in a terrible situation, but at the end of the day, he is not without blame. He did this to those people, and no amount of morally inconsistent justification can change that. The takeaway here, and we can thank Astarion for really conveying this message throughout his story, is that you have to be morally and ethically consistent to be a good person. Being a victim of circumstance is awful, but subjecting others to the same abuse means you're no longer innocent. Of course, the one perpetrating the abuse is the worst actor in this situation, but true wisdom and growth lie in accepting accountability for the choices you make. Overall, this can be a very difficult subject for some people, and the game explores it in a realistic and nuanced way. Astarion's story culminates in the party defeating Cazador.
No healing sleep for you. Wake up!
Get your hands off me, worm!
I'm not the one in the dirt. One last thrust, and I'll be free of you. I'll never have to fear you again. But if I finish the ritual you started, I'll never have to fear anyone. Ever.
Whoa, hang on, Astarion. That would make you just as bad as Cazador.
The rune
runes I carved into your flesh bind you and all 7,000 souls to the ritual. Complete it, and those bearing the scars will be sacrificed, you included. You are simply a means to an end. I made you to be consumed.
I am so much more than what you made me. Get over here. We can do this.
After a life of pain, and even causing so much suffering to others, Astarion considers usurping the ritual for himself.
How many people will they kill? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? But if I complete the ritual, think of the power I'll have. With me by your side, we can save the city. We can save ourselves.
This leads to the bad ending for Astarion. In this moment, he tries to justify killing all the people who are meant to be sacrificed, but all Astarion really wants is power. The power he was denied for decades while being abused by Cazador. He wants to never have to feel exploited again. This is where Astarion has to make the biggest choice of his life, and we encourage him to do the right thing.
You're right. I can be better than them.
If he takes the power for himself, Astarion only sustains the cycle of abuse by becoming the thing he hates the most. He becomes Cazador's successor. Not just off-screen, mind you. You can choose to have Astarion ascend, and he starts treating the player character completely differently. Especially if you've romanced Astarion, it's jarring. He no longer really cares about you and just sees you as another slave to his will. It's completely disgusting, and it's why this is the worst outcome for Astarion. Instead, Astarion has an incredibly powerful moment where he decides not to become Cazador, and all of his emotions overpower him.
But I'm not above enjoying this.
This is why Neil Newborn won those awards. This performance is powerful, it's amazing. This scene elevates the entire game, and really shows that video games have come such a long way as an art form, and can have storytelling comparable with other forms of media like film. Astarion says it perfectly. I can be better than him. We aren't defined by our trauma. It's certainly part of who we are, but what defines us is how we cope and how we move on with our lives. Often, the key to living a fulfilling life and potentially self-actualization is being better. Nothing can change the past, but being better can have a significant impact on the future.
What does that mean for us?
Astarion uses Cazador's staff to set free the thousands of spawn residing in the dungeons. He also instructs the others who are present to lead the spawn into the Underdark and away from Baldur's Gate.
You can hide here, living in the shadows like parasites. Or you could be more than what he made us to be.
It's not a perfect solution, but it is one in which these people are able to take control of their lives after being abused or imprisoned for so long. This is a very nuanced ending to this plotline, as no one really comes away from this situation happy, but they do all have their freedom and the opportunity to be better than the nature of their circumstances.
I think we're done here. Let's go.
As we leave the dungeon, we're confronted by the Gur looking for their children.
You killed one vampire, but released 7,000 of his spawn. Have you lost all sense?
They were innocents. To kill them would have been an even greater crime. But if you do decide to go hunting them, know they include your children.
They survived?
Well, that depends on how you define survived.
They're not pleased with the situation, but they do accept what happens next isn't up to us now, and it's on those who were freed to lead better lives, understanding that this includes their children.
Slaying Cazador was a great justice. As for the rest, well, time will tell.
Back at camp, we check in with Aelin and Isabel.
I was just regaling sweet Isabel with tales of our prowess.
As referenced before, they'll be leaving to seek out Selûnites to aid our cause. They will no longer be at our camp, but we will see them again later.
Isabel and I will stand by your side.
We wouldn't miss it. Not for anything.
Also at camp is Mizora.
Why the stunned face? You look like you've seen a devil.
She seems to mostly be here because she's grown fond of us and wants to see how things turn out.
I've had my eye on you. Hot as brimstone, jagged as lightning, and seething like the river Styx. But there's something missing, isn't there? You're hungry for pleasures beyond this plane. Something more satisfying than mortal flesh, blood, and bone.
Mizora, in a way befitting her nature as a devil, offers to sleep with us. Very kind of her, but this would hurt our relationship with Shadowheart. There are some companions that don't mind if you sleep with Mizora, as each companion has different preferences and boundaries, but Shadowheart specifically isn't cool with it.
Dear me, I've overestimated you. Trust me, I shan't be making that mistake again. Ta-ta.
We also get a surprise visit from Vlaakith.
Queen Vlaakith. Skra!
You are Hasharlok, and still you speak my name.
I've seen the captive Orpheus with my own eyes.
This scene is kind of cool because it shows Lae'zel's development. She's become Vlaakith's biggest op, and she isn't afraid to make that known.
The betrayer Voss lies!
God, chill. Holy shit.
I have only a moment, and you, Hasharlok, will listen.
Still, Vlaakith tries to convince Lae'zel that she is better than Orpheus as a leader. She goes as far as to try to bargain with Lae'zel and offer her a very high promotion to the Queen's personal champions. Lae'zel can still change her mind here, and side with Vlaakith, which leads to her bad ending. Of course we encourage Lae'zel not to listen to Vlaakith's lies.
I gave you my faith, and you called me traitor. I gave you my life, and you ordered your knights to hunt me. I have witnessed too much, and you have given me too little. Finally, I can see. Orpheus will live, and I will hear his creed. This is my word.
Your word is nothing! You are nothing! The Kithraki will bring you. I will tear your flesh from your bones and devour your skull's marrow, while you beg for death. I will consume you. I will unmake you.
Once again, Vlaakith's only response is more threats, which we ignore. Her greatest source of power is fear, and so we show none.
This mess falls on our heads, Minsk. The city under siege, its people poisoned by the cult. It all might have been avoided if you had just put your feelings aside and listened.
We also get some more insight into Jaheira and Minsk's relationship.
You meant well, Minsk. But you exposed the city to harm. You helped the cult spread. And worse, perhaps than any of this, you forced me to leave you behind.
Even though these are older characters being reprised, their performances breathe new life into them. The way Jaheira says this line is so excellently delivered.
What else is a berserker for, if not to charge into danger ahead of his Wicklaren?
Wicklaren? Minsk, I am not your witch. You are not my bodyguard. This is not some high lodge of your homeland.
Who agrees you're a queer kind of witch? But this city is a queer place. And Minsk, you may have noticed, is sometimes strange himself. The titles matter not. Only this. When Minsk does as Minsk does, and charges in to make a mess, Jaheira does as Jaheira does, and finds a way to save us all anyway.
It's also interesting to observe their dynamic. Minsk shows some depth in expressing his shortcomings and how he relies on Jaheira being his friend. While spoken by a comedic character, the sentiment is actually very sweet. Even though he's silly, Minsk is still well written as shown in moments like these.
There will be no ointments or healing balms.
Not even for Boo?
When we go to sleep that night, we get a rather uncomfortable proposition.
They say that home is where a person can be their truest selves.
Whoa, okay, yikes.
And now that you have seen where I come from, you know all there is to know about me. At least, all that matters.
No, we aren't doing this. The Emperor takes the opportunity to try to convince us that we know so much about each other and have such a strong bond. At first, the scene may seem comical and like a fun encounter added by the developers. It is on the surface, and to be fair, it is a pretty silly romance scene. However, there's a lot more to this that you'll likely not notice in your first playthrough. We still have a lot to say about the Emperor later, and this scene will be among what we talk about. The next morning, we check in with Halsin to get some interesting dialogue.
Unnatural steel beings patrol the streets. The printed word sows discontent, and those in need are treated with disdain. Is this truly what progress looks like? Sometimes it is difficult to see exactly what we are fighting to save here. Sometimes it feels like Korga was right. Nature can only survive away from all this.
Even in extra dialogue like this, spoken by a supporting character like Halsin, the game's writing consistently presents ideas to the player in order to give them something to think about. We express to Halsin that civilization itself is an extension of nature, and by that reasoning is not unnatural.
A fine point. I wish I had thought of it myself. Thank you. Your wisdom shines through even in dark moments. I shall not give in to despair. Not while there is still the chance of a future worth fighting for.
Well said, Halsin. The game doesn't explore this topic more than this, but it's still a very cool way to integrate the concept of nature and society into the game while also subtly referencing the parallels to our own world with topics like climate change.
I thought I knew who I was, but I was wrong. I do not belong to Shah, and I do not want to be adorned like one of her puppets any longer. The hair is just a gesture, true, but everything has a first step.
Shadowheart is coming to terms with the lies she was told during her upbringing, and her hair serves as a symbolic gesture on her path towards self-actualization. We fully support her decisions.
Well, I'm glad someone does. Perhaps I'll get used to it.
We seek out the House of Grief, a location in Baldur's Gate which we know contains the hidden cloister of Sharins, the one in which Shadowheart was raised. People come here, to the actual business, for a very particular service. The House of Grief helps people to forget, if they so choose to relinquish painful memories. This concept will come up again later. The Sharins business front is very fitting for some of the themes we'll discuss shortly.
Welcome to the House of Grief. Or perhaps welcome is the wrong word, Shadowheart. There's been some debate whether you'd even show up and face the consequences of your actions. I assumed you tried to flee, like a craven.
Spare me your venom. I'm sure the Mother Superior will have plenty of her own.
All in due time.
From the moment we enter, there's a sense of tension between us and Shadowheart's former adopted family, which is extra awkward because Shadowheart doesn't remember any of them. We're led to a parlor room for a mapping, which the Sharins insist we partake in.
You seek to be unburdened, yes? The mapping of the heart can reveal the way. Yet, there is another here whose need is great.
That voice. Allow me. I think I'm supposed to do this.
Do you know why you are here?
There is something I lost. No. Had taken from me. My family. My life. I want it all back.
Loss is a gift, girl. Do you still not understand that? Now give me the true answer. What is your purpose in being here?
The artifact. I was sent to retrieve it, at any cost.
And who tasked you with this mission?
The Mother Superior of It's you.
Give me the honor of my name, in full.
I can't. My memories...
I know what's in that head of yours better than you do, girl. My name.
This is Viconia, the leader of the Sharns in Baldur's Gate, as played by Jess Nestling. Viconia is a returning character from the original Baldur's Gate games, and was originally played by notable voice actor Gray Delisle. If you watched cartoons in the early 2000s, you'll be very familiar with Delisle's work. You'll notice for Viconia in Baldur's Gate 3 that Nestling gives a great performance, easily comparable to Delisle. Viconia bids us to come meet her below for a confrontation, which of course that's what we're here for. The Hidden Cloister has similar architecture to the Gauntlet of Shar we explored in Act 2. Lots of shadow motifs, and even the music makes a return.
The Mother Superior must be close. Soon this will all be over.
Right away, we see that Viconia was definitely not a great parental figure, as she tries to shame Shadowheart in front of her peers.
How she marked you as the enemy. But it is quite another thing for them to see it for themselves. I am very glad you decided to return. A cautionary tale such as yours will be studied by Lady Shar's initiates for years to come. But perhaps I can make a case for some small measure of mercy. Give me the artifact, and I can at least make this quick.
Enough. I don't answer to you. Not anymore. I'm here for my family.
Shadowheart is a much more confident person now, having gone through so much recently, and stands up to Viconia.
And it's not going to be quick. Not for you.
This is your family. And now you have turned your back on it.
Viconia doubles down on the gaslighting, claiming that the Sharns are Shadowheart's real family. This is another classic example of emotional abuse and manipulation. Viconia is trying to claim that the Sharns are her real family, and that Shadowheart owes her allegiance to them, even though these people, specifically Viconia, literally stole Shadowheart from her actual parents. There's just one thing that's not clear though. Why even send Shadowheart and the others who didn't make it after the Astral Prism in the first place?
Absolute is but an upstart, disturbing the natural order and threatening to impede the glorious return of Lady Shar's pure, endless darkness.
Even though Shar's worshippers are evil-aligned, Viconia and assumedly Shar still recognized the threat of the Absolute and took action. Ultimately, their reasons were the same as those who worship Mystra or Selûne. The cult threatens the natural order of things in a way that even the gods are uncomfortable with. This conversation also provides some important insight into Viconia. We already can infer a bit about her from her interactions with Shadowheart and Shadowheart's backstory in general, but here we see cruelty isn't necessarily the objective. Viconia and Shar do have an agenda and have their own way of facing problems like the Absolute. They aren't here just to be a foil to Shadowheart, but rather they have their own plans, in addition to abusing Shadowheart.
Lady Shar's concerns lie elsewhere, with another. But she is a goddess. She can afford to ignore that which does not threaten her.
Viconia was acting of her own volition, doing what she believed Shar would want. It's sort of ironic that Shar abandons even her to figure things out on her own.
Even if I must go against her wishes, I will prove myself her most loyal servant.
Shar doesn't care. She was always going to use you and discard you. But now I'm going to deal with you first.
This conversation shows immense growth from Shadowheart. With this line, we can tell that she now knows Shar better than Viconia does.
You there! Surrender this one to me now, and you can consider Lady Shar's forces your allies in the battles to come.
Insane option here, but respect to the game for leaving this path available. Imagine after all this, you just say, yeah, alright, sure, and betray Shadowheart. Absolutely nuts, but it's cool the game gives you the choice. No matter what, this was going to lead to a fight. We have such a substantial party by now that the entire cloister of Sharns doesn't intimidate us. It's still a lot of enemies, and many of them use shadow-themed spells and abilities which can be tricky to deal with. However, we make use of spells like Daylight and others that can clear their shadows from the area. Viconia is a high-level cleric, with a high armor class and special abilities from Shar. In addition to being able to automatically critically hit Shadowheart with her Wayward Heart ability, Viconia has greatly increased self-healing and bonuses to saving throws. With our party being level 11 at this point, we have a lot of tools to deal with these enemies. We can make use of AoE damage spells to control areas, and we even have Karlach pick up enemies to throw them at each other. Viconia basically tunnel visions on Shadowheart, so we use that to our advantage and have our party surround her. We even had Gale cast a shrink spell on her to reduce her overall threat, because she tried going for the rest of our backline. It's kinda funny. I accidentally killed Minthara here because I couldn't tell her and Viconia apart for a second. And no, I'm not racist against Drow. I just think all women look the same. This fight took quite a while, with Viconia being one of the last to fall, but we managed well thanks to Shadowheart's healing and our melee character's ability to take up space. With Viconia and the Sharns defeated, we make our way further in to look for Shadowheart's parents.
I see my parents.
They're imprisoned in another room, and presumably have been for decades.
It can't be. Another vile trick.
No, there is no trick. It's her, Jennifer, Jan, our little girl.
Moon Maiden's grace. It is you.
I'm here to get you out of here. They're all gone. It's over.
We learn that Shadowheart's real name is Jennifer, and rescuing her parents won't be so easy. It seems Shar has taken a special interest in them, and we actually hear from her for the first time.
It is not over. You see, it matters not if you raise this place, if you slay every one of your brothers and sisters. That was never where my power resided. Every time you tried to step away from me, every time you tried to reach for Selûne, my hold on you bites deeper. If you had learned, if you had obeyed, there would be no pain. But you struggle on. You will make things worse for yourself. And for them. Your victory is but a guttering candle in the dark. Temporary. Inconsequential.
Enough! I'm taking my parents away from here. I'm taking them away from you!
You cannot. We are still bound to you. You cannot both free us and free yourself from her curse. The Moon Maiden needs you more than she needs us. You are the future. You must return to the fold. We are the past. And our duty is almost done.
Eloquently put. His mind stood up well to his time here. The same cannot be said for your mother. Such brief, fragile lives humans lead. This is my final lesson. I leave you now to dwell on your mistakes and make your choice.
It was an impossible choice from the start. Shadowheart's parents are bound and cannot be freed without sacrifice. It's either Shadowheart or them. We're just gonna let the rest of this scene play, without commentary.
She's gone. I don't understand.
Shah will never admit defeat. Not until she has stolen one last thing from you. We cannot allow your future to be her last prize. Not after all your mother and I have endured. To see you again.
I'm sorry. I didn't know any of this was happening until it was much too late. I came to try to put things right.
And you did. You found us. All these years, that dream kept us going. That you would break free. No matter what they made you do to us, we knew you were still in there.
I knew the Dark Woods wouldn't frighten you. You were always such a brave girl.
She was. And still is. You've saved us. Now save yourself. You'll be out of Shah's reach, and we'll be at peace.
I only just found you again after all this time. I can't lose you again.
We'll still be with you. By the Moon Maiden's grace, we'll never be far. Please, Jennifer.
Is this truly what you want?
It is what we need. All of us. You were meant to be a guiding light for Seluna's faithful, but they robbed you from us. Now that can be righted, and we can rest.
Help us, Jen. I can let go. Now I've seen your face again.
Goodbye.
Not goodbye. Not even close.
The conclusion to Shadowheart's story is incredible. Her entire arc is so fantastically written. There's so much to say about this scene and her goodbye to her parents. From the start, Shadowheart's story has been about loss, and in the end, it was about a loss that everyone must deal with at some point in their lives. It concluded by being about the loss of one's parents. As you get older, it becomes very difficult to struggle with the concept of your parents' mortality. In a way, the ultimate goal of parenthood is to prepare a child for the eventuality of your own death. From the moment a child is born to the moment a parent dies, that entire time the parent does everything they can to prepare the child for a world without them. As a person, you spend your whole life with your parents. You know nothing else besides them being there for you. Then, either suddenly or gradually, while you're still young or when you've grown and have children of your own, your parents leave you. Your whole life you always have someone to talk to, someone to rely on, someone who cares about you, someone who knows you better than anyone else. And then they're gone, and you're left alone to navigate the world without them. There are so few equally emotional universal human experiences. The conclusion of this plotline is incredibly powerful. Shadowheart represents someone alienated from their parents, quite literally, as she was kidnapped and had her memories altered. Many people go through this in life, in that many people desire freedom from their parents. They might have disagreements with their parents, or life choices their parents don't approve of. In the end though, good parents only want what's best for their child. People who experience this dynamic sometimes only want to make amends after it's already too late, and children could end up never telling their parents that they forgive them, or that they still love them. And in the end, with Shadowheart, her parents are glad to have seen her again before they died. Not once did they seem to even consider Shadowheart setting them free. This is beautiful. Clearly her parents would have sacrificed anything for her well-being. And in life, nothing can match the love of a parent who sacrifices themselves for the sake of their child. In Shadowheart's story, this is literal, but this symbolizes something many people can relate to, that being a parent's love. This story may even be especially impactful for people that never had the opportunity to experience this kind of love. The truth is, there was never a choice in the minds of Shadowheart's parents, as much as Shar set it up that way. They went through years of imprisonment and torture, sustained only by the thought that there was a chance one day Shadowheart would snap out of it and they could talk to her again. Her parents got their wish, and they were able to see their daughter freed before they passed on. Shadowheart's father even says so himself. You are the future, we are the past. He knows that everything they endured was for Shadowheart's sake, and that one day Shadowheart would have to continue on without them. Shadowheart's mother says, "Help us, Jen. I can let go now that I've seen your face." All she wanted was to see her daughter one last time. When Shadowheart says goodbye, her father says,
Not goodbye. Not even close.
There's so much beauty in this sentiment. In this story, Shadowheart's parents become moonmotes, spirits serving Selûne meant to guide and aid her followers when they are in need. In real life though, there is still some truth to this. While it is true that one day we all must lose our parents, it's also true a part of them never really leaves us. The beautiful thing about life is that our parents are a part of us, just as much as we are a part of them. Not only biologically, but also spiritually. We are the living proof that our parents were here. We are their greatest contribution to the world. In a way, they never truly leave us because their spirit persists within us. And so, you may lose them physically, but your parents always live on through the part of them that's present in you. It's some small consolation that their memory remains, and the love they shared can never truly be taken away from us.
My parents are watching over me. Let's leave this place. There's nothing more for me here.
That night, we speak to Shadowheart about how she feels.
Loss. Actual loss, not Shah's oblivion. I had my family. For too short a moment. Now they're gone. By my hand.
Though it was wonderful that she saw them, Shadowheart only got to see her parents briefly, and now she has to grapple with their loss.
They can't comfort me. They can't give me advice. They can't tell me what I was like as a little girl.
This is an example of another fantastic acting performance. It's very true. Even with a bittersweet ending like this, and her parents becoming moonmotes, loss is still loss. In life, you don't often get perfect closure. A part of Shadowheart's parents will always live on, but that doesn't mean she's satisfied with how they passed. And to tell the truth, part of life is learning to live without perfect closure. As we talked about before, loss is a universal emotion that feels like a part of you is missing and it can never be returned. This feels worse without closure, but often in life we are left wanting, and we must do what we can to cope regardless of a lack of closure. We ask Shadowheart which name she prefers.
Shadowheart. She's as much a part of who I am as Jennifer. Can't just forget her. It's not what I do anymore. Besides, Shadowheart still suits me. Even better than before, perhaps. You can't cast a shadow without some light.
Now that we've concluded Shadowheart's arc, it's time to do something about Raphael and the Orphic Hammer. We meet with Helsik, a Diabolist who runs a store called the Devil's Fee, per the advice of Yurgir.
You stand before Mammon's picklock, latchkeeper of the 9 hells. My business is not information, nor hellish curios. Not really. I break people into the hells. That's my thing.
We negotiate with Helsik, but still have to pay an exorbitant amount for her services.
Correction, dear. Lord Mammon is ripping you off. It's sort of his thing.
We make a deal, and she instructs us on how to open a portal into the House of Hope.
Wise to reject the devil's offer, but there is no reason to provoke him by invading his home.
We ignore the Emperor and open a portal to Raphael's house. Right away, we recognize Raphael's theme, but we also know he isn't currently home. We're introduced to the eponymous Hope, who resides within.
Curiosity killed all the cats. It won't be so kind to you.
As the woman speaks, you hear a distant rattle of chains, and she winces in pain.
The jailer will hear us. I shouldn't be talking to you. I must go. It's not kind to me.
We learn that Hope is imprisoned somewhere in the house, and we agree to rescue her. She provides us with information and disguises so that we can move about the House of Hope freely. We can tell that Hope has been imprisoned for a long time, and she's almost entirely lost her sanity. She has to only communicate sparingly, and she constantly warns us of Raphael's return if we alert him to our presence.
Everyone here is mad. Even you, especially me. And that makes them dangerous, but it also makes them stupid.
There's still a lot to see and interact with in the House of Hope, but we make our way to Raphael's archive, where we see Corilla.
Can't resist the faintest hint of a temptation, can you?
She warns us, and also tells us that she is Hope's sister.
We're all mad here. But hope in hell? Why, that's the definition of insanity.
She stays out of our way. She just wants to see how this turns out.
Enjoy whatever life remains to you. When Raphael catches you, you'll never enjoy anything again?
The Archivist maintains Raphael's collection of artifacts.
I do not believe you were invited. One moment. I shall consult the visitor's schedule.
We lie, and convince him that we're visiting for a regular audit on the orders of Zariel.
1,000 apologies, O majestic magistrate of the Infernal Court. Your mortal guise is so vile, I found it perfectly convincing.
He explains each artifact to us, and we will be stealing all of them plus others that Raphael has locked away. He can't show us the hammer while Raphael's away, but he invites us to wait for Raphael's return in the boudoir.
The resident of the boudoir will wish to explore every inch of your new form.
What does that mean? This unlocked Raphael's chambers, which introduces us to quite the character.
A lost little mouse is running through the house.
Oh, gods. What the fuck have I stumbled into?
This is Harleap, an incubus in Raphael's image, whose name is an anagram.
This is very naughty. Whatever are we to do? Why don't we play a game? You win, I give you everything you desire. But you'll enjoy yourself more if you lose.
Yes, you can actually choose to have sex with him, and he even has comments related to Raphael's sexual prowess. That is to say, you can get the key to Raphael's safe, which is why we're here, without a fight. However, we don't want to have sex with Harleap, so we fight him instead. We get the key to Raphael's safe, and obtain the password within that can remove the magic field protecting the hammer.
This'll help us get what we need from the archive.
Even this late into the game, in a one-off location like this, there is still a lot of work going into these backgrounds and skyboxes. Back in the archive, we grab the hammer, which immediately alerts the archivist. There is no way to seal it without him noticing.
The moment you step outside this room, all hells will break loose.
This causes the denizens, who are mostly tortured victims of Raphael's contracts, to turn hostile. We avoid this by leaving the rest of our party in the entrance hall, and then using an invisibility potion to sneak back to them.
You planned for this. I know you did. You have everything under control. It's really important that you don't panic, even when your eyes evaporate from the heat. Come to my prison, bring the hammer, break my chains, and then we exit stage any which way.
Hope is anxious, but we assure her we have things under control.
Lickety-split, if you don't mind.
Lae'zel is thrilled that we have the hammer, but we have to take care of Raphael before we celebrate.
This is our chance to find out how much this devil bleeds.
There's a hatch near the entrance that leads to a prison underneath the house, which is where Hope is held.
Careful. The jailer will swallow you whole if you take another step. And you won't be able to see me while you're being digested.
Hope is guarded by 2 spectators and a handful of imps. You can't just push these enemies into the abyss here. They all have a special condition that respawns them back on a platform, since all of these creatures can fly. After what we've been through, this fight isn't much of a challenge, so we handle it without any issues. We use the Orphic Hammer to smash the chains binding Hope, which sets her free.
Free! I never thought I would be believed. I could be hoped I might be. Heads will roll! But we must dress the Hollyphant in the room. I can see how you avoid looking at me. I must be so terribly mutilated after all these decades of torture. Don't hold back. Tell me how bad it is.
You're beautiful, Hope.
I'd blush if they had left me any skin to redden, and I would kiss you if they had not torn off my legs.
Now that Hope is free, we head back with her to the entrance hall to confront Raphael.
You truly are the kindest fool I've ever met. We'll carve our way to the entrance hall and chop Raphael into messes. That's the hopeful version, of course. The likely version is that we are the messes and he is the chopper. Onwards!
Hope is nervous, but we're prepared to finally face Raphael in a fight.
Time slows for a moment, and the air becomes thicker. The master of the house is coming.
You.
Raphael has returned, and he's pissed that we stole from him.
There are many things in your world that I loathe. Litters of kittens, chattering children, the noise and the chaos of it all. In my world, in my house, there is order and there is decorum. You came here uninvited and you stole from me. In doing so, you brought the chaos of your world into mine. I will not abide it.
We're mask off now. We are officially enemies with Raphael.
It's the fatal flaw of mortal kind. Take away their free will and they call you a tyrant. Allow them to indulge it and they become tyrants. You would have been heroes if you'd only dealt fairly with me. Instead, you're not so different to doomed Carsus.
overreaching your limits and burning your world to ash.
Wrong! 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 They will save their world and smash you to smithereens.
It's this charming naivety that makes your company such a joy to me, Hope. I'll even forgive this little rebellion once you're suitably chastised.
This isn't a rebellion. It's a revolt. I'm revolting!
Then Hope dies today.
Because we helped him, Yurgir joins our side against Raphael, which is super helpful.
They helped me to eliminate my prey beneath the Shadowlands. Prey that you hoped I would never find. And that's why I helped them find your home.
You did what? I will make you suffer torment so vile, the hells themselves will shudder to see them. And whatever torments I invent for Yurgir, I will perfect in the centuries I spend toying with your soul. If you have any last words, make it quick. It will only take a moment to finish you.
This fight is one of the best in the game, and in my opinion, has some of the best boss music in any video game. This confrontation has been a long time coming.
Hope. It always burns you in the end, little mouse. Now, down comes the claw.
Lives, oh mortal lives, expire. Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
This music is awesome. The vocals combined with the organ make for a piece that's both grand and nefarious. And then Raphael's part starts.
Hell, hell, hell has its laws. Hell, hell, effect in the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause. Squirm, squirm, for now down here come the claws.
I don't care what anyone says. This is fucking awesome. So rarely in games do you have a character with such a strong theme that's present in both dialogue and in their music. The presentation and culmination of Raphael's plotline in this boss fight is absolutely fantastic. Like, of course Raphael would sing his own boss theme. The guy is a theater kid that thinks he's the main villain of our story. It's superb writing to present the character this way. As he's so egotistical, he doesn't understand he's just a side character in a story much bigger than him. The theatrical language, cat and mouse references, and fragile ego have all been consistent aspects of Raphael throughout the story, and his entire character gets such a fun and deserved payoff.
But it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought, doomed, detected, and caught.
This fight genuinely feels amazing. Everything about it is perfect between the encounter design, visual design, sound design, and music.
No more deals, it's over. The final act, you're doomed. No more grace, it's over. This house of hope, you're doomed.
The fight itself has a lot going on. Having Hope and Yurgir as allies really helps, but Raphael has brought Cambion allies of his own. What's more, there are 4 pillars around the room that infuse Raphael with demonic energy. Each one provides Raphael with extra statuses and abilities, so we have to destroy them before we can take him down. Raphael has a massive amount of HP, far more than anyone we've fought so far. We make full use of consumables, limited spells from Hope that can banish the Cambions, and crowd control spells. Eventually, when Raphael is brought low enough, he transforms. This form is monstrous, and provides him with even more high threat abilities. It's a tough fight, but eventually we deal with the fiends, the pillars, and Raphael's demonic form.
It's absolutely preposterous that any of us are alive. Maybe we're not. Pinch yourself and check we're not dreaming the last of our lives as we die screaming!
Hope is incredulous that we survived, but our secret was always in her name. Hope is powerful, more powerful than any evil or injustice. It gives people strength when they have nothing else.
With a lick of paint and a thorough cleaning, this could be a lovely little house. And I can hardly leave. After all, who would ever want to think of hell without hope? I hope I'll see Corilla again one day, and that she'll say sorry, and I'll tell her she's forgiven. I hope I find all the pieces of my mind that fell out of my head over all those years, and that I'll be able to put myself back together again. I hope the echoes of pain will fade, and memories of sorrow will die, and that you'll visit me here someday. And I hope you have a happy ending of your own.
Well said, Hope. We couldn't have asked for a better sentiment. With those final words, and with the Orphic Hammer in our possession, it's time we return to Baldur's Gate to continue our mission. We're in the endgame now. In the jail under Worm's Rock Fortress, we find a friend.
You're too late. It's over.
Through use of fear, propaganda, political manipulation, and the mind-controlled Duke Ravengard, Councillor Floric has been imprisoned.
I came seeking allies to our cause. Watchers spotted me, dragged me to Older Ravengard's husk, empty as a stair. Your father's a tadpole's puppet, Will. Nothing more. He spoke in accusations. Apostasy, conspiracy, sedition. I'll be executed in 5 dawns.
She doesn't have much hope for the situation, but we convince her there's still a chance, and we need all the help we can get.
When the people need a miracle, you cannot wait for the gods to answer.
Father's words.
Indeed. To think I'd almost forgotten.
We defeat the guards, break Floric out of her cell, and walk her out of the prison.
This is far enough. The way should be clear.
Floric goes off on her own to recruit more allies for our cause. The reason we're here is because there's a secret passage under the fortress. We're supposed to learn this from Ravengard himself, but we're doing things a little out of order. It's said that deep below the fortress sleeps the dragon Ansur, the protector of Baldur's Gate. Ansur was the companion of the founder of the city, Balduran, and is said to be waiting in the depths under the fortress for when the city once again needs his protection. This is why the fortress is named Worm's Rock, and this situation is certainly dire enough to warrant Ansur's help.
It is Balduran, the celebrated adventurer who founded the city of Baldur's Gate.
Peril floods my province. The palisades fall, the earth does tremble. The servants of shadow and blood assemble. Beyond lies the grand worm, deep in slumber, awaiting a true hero's advent, should my domain drown in torment. Be you the deluge, turn away. Be you the hero, answer true. Are you worthy?
There's something familiar about Balduran's voice, and the way he speaks, but never mind that. It looks like we're going to have to face some trials to prove ourselves worthy of meeting Ansur. The first trial is the Chamber of Justice. We have to learn the story of a thief, the sentencing of his crimes, and then decide if this constitutes a just punishment.
Justice. No pardon without repentance, and no penalty without mercy. The right path often lies between the extremes.
Wise words from Will. It's interesting, we get a lot of commentary during these trials from different party members which illustrates their values and principles. Around the chamber are paintings that depict the thief's story. The paintings show a man that originally steals an apple, which he gives to children in need. The man goes on to accept a contract and attempts to steal a priceless artifact. He tries to run but is caught and faces judgment, and the punishment is death. In the last painting, the apple is lying on the ground. Side note, this game continues to be impressive this late into the game. In an area most players don't discover on their first playthrough, there are unique and detailed art assets like these paintings. We're then prompted with 3 more paintings, each one depicting an outcome for the thief. In the first one, the man is sent to the gallows to his death, while those children look on in tears. In the second, the man is walking free through the city with a smile and gold in his hand. In the third, the man is given a meal in his prison cell, almost having served his sentence. We place the third painting on the central pedestal, which solves the puzzle. Baldur's statue commends us for not agreeing with the corrupt judge and providing a sentence proportional to the crime. It's so cool that the game is prompting us, in a totally optional hidden area, with questions about justice and morality. As evidenced by him stealing the apple to give to the orphan children, we see that the man only stole as a means to get by, and not necessarily out of greed. Even though he was guilty of stealing the artifact, the man clearly had a sense of morality and justice. The game is bringing up the point that breaking the law isn't what makes someone evil, and helping others doesn't always make someone unquestionably good. The truth is, we don't know the man, whether it be his motives for feeding the children or in stealing the artifact. He could have been recruiting the children as a means to help him steal, or he could have just as likely been stealing the artifact in order to use the gold to help the children. That's the cool part. We don't actually know, and it conveys that justice and morality are not black and white. Justice is extremely nuanced. Things don't always have a clear answer. Next is the Chamber of Insight, in which we catch flying books to learn about the political philosophy of 3 politicians. After reading the writing of each, we conclude that Suleto is the least moral politician. In her writing, she advocates for not sparing enemies and embracing hatred. She claims the only way to truly defeat enemies is to declare war on them again until there are none of them left. This is the correct answer, as the other politicians were more practical and advocated for more peaceful solutions. We move on to the Chamber of Strategy, which is basically just completing a chess match. You only have to make a couple moves to complete checkmate, so this trial is pretty simple once you figure it out. Last is the Chamber of Courage, which we sort of cheese. We're meant to pick up a torch and survive 4 turns of more and more elemental enemies. However, you can cast Sanctuary on a party member beforehand and have them pick up the torch and stand there while the elementals can't attack them. This is the cool thing about a tabletop format like D&D. There are creative solutions for puzzles like this which are baked into the game's mechanic. After the trials, we make our way down to Ansar's Sanctum.
With courage does the hero march. Fettered by the taxing chains of fear, a stalwart soul must ever persevere. With insight does the hero choose. Guidance born of ancient wisdom proven. Peace, not strife, the undenied conclusion.
We get some platitudes about morality and justice, which is interesting for 2 reasons. First, this is the only time in the game it actually outright talks to us about these topics, even though we've had so many examples and discussion points thus far. And second, there's actually more to these dialogues and trials than how we initially view them, which we're going to talk about in a minute.
Worthy you are found. Go forth, hero. Seize your fate and rise, great worm, heart of the gate.
Ansar is dead. Of course it was too good to be true, but this in itself isn't the actual major character twist. We go to interact with Ansar's body.
The dragon's spirit floods your mind and memory in a great torrent of power. He is with you. He is within you. He is you. The next words that spill from your mouth are not yours, but the worms.
I am Ansar, heart of the gate, butchered in flesh, risen in spirit.
Okay, maybe he's a little bit undead. We can still work with that.
Ansar wends his way through your mind like an unstoppable river. Your body is unmoving, yet thought flows effortlessly between you. The spirit pauses, and you feel the astral prism stir. Ansel senses the Emperor's presence within it.
Answer me, Facey. Why have you come?
Okay, he seems really mad about something. Not ideal.
A deep sigh resonates within you. The torrent stills, only disturbed by the dragon's next words.
Brack, my words aren't meant for you. They're meant for him.
Wait, no way.
The Emperor stirs in the astral prison, and in you, calm, curious, and detached.
Balduran.
Balduran?
Your presence has stirred me, as it ever did. I am awakened. Answer. It's been too long.
They know each other?
Once. Long ago.
The Emperor is Balduran?
And sailed the Altengri. We built a city by the sea. Answer was my friend. Friend. Yes. And more. Until you killed me.
Wait, the Emperor killed Answer?
To dance on my bones, Balduran. Was slaying me not satisfaction enough? Satisfaction? No. You left me no choice. You had every choice. You were becoming illithid. I offered you merciful death. You chose to fight. And now you bring your thrall before me. How far has the great Balduran fallen?
This is an incredible reveal, and to this day, there are a lot of players who don't know about this plot twist. It's so easy to miss, but completely recontextualizes so many parts of the story and its characters, specifically the Emperor.
Dear Answer, enough! I gave you everything, Balduran, and you repaid me in slaughter. It is time I return the favor. I am the heart of the gate. I am the one who roared. Let my bones rise and the storms gather. Witness Balduran. The final tempest has come. This time, you will not escape it.
This is also a very difficult fight. We haven't fought anything like a dragon, let alone an undead legendary dragon like Ansur. Some of Ansur's abilities include a reaction where he can use an AoE breath attack on whoever attacks him, the ability to spawn elementals, and a massive AoE attack that requires the party to take cover or be insta-killed. Aside from all of that, he has special resistances, a really high armor class, AoE basic attacks, and a massive health pool. Now though, we're finally going to talk about the Emperor. This has put everything else, every interaction with him so far, into context. From the start, we've been very reluctant to trust him, and this proves our instincts were right. How could we ever trust this person that killed their best friend and closest companion? It's implied they were more than friends, but it's not clear in what way. They could have been lovers for all we know, but at the very least, they had a very special relationship that couldn't be defined by mere friendship. It's really up to you to interpret. The two of them traveled the world together on countless adventures and worked together to found the city of Baldur's Gate. After a lifetime of companionship and adventures though, the Emperor killed Ansur. We get more context about this later, but Ansur didn't think the Emperor should live as a mind flayer, and instead of letting Ansur kill him, the Emperor killed Ansur. It's kind of difficult letting someone kill you, but at what cost is your survival if it means killing the one that's closest to you? All those trials of morality from Balduran have a completely different context now. The game kind of subverts our expectations here. If you've played a lot of RPGs, you'll be familiar with how they often contain themes of morality and big player choices that often implicitly or explicitly ask a moral question. There is also a long history of CRPGs having NPCs and dialogue options that allow the player to debate morality and ethics with them, so we can easily expect a game like Baldur's Gate 3 to include this sort of dialogue and these trials. However, the game reveals afterwards that the one prompting you with these questions and virtues has long since been devoid of them. How could we believe in the virtues of Balduran when he betrayed Ansur? But this brings up a really good question. Is the Emperor Balduran? At one point, he certainly was Balduran, but after he became a mind flayer, we have to ask if he's still Balduran. This brings us to an even bigger topic of mind flayer identity, and once someone transforms, even if they're autonomous and retain their memories, are they still the same person? Omeluum, who you'll remember we met earlier, actually makes a good case for Illithids maintaining their personality, because it seems to have retained a strong sense of identity, but we don't really know what Omeluum was like before transforming, so we can't say for sure. Speaking specifically about the Emperor, the answer is probably no. All of this is up to interpretation and debate, and it's not clear because we don't know much about Balduran himself, but we can pretty confidently say the Emperor isn't the same person. We don't know for sure, but it's not unreasonable to assume that Balduran would have never killed Ansur. The Emperor, in the name of self-preservation, did so without hesitation. This also brings up the topic of all of the Emperor's lies and manipulation. There's layers to how he has deceived us. At first, presenting himself in a form that would appeal to us because we were the ones to design it, and later revealing himself as the Emperor without also revealing himself to be Balduran. Like, we get it, it's a new you, a new identity, but that's a huge thing to just leave out. We already questioned a lot of what the Emperor has said to us from the beginning, but this adds a whole new layer of skepticism. Like, he claimed to have the power to disrupt the Absolute, but later we found out it was only because of Orpheus. He claimed to have broken free from the Absolute's control, but now we learn it was Ansur who broke him free. Most disturbingly, we can also find out that his relationship with Duke Stelmane isn't what he made it seem. I don't have footage of it because I only learned of this special cutscene while writing this script, which is another example of how much depth there is to this game, but Stelmane wasn't a willing participant in the Emperor's business enterprise. You can discover that the Emperor had enthralled her, and there's a cutscene that shows what we saw earlier in his memories weren't accurate and she was mind-controlled by him. This is extremely dark, and really speaks to the Emperor's character. From the start, he's been manipulating us, even going as far to make an attempt at intimacy. It's not clear if he really craves intimacy or it's just part of his manipulation playbook. While we can still believe that the Emperor's ultimate goal is to destroy the Absolute, even if it's just for his own self-preservation, it's become much more difficult to trust him or anything he says. Every time we've went in a different path, whether it be to the Githyanki Creche or sneaking into the House of Hope, he's tried to convince us we're doing the wrong thing. That's why this reveal is so huge. You can have your own interpretation of the Emperor, because he's probably the character with the most depth in the game, but this has shown even more of his true nature. We will continue working with him, because we don't have much of a choice at the moment, but now it's clear we shouldn't trust him. Finally, through a lot of determination, a few casualties, and meticulous micromanaging, we defeat Ansur. The heart of the gate is finally put to rest.
Balduran, what have you done?
This is a very somber moment, because now knowing what we know, we didn't want to fight Ansur, but we were already in too deep. In a way, the game has constructed a situation in which we can't say we're much better than the Emperor in this respect. We also killed Ansur for the sake of self-preservation, but also the context of the situation has changed, so it isn't exactly the same. Still really interesting to think about how the game has presented this situation with a ton of nuance, and subtly confronted us with the same choice as the Emperor.
As captain of the Wandering Eye, I acquired enough gold to found Baldur's Gate. I stayed for a while to watch my city grow. But it was not enough. I grew restless again. The sea called to me, and I ran to her with open arms. Life at sea was not easy. Our last adventure was ruinous. My ship was destroyed, my crew lost, but my spirit was far from broken. I was determined to return in triumph once again. I heard of treasure in Moonrise. I strove to find it. What I found was an illithid colony, where I acquired a tadpole much like yours, and became a mind flayer, enthralled to the Elder Brain. It was Ansur who found me. Ansur who pulled me from the Brain's domination. Ansur who brought me home. He sought to cure me of my sickness, called on every healer he could find, nearly broke his spirit in the attempt. But he failed to understand. I wanted no healing. I was not sick.
Even though we killed Ansur, we aren't nearly as far gone as the Emperor, which will be important for our choices as we approach the finale. At least we get some insane loot from Ansur, possibly the best great weapon in the game, along with a really useful helmet. We also find something in Ansur's possession that brings us sorrow, a letter. It's what the Emperor wrote to Ansur back when he had just transformed, and there was still a decent amount of Balduran left within him. You are the greatest thing that ever happened to me, Ansur. Fly, and know that even if I'm not beside you, I will always have been your Balduran. Heartbreaking. They could have loved each other platonically, but this letter makes it sound much more intimate, which is all the more devastating. After such a difficult and emotionally charged encounter, we need to pull ourselves together and press on. It's time to start undermining Gortash's power, so we seek out Wulbren in Rivington.
You think I want my clan facing down one of those walking death machines with cutlery? Then leave me to my work.
Sorry, Bumpnagel. We're just kind of going through a lot right now.
Good to see you. Wasn't sure you'd make it to the city. Regretting it yet? I spent a lot of time thinking of worst-case scenarios while I was locked in that cell you plucked me out of at Moonrise. I didn't imagine anything as bad as this. The Gondians have handed Enver Gortash the means to bring about the end of liberty in Baldur's Gate. And the citizens have rolled out the red carpet for the new tyrant. Resistance fighters are few and far between. My iron hands, what's left of the Harpers, and you. I hope.
Wulbren is distraught at the state of the city, and at how the Gondians built the Steel Watch for Gortash. For reference, the Gondians are followers of Gond, the god of craftsmanship and industry, and they're known for their engineering prowess. Gortash has been using them to construct his automatons, but we haven't met them yet.
Laws will change, freedoms will vanish, and soon you'll be accused and sentenced before you've even committed a crime. And the fucking Gondians are to blame for all of it.
Wulbren seems to hate the Gondians, and he blames them for the Steel Watch, which is fair. I'm not sure I'm going to like what his plan is, though.
The Gondians are ingenious, but we're more than equal to them. There's nothing they can build that the Iron Hands can't tear down. I've built something unique for just that purpose. A room powder bomb. First of its kind. 50 wizards high on the weave couldn't summon this kind of firepower.
There it is. Wulbren wants to use an extreme weapon to destroy the Steelwatch foundry where Gortash's robots are built. This is certainly one way to solve the problem, but we aren't so sure, and neither is Barkus.
This is too far. Everyone in the foundry would be killed.
Quiet, Barkus. The adults are talking.
Barkus expresses concern that his friend is going too far, and that anger has overtaken Wulbren. This does seem to be the case, because Wulbren is willing to go to extreme lengths without concern for the lives of others.
But his hate for the Gondians has blinded him. He believes they work for the Absolute willingly. But it's not true. I'm sure of it.
Barkus even insists the Gondians should be given a chance to plead their case rather than just be annihilated with the foundry. We decide to infiltrate the foundry before making any decisions.
You are asking the impossible. Gyrometics require a steady hand and a sharp gaze. I can barely keep my eyes open. I need to rest.
You have a son, do you not? Is he as lazy and pathetic as his spineless mother?
Wait! Stay your hand, I beg you.
Prinsky's motivation sequence activated.
Tell me, Gondian. Tell me about your son.
He's not... Yes, Overseer Holt. He's frail in body and mind like me, like all of us. Yet by your grace, he lives.
And your wife?
She is... was useless and interfered with production quotas. You were wise to remove her from this world. Forgive my outburst. I will work through the night. This Watcher will be operational by dawn.
Right away, we see that the Gondians are being forced to work against their will. We talked earlier about there always being a choice, and generally about how non-resistance allows injustice to flourish. But of course, it isn't that simple for the Gondians. Their loved ones are being held captive in a secure location, and Gortash is coercing them to continue working. Reflecting back on self-preservation again, it's clear that some of the Gondians and their families have already died, so those who are still alive are left with either forced labor or death. Without any nuance, we would say they should just sacrifice themselves for the greater good. But of course, things are more complicated than that. This is one of the ways corrupt regimes maintain power over a populace. Through threats and strategic use of violence, a corrupt regime may, over time, extract more and more from the people being exploited. In the case of the Gondians, in the short term, the cultists use threats of violence against the Gondians and their families to keep them in line. Over a longer term, this method of control was used to the point where the Gondians both invented and constructed the Steel Watch, which sort of makes them compliant with Gortash's injustice. This wasn't something that came about quickly, it was a long process in which the will of the Gondians was reduced further and further over time as the cult took more and more from them. We're able to freely walk around the foundry because of our deception skill. In the back office, we find the actual inventor of the Steel Watch and leader of the Gondians, Xander Tubin.
Your nervous gait betrays your presence, stranger. You don't belong here. Who are you?
We learn from Tubin that the cultists have his daughter, and took his eyes, which is what forced him to do their bidding. We also learn the other Gondians are being held in a secret prison, which we happen to already have some clues about. We also confirm that Tubin didn't work for Gortash willingly, and he would rebel as soon as he gets the chance.
Help us, and I promise we'll help you. You won't need something as drastic as rune powder to bring this place down. I know a way.
On the other side of the docks, across from the foundry, we break into a warehouse under the ownership of Flim's Cargo. The name isn't really important, but what is important is a secret hatch inside leading to a hidden cargo bay. What kind of cargo? Well, there are prison cells down here, so that gives us an idea. We find a submersible and its pilot. Some people might find this surprising, but D&D is a very expansive setting with all sorts of things outside of basic fantasy. It's completely understandable in-universe for our story to contain automatons and submarines.
And you're the judge, jury, and executioner, is that it? Yeah, right. Say goodbye, kid.
While this guy does bring up a good point about how we are exerting our own morals and sense of justice onto others, we don't really have time to debate with him. He's been ferrying prisoners for the cult, he definitely killed that priestess in the harbor, and he won't let us take his submarine. He decides to pick a fight with us, which is stupid, but that's his choice. We enter the submarine in order to find the hidden prison, which we know from Mizora is also where Will's father is being held, by the way.
Aren't you the intrepid little adventurer? Digging and diving where you don't belong.
Since we've gone to rescue the prisoners, Gortash FaceTimes us, and takes this as we are against him. Glad he was able to figure that one out on his own.
Your presence here is a threat to the survival of the hostages inside the Iron Throne. Dead, they're no use to me, so I keep them safe, after a fashion. I've prepared for this eventuality, and if you interfere, I will destroy the Iron Throne. Return to the docks, or the deaths of everyone inside will be on your conscience.
It's funny how he tries to manipulate us and say that we're putting the prisoners at risk because he's going to kill them. Just remember, guys, being able to steal political power doesn't mean you're intelligent. It means quite the opposite, actually, but we'll get to that later.
That was a mistake. When the corpses start to wash up on the shore, remember, you could have prevented all this.
Oh, fuck you, Gortash. Yeah, dumbass. Like I could have prevented you from being a scumbag. Okay, looks like we have limited time to get in and get out, so we better work fast.
You must act with haste.
After we dock, we get a telepathic message from our old friend Omelum. Remember, it was the Illithid outside of the Hivemind's control that we met in the Underdark in Act 1. He confirms Duke Ravengard is here, and provides us some useful information to help us with the rescue.
Be careful. There are many hazards. This structure is collapsing. Act with speed. Act with efficiency. Good luck.
We only have a few turns to spread out through the prison and open the cells for all the prisoners, while holding off waves of Sahogween, which are an aquatic enemy we only encounter in Act 3. We rush to free Duke Ravengard and get him to the submarine. Nearly all of these NPCs have great names. Quickly, Zumbo Pumbo, we're getting you the fuck out of here. We use Astarion to rush to the very far end of the prison to save Omelum, who has a special ability to teleport the both of them back to the sub. The prisoners are given a special ability that increases their movement, which makes it much easier to help them escape. We don't even really need to fight the fishmen, just keep them occupied while everyone runs to the sub. Once we've rounded everyone up on the submarine, it's time to go. Finally, Will is reunited with his father, after he's brought under the Astral Prism's protection, of course.
Father, Will. God, it pains me to look at you.
Ravengard isn't exactly thrilled that Will saved him, even after he sees our memories and all we've been through. He'll come around though, as now he'll be joining our camp. We speak with Tubin's daughter, who reiterates what we already know about the Gondians.
We were kept hostage to control our families and the Steel Watch Foundry, to keep them building Gortash's death machines.
This is because if you play these events in a different order, the story still makes sense. So sometimes we run into redundant dialogue, but that's not a problem because it works in the context of the story. Of course she doesn't know that her father sent us, so we tell her we already spoke with him.
I knew it. I knew he would do something.
Arriving back at the dock under Flim's cargo, we find the priestesses of Umberlee already here. We confirm the submersible is what killed their priestess and that the Iron Throne is destroyed. Oh yeah, the Iron Throne. By the way, the Iron Throne was an important location in the original Baldur's Gate, being the headquarters of the antagonist faction of the same name.
The restoration of the harbor will take a long time. Black blood clings and stinks like death itself. With the Bitch Queen's blessings, we take our leave.
The priestesses thank us, as do the Gondians we rescued.
I failed. The heart of the gate is dead.
Back outside, we actually get a dialogue trigger from Will about Ansur. We're only supposed to learn about Ansur after freeing Ravengard, who tells Will about the legend, so the dialogue is trying to catch up with us. As we return to the Foundry, Shadowheart prompts Gale to say something interesting.
You're a child at heart, Gale, admiring wind-up toys and clockwork trinkets.
I admire any who follow their curiosity to novel and unexpected means. This is how the world changes for the better.
What a true and inspiring line, found even here with triggers that are super easy to miss. Gale is right. Curiosity is extremely important to society. It's the intrinsic desire that drives innovation and social change. We would be nothing without curiosity and those who pursue it. Time to finish what we started. Freeing the prisoners was just the first step. Now we must aid the Foundry workers in their revolution.
You cut out my eyes.
Gondians! Rip the motivator from this bastard's hands! For good!
In this moment, Tubin illustrates that it's never too late to resist. Even if you've been beaten down and you've complied and contributed to the efforts of the oppressors, you are still able to rise up and fight back. The Foundry consists of a series of fights in which we help the Gondians rebel against the cultists. In each area, there are cultists with special devices that cause the collars around the Gondians' necks to explode, which need to be disarmed. Interesting side note, one of these cultists has a letter from his parents on him. We aren't going to dive too deep into this, but it's worth mentioning that in these situations of corrupt regimes and injustice, there are people who won't see things for what they are. It doesn't make them evil necessarily, but some people are too preoccupied to ever recognize that their society has been consumed by propaganda and infiltrated by bad actors. People closest to you, even your parents, may never recognize, and even worse, be willing to admit when corruption has taken hold of society. Downstairs in the Foundry's lab, there's already a fight going on between Steel Watchers, groups of cultists, and rebelling Gondians. We're reaching the end of the game, so our party is very strong by now and can manage these encounters with relative ease. It's also down here we begin to figure out how the Steel Watchers actually work. There's an area in which the cult were harvesting tadpole-invested zombie brains to implant into the Watchers.
The brain in this jar is aware that its watcher is on duty in the control center, vast and throbbing with illithid telepathy.
We even discover evidence of how the Watchers are being controlled remotely, via Mind Flayer telepathy. There's a dead Gondian here with a note that explains we can sabotage the Foundry's mainframe in order to disable the Steel Watch. This Gondian was willing to sacrifice her life in an attempt to do so. Her last words are touching. We enter the Foundry's control center so that we can put a stop to the Steel Watch for good. Suddenly, a Steel Watcher Titan is brought up into the room. This is going to be the boss fight, and it's an interesting change-up. So far, we've been fighting organic targets, and now we're fighting a giant robot. Keep in mind, this completely fits into what the story has established, so it feels totally reasonable. It's also cool to have this sort of variety for boss fights in Act 3. The fight itself is a bit of a challenge, because this is a giant robot after all. There are more Steel Watchers throughout the room, the boss is resistant to several forms of damage, it can go into a self-repair mode which we have to break, and it's capable of doing high damage in a large area. Our strategy mostly comes down to occupying the other Watchers with melee characters while we chip away at, then focus on the boss when it tries to heal itself. It's also worth mentioning that the Steel Watchers self-destruct when they're damaged enough, which can do a lot of harm to anything near them. If you've ever raided in an MMO like World of Warcraft, this fight's design might feel familiar to you. There are adds to deal with, there are phases in which the boss starts to repair and the party has to prioritize damaging the boss, and when brought down to a certain percent of HP, the boss starts using more threatening types of attacks. After some patient execution, we're able to defeat the Titan. At the back of the room are the console and device that controls the Watchers. Naturally, it has an element of body horror, being a fusion of both technology and illithid biology. It's a disgusting machine covered in fleshy masses. We access the neural switchboard and set it to overload the Neurocitor, as it's called, to destroy both it and the Foundry. Gotta go fast. Back outside, after everyone makes it out okay, the Iron Hand gnomes have come to confront the Gondians.
That was a hell of a show, my friend. Watchers collapse in the street as we speak. And the Foundry. The scent of rune powder drifts through the city like a warm embrace.
Wulbren still hates the Gondians for what they did, but it's evident that rage has overtaken his sensibilities.
Single parasitic Gondian remains. Baldur's Gate is under threat.
Enough, Wulbren. Gortash enslaved us, forced us to build his steel watches, but no more. Take the city, let the Iron Hands reign supreme. I just wish to go home and hold my daughter.
Wulbren represents an interesting point of view. While it is true that destroying the Gondians along with the Foundry would have solved the problem of the Steel Watch, it wasn't really the most ethical solution. The Gondians were never really our enemies, they're just as much a victim of the cult as we are. Wulbren's judgment has been clouded by anger and a desire for destructive revenge. Sometimes, violent revolution is necessary to overthrow tyrannies, but violence comes at a cost. Ignoring collateral damage and bystanders eventually makes you just as bad as what you're fighting against. Not at this point in time, and maybe not anytime soon, but compromising principles for quick solutions is not a good path to be on. Wulbren may consider the Gondians traitors, but we were able to help them rebel and join our cause by figuring out what was keeping them oppressed. The true enemy here was oppression, and through cooperation and mutual aid, we were able to achieve our goals and deal a devastating blow to Gortash's hold on the city.
Wulbren, enough! I won't watch as you poison your soul!
Barcus acknowledges what Wulbren is doing, emphasizing that condemning the Gondians to death wasn't the right thing to do.
Kill the Gondians, and you kill all we love. Collaboration, challenge, solving problems with the power of reason, creativity and invention. I still want to believe you're better than that, Wulbren. But even I am having my doubts.
We can see how far Wulbren has fallen here, when he orders his followers to kill his best friend.
This is ridiculous. Iron Hands. Kill this man. How dare you? Cowards!
Fortunately, they recognize how wrong he is.
They deserve a leader who'll encourage them to create, not destroy. They deserve someone like me. I can't save you from yourself, Wulbren. It hurts terribly, but I can't. Toss your values in the bin if you want, but don't throw out the Iron Hands with them.
Barcus comes in clutch here, usurping Wulbren as leader of the Iron Hand Gnomes. It was difficult for Barcus to do this to his close friend, but Wulbren has become a danger to himself and others.
It is with a heavy heart that I remove Wulbren Bongal from our ranks. You have until first light to leave the city. Wulbren.
We're proud of you, Barcus. It's moments like these that define a person's character. Barcus throughout our story has proven to not be very strong, and that he can't always do things by himself, but he shows that he's willing to become a leader if it means upholding the values he believes in. With the Steel Watchers disabled, it's much easier to fight our way back into Worm's Rock Fortress to confront Gortash. All we have to deal with on the first floor are the remaining Flaming Fist still choosing to follow Gortash's orders. Returning to the throne room that held the ceremony earlier, we see what happened to all the nobles and aristocrats in attendance. Gortash had them all killed, as he no longer had any use for them. In their place are cultists and traps guarding the way to Gortash. Gortash has reoccurring themes of mechanical creations, aside from just the Steel Watch. This room and the room upstairs both contain flamethrower and special grenade launching traps. You can actually use these to your advantage. After they fire at you, you can pick up and throw the grenades back at enemies. Sometimes they still blow up in your face though. Killing off the aristocracy is a classic in the playbook of tyrants. Greedy people are all too willing to follow a regime that promises wealth or power, only to find out too late that once power had been consolidated, the tyrant never had any intention to share. Either these people knew Gortash was corrupt and they were conscious bad actors, or they didn't know and were unconscious bad actors because they still had a responsibility to be able to identify corruption. In this regard, it's hard to have sympathy for these people that hope to enrich themselves by celebrating Gortash's ascent. Corruption only begets conflict and violence. We make our way to the top of the fortress to confront Gortash. It's a beautiful view, but we've got business to attend to. This has been a long time coming for Karlach.
It's hard to keep a good woman down, isn't it, Karlach?
I don't know. You managed it for a solid decade.
I never meant to harm you, dear. Merely to help you realize your vast potential.
You sent me to the hells. You let Zariel take my heart, as though any of it was yours to give away.
The greater good, Karlach. Something I wouldn't expect you to understand.
You feel no regret, do you? All right. How about fear, then?
Oh, you do quite misunderstand. I've already made a deal with your companion. We need each other.
Do we now?
Gortash, even now, thinks he holds all the bargaining power. Only a narcissist would be in this situation and still believe they're in control of everyone else. He tries once more to convince us to join him, but it's a lazy effort at best, as born from his hubris.
I'm sorry you feel wronged by how things ended between us all those years ago. But now we must look to the future.
You make it sound like we were lovers. Or friends. But that wasn't it. I trusted you. I respected you. It was my job to protect you. And that's what I did. I was so young. I didn't recognize evil when I saw it. When you turned on me, I was too dumbstruck to realize what was happening. No way he'd hurt me, I thought. He betrayed me for reasons I still don't quite understand. But I suppose evil has no real cause. It just is. Until it isn't.
You utter brat. You're going to burn this place down.
Good.
Karlach finally gets to take out her decades worth of emotions on Gortash, and it's well deserved.
No, you have to stop her. Do it, now!
Even in this moment, Gortash tries to command us to help him, which is beyond pathetic. Karlach brings up an interesting point. Evil has no real cause. It just is. We can make a lot of arguments regarding this, but we'll touch back on it in a bit. The fight itself has a few challenges, including the previously mentioned grenade launcher and flamethrower traps in the room, which is considerably smaller than the room below. Of course, there are also additional Bane cultists, which we've become accustomed to fighting. Gortash starts the fight with what's essentially an energy shield, giving him resistance or immunity to almost all forms of damage. This shield only lasts for the turn it's activated, and Gortash has to continuously activate it to make use of it. He's only level 9, because the game is balanced so that players can choose to kill Gortash much earlier, but we did some of the harder fights and encounters first. We're now at level 12, which is the highest possible level in the game, and we have a ton of unique items, meaning we're at the peak of our power. After he takes a certain amount of damage, Gortash takes on the aspect of Bane, increasing his size, adding more to his HP, and giving him more abilities. He fights with a fist weapon, which is an interesting choice, but we quickly send Karlach after him as she wields Baldur's Giant Slayer, which we got from defeating Ansur. We navigate this fight by focusing down the adds, mostly by throwing live grenades at them, and playing around Gortash's energy shields by using our Bard crowd control while they're up, and physical stuns whenever they're down. Let's discuss Gortash himself and how he found himself in this situation. We discussed earlier how tyrannies are the result of corruption overtaking and warping government, with this specific case being that Baldur's Gate functioned as an aristocracy that was relatively uncorrupted, which some nobles probably believed would transform into an oligarchy under Gortash, but ultimately became a tyranny with Gortash being the absolute ruler. We've explored several examples of corrupted governments being destined to fail due to an inherent struggle between opposing factions, but we haven't discussed which faction remains after all the other political factions are neutralized. Generally, and Baldur's Gate 3 illustrates this, when governments become tyrannies, they have a single figure that wields total power, which came about by a process of consolidation, usually culminating in violence. Rule of the many, like a democracy, through political consolidation may transform into an aristocracy or oligarchy, which may then be consolidated further into a dictatorship or tyranny. Each of these changes results in fewer people or classes wielding power, with the ultimate goal of corruption being to leave only one person or faction wielding power. When the tyrant has achieved this and there is no political opposition left, they may consider their power secured. However, as we've shown through this video, there is no way to gain power through corruption that does not also result in creating division or unrest. When the tyrant has seized total power, the people themselves become the opposition. There is only so much a tyrant can do before people refuse to live under their oppression any further. In essence, this is another way tyrannies are always doomed to fail. Without people, what does the tyrant even rule over? If the people decide to oppose the tyrant, then the tyrant has nothing left. No more claims, no more power. Because of this, a tyrant can never truly eliminate all opposition, because doing so would result in no one left to rule over. Sure, people might support the regime because it benefits them, but remember that corruption inherently creates internal conflict, and different factions will eventually form and strive to undermine each other. In this regard, tyrannies can never last. They may establish themselves for some time, but just look back at history and you'll see that no tyrannic rule is permanent. Gortash's biggest mistake was his principles and virtues. He was always destined to fail, because corruption and tyranny are always destined to fail. Corruption, as we've gone over, breeds incompetence and conflict. Tyranny inevitably creates its own opposition and downfall. Gortash was never going to succeed. He may have caused widespread irreversible damage, not just to Baldur's Gate, but to the whole world, but there was never a chance his corrupted ideals would succeed. Even with being able to mind control massive amounts of people, his machinations and propaganda created opposition which led to his downfall. We are that downfall. We are those that fought against his and the cult's injustice at every opportunity. We rallied disparate groups to work together to sabotage and subvert Gortash's plans, and through determination, we succeeded. This is what resistance looks like. It takes a lot of effort and sacrifice. It's one thing to feel emotions and reactions in the face of corruption and tyranny, but it's another to take those emotions and channel them into something productive. The only way the people can fight tyranny is through concerted effort, and not just by reacting in the moment. Throughout history, there has always been an ongoing battle between two general ideologies that exist on the same spectrum. For the sake of simplicity, we're going to describe these two opposing forces as liberalism and authoritarianism. Liberalism, as we discussed earlier, is defined by the human desire for self-determination, personal freedoms, and egalitarianism. Basically, people want to be free and treated equally. This does not mean all people want to be perfectly equal, because that's not really practical, but rather equal in the eyes of society and the law. Authoritarianism, on the other hand, is defined by centralized and total control, preservation of status quo, and suppression of opposition. Basically, as opposed to the plurality of liberalism, authoritarianism seeks power to be held only by the few and not the many. Historically, this constant struggle can describe most political events. Julius Caesar and Augustus reforming Rome into an empire, centralizing power and dismantling the Senate, the revolutions of 1848 and Springtime of the Peoples, resulting in the end of monarchic rule in Europe, the wave of fascism after World War I, leading to the Nazis and Italian fascists seeking political power and instigating another war, the signing of the Magna Carta in 1215, meaning England's king and his government were not above the law, the age of colonialism, the exploitation and removal of sovereignty of peoples around the world, and the era of decolonization after the World Wars, which resulted in the return of the right of autonomy to those peoples. All of history can be viewed through the lens of this conflict between liberalism and authoritarianism. Liberalism is preferred. By nature, it encourages intellectualism, artistic expression, and advancement through merit. Authoritarianism, in nearly every instance, represents corruption of power, greed, adherence to dogma, and repression of creativity and curiosity. People, in their natural state, gravitate towards and benefit most from the principles of liberalism. Liberalism movements in societies represent instances of humanity's greatest achievements. Without a tendency for liberalism, there would have been no Hanseatic League and subsequent evolution of international economics that eventually led to the creation of the European Economic Community. There would have been no investment into English public institutions in the 1800s, like the University of Westminster, which provided Alexander Fleming his start in education, which led to his discovery of penicillin. There would be no multiculturalism facilitating the spread of ideas across borders, like American disco inspiring French house music, which is how we have modern EDM. Authoritarianism abhors critical thinking, glorifies greed, and revels in corruption. Those who seek power through authoritarianism lack the competence and ethics to attain it without subversion or violence. By definition, being against liberalism means you're against economics, scientific achievement, and art and music. Being against liberalism means being against progress. These concepts, which we all benefit from, are only possible when individuals are given the resources and freedom to explore their passions and curiosities. Gortash represents the ultimate failing of authoritarianism. He used propaganda to influence people in politics, he utilized brainwashing to create a self-serving and misguided base of power, and he employed violence to further his agenda and suppress opposition. From the very start, Gortash, representing Bane, was never going to succeed. He was incompetent, greedy, and a narcissist. He believed that power should be his alone, that he had the right to make demands of others, and that the suffering of the many was inconsequential. We are the counteracting force that has come to be Gortash's reckoning. We were just a bunch of random people with our own stories and challenges, but Gortash created a common cause for ourselves and others to work together. Gortash's corruption and evil are the forces that created our coalition, and in turn, we are the force that will destroy him. We are the people, and he is our eternal enemy. With no lackeys left to defend him, and by the full might of our party, Gortash is defeated.
It's finished. It's done.
After the battle, Karlach has finally been granted the revenge she sought for so long.
I feel like there should be a sunset for me to ride off into. Or an orchestral swell, or something. But there's nothing, is there? I killed the bastard who ruined my life, and my prize is that I get to crawl into a corner and die. Am I fucking missing something?
In this moment, Karlach's emotions are laid bare. She finally killed Gortash, but it did nothing to help her condition or change the past.
It makes no sense. None of it means anything. He's dead. And he's no fucking sorrier now than he was before. What was the point? I'm still dying. I'm dying. I'm going to die.
Karlach recognizes revenge is hollow. It can't bring back loved ones, it can't restore lost time, and it can't save your future.
I don't want to go back to hell. I shouldn't have to. I want to live. I want to live here, in my home, with my own heart. My heart. It was mine. And they took it. I'm going to be as dead as a Gortash any day now. Any moment. And what then? Off to the City of Judgment to waste into oblivion? Into the dirt to get eaten by maggots? Is that it for me? Is that fucking all? And you'll just keep going, won't you? Watching the stars, warming your hands on the campfire, dancing, eating, making fucking love all night. All of it, all of it! That's my reward for everything I suffered. That's why I survived 10 years of torment. The fighting, the clawing, the loneliness, the fucking loneliness. All of it so I could rot. Because the person I trusted the most gave me away to the devil. It isn't fair. I don't want it like this.
Incredible performance in this scene. Frankly, this whole cast deserved awards. Karlach, despite her revenge, is left with nothing. Gortash never reconciled what he did. No one could find a way to save her own life, and now she's faced with the reality that she will die and everyone will go on without her. There was no fairness here, no justice, just suffering for Karlach. In the end, it had no meaning or purpose, which is often the case in life. We all have to face trials and suffering in life, and we often attempt to cope by thinking there must be some reason or meaning behind the pain. But the tragic truth is, there is no real point to it. Cruelty and suffering are meaningless. They do nothing but devastate and leave people behind, forced to pick up the pieces. Now, after all the suffering and pain, Karlach is still faced with her mortality. This isn't fair. She's a good person with a kind heart, yet she's condemned to death because of the cruelty of others. She's left surrounded by those who care about her, but are powerless to help her.
What the fuck am I supposed to do now?
At least it's some small consolation that we're here for her.
Let's get out of here. I've always hated this place. Stupid fucking gigantic bridge or whatever. I think I need to go to camp for a while. Be alone. Scream at the sky. You can come and find me later if you want to. Thanks for listening. For existing. Love you.
With this, Karlach needs to be alone for a while. We give her space, and she returns to camp by herself to process her emotions. As was our ultimate goal, we claim Gortash's netherstone.
Bane's chosen has fallen. His netherstone is yours. You have done well.
We are reminded of the situation. The Elder Brain is lashing out from the control of the crown, and we don't have much time before it breaks free.
One netherstone remains. Orin's. We must find her and take it from her. After that, we take control of the brain. And you should start wondering what you will do then.
We're resolved to put an end to it, but the Emperor implies otherwise.
We shall see.
Yeah man, you don't know us.
Freedom. Close. Help me. Help you. Reciprocation!
The Elder Brain is trying to communicate with us, and seemingly wants to work together. If we aren't trusting the Emperor, no way would we ever even consider trusting the giant eldritch brain monster. It wants us to kill Orin and get the final netherstone.
Kill Orin! Kill Orin! Kill Orin! Kill Orin!
We should proceed with caution.
Hey soldier, you're back.
Back at camp, we check in on Karlach, after she's had some time to reflect.
You know, soldier, we're so fucked. The Dark Three are trying to consume the Sword Coast. We've still got tadpoles in our eyes, and I've got a ticking time bomb in my chest. I'm not sure anyone has ever been more fucked than this. And yet, we're fine. In this moment, we're fine. Here I am. There you are. Breathing, talking, even laughing if we want. Is it very precious to say that despite it all, I'm happy?
Beautiful sentiment from Karlach. Despite the past, despite the future, we still have the present. Despite evil, despite injustice, we can still find happiness.
Eyes the hamstring pit fiends for fun. Look at me now.
One of the themes of this game is change and growth, which can even be found in some surprising places.
Still me, even after everything.
This line is likely a reference to Undertale of all things, and what I consider to be one of the most profound moments in video games. Despite everything, we're still here. We're still us. Time and experiences may change aspects of us, but it's comforting to consider we never really change who we truly are.
Will you stay with me when it's time for me to go? I think I can do anything if you're there. Even die.
Of course, Karlach.
Thank you. Now, enough tragedy, I'm not gone yet, and our schedule is packed with important heroics, isn't it? Plus, if I cry anymore, I'm gonna run out of tears and start leaking motor oil. Thanks for everything, soldier. I'm extremely glad to be in this thing together.
Meanwhile, Will is having an important conversation with his father, who insists Will should become a politician.
Will? I fought to right the wrongs of the coast, to slay the men and monsters that hunt the helpless. It is in the wilds that I find my courage, not in the halls of upper city estates. There will be no Grand Duke Will Ravengard, and there will be no Blade of Frontiers. I am now the Blade of Avernus. For as long as demons and devils imperil the Sword Coast, they will be my prey.
Then go with my blessing. Be Faerun's great defender.
Will and Ravengard have reconciled and reached an understanding. Will only first left the city to fight evil, which his father never knew. Now, after sharing memories and seeing the person Will has become, Duke Ravengard has full confidence in his son. This may seem abrupt to you, but we've had more Will dialogue that I'm not showing, partially because we did things out of order and it was messy, and partially for reasons I'll explain at the end.
The Blade of Avernus. A new name for a changed man. The 4 pillars finally rise within me. Courage, insight, strategy, justice. I'm not to abide them, but to become them.
It's time to track down the last Netherstone. It's time to go after Orin. Minthara provides us with more insight into how she became involved with the cult.
Moonrise is the site of my greatest failure. As it turned out, to my shame, I was defeated without even drawing my weapon. I came to Moonrise with a retinue of warriors and assassins, the best House Bainray had to offer. I expected a battle, but found a fully laden feast table and a welcome befitting a house matron. Ketheric expected us, expected me, and I fell for his flattery.
And her relationship with Orin.
It was not the food I should have been wary of. It was the pale woman at the foot of the table. Orin the Red. We had barely begun to eat when she spoke for the first time. I only caught one word, my name. Then, quick as lightning, she climbed onto the table, a dagger in each hand, and skipped toward me, slicing the throats out of my men as she passed them.
Minthara wants revenge, and it's very much personal.
Few things frighten me. Orin is one of them. Ketheric held me still, his hand on my shoulder, the grip tight enough to crack the bone. When Orin stood before me, she touched the dagger to my eye, drawing out a tear of blood. I want this one, she said. Ketheric nodded his permission, and I was taken below. You've seen the horrors of the colony. Orin kept me there for days. She forced me to watch as my men were processed. Some for food, others as thralls. And then she placed the tadpole in my eye herself.
With Gortash dead, Orin is the last of the Chosen, so let's get to work.
Soon there will be vengeance.
Near where we go to track down Orin, there are some NPCs with some amazing names. Certified Slumgullion moment. Down an unsuspecting alley, we find the entrance that leads to something called the Murder Tribunal. We learned of its existence earlier by investigating the Ballast murders around the city. We only gain access from catching the murderer and learning the password. Down in this crypt, the atmosphere and music are both ominous. We make our way to several Death Knights that guard the entrance to the tribunal.
Present me well from gifts thine own, or I shall rend thy flesh from bone.
We gain access by giving the guard the severed hands of the murder victims, which we took from the murderer. The tribunal is located in an ornate chamber with a lot of ball imagery, but what exactly is the tribunal?
You gaze upon murder's progeny, child.
Here we come face to face with Sarevok Anchev, the antagonist of the original Baldur's Gate. Sarevok was originally played by legendary voice actor Kevin Michael Richardson, but is voiced here by another famous voice actor, Red Pepper, who still does a great job. All that's really important to know here is Sarevok was the bad guy in the first game, these echoes were antagonists from the Baldur's Gate 2 expansion, Throne of Bhaal, and the goal of Sarevok was to incite a war between Baldur's Gate and another regional power that would result in massive casualties and appease Bhaal. Sarevok did this because he's one of the Bhaal spawn, children of Bhaal that seek their father's favor through murder. You can actually play as a Bhaal spawn in this game, that's what the Dark Urge origin is for, and it adds much more content to Orin's plotline. Probably the best ending in the game results from a redeemed Dark Urge playthrough, which unfortunately isn't included in this video. The Murder Tribunal seeks to judge potential followers of Bhaal through the murders they committed. There's a way to continue with the process here and commit a ritual murder of your own to gain access to the Temple of Bhaal. However, we brought you here in Minsk with us, which means it's on site with Sarevok.
But these are not aspirants. You have brought traitors of Bhaal into our midst. Harper Worm, the abdicating hero. Your keen sense for this city has withered in your absence. And you, man of stone, as you stood a statue, a helpless ornament. Your city warped, changed, became ripe for the plucking.
Sarevok, Bal's least favorite son. Still tied to Daddy's apron strings, I see.
We have already smashed Sarevok's soul from his body once. Boo says it is your turn.
Dang, this is some prime shit talk. Like, these two don't even care that Sarevok is back on his bullshit.
And so, the Harper and the idiot Ranger raised their weapons against Sarevok once more. Your hubris will be your undoing, as it was once mine. Only this time, you will fall, and Baal will have his offering by my hand.
The music here is awesome. It's a reprisal of the game's title theme, which is of course inspired by the original game. The fight itself is a little tricky. Sarevok is a powerhouse. He can make quick work of anyone in our party. Aside from that, each echo can provide him with special abilities or resistances, including a ton of healing per turn. If an echo dies, Sarevok permanently has access to their support ability. The key here is to crowd control the echoes so they can't buff Sarevok while you fight him. Since our party has a wide range of crowd and area control abilities, we can handle this. Once we neutralize the echoes, we still have to worry about Sarevok's attacks. After attacking 4 times, which of course he can attack several times per turn, Sarevok gains access to Deathbringer Assault, which will insta-kill anyone in our party. We don't actually have much to say about Sarevok, because this isn't his game. We're gonna wait until we get to Orin. It's pretty cool he shows up here, as he was iconic in the original games. He could even join your party in Throne of Baal, but he lets his granddaughter/daughter, Orin, have the spotlight in Baldur's Gate 3. During the fight, we also had to deal with the Death Knight guards coming in from behind us. This whole situation plays out differently depending on what you're doing in your playthrough, but of course we are good guys with Jaheira and Minsk, so we fight everyone here. With good coordination, we take out the Death Knights, Sarevok, and the Echoes. Minsk landed the final blow in the fight, which feels fitting. On Sarevok, we find an amulet which will give us access to the Temple of Baal and open up the path to Orin.
My wrinkles are starting to chafe. As an officer of the law, I demand you free me at once.
In the other room is Valeria, a character we actually never interacted with because we have meta-knowledge and skipped talking to her. She was supposed to be investigating the murders, but was pretty incompetent at it. Because she's a celestial creature, she was kidnapped for the Murder Tribunal's ritual, but now we've rescued her.
There's a Baal temple deep within the old Undercity that the cult is using. A century ago, it was destroyed by a group of heroic sorts. Let's hope history repeats itself, eh?
Mind who you call history, Hollyphant.
The wrinkled orb is correct. Boo remembers the stench of the temple steel.
Very good. Now, let's talk and find that temple.
Deep under the city, we already know the location to the temple's entrance. We weren't able to enter before because the door knows we aren't murderers. With the amulet from Sarevok, we convinced the door that we are murderers by explaining we killed the Murder Tribunal, which is an interesting way to proceed, since, yeah, technically we did murder some people.
Unorthodox, but a show of faith nonetheless.
This leads to the Undercity, a location from the original game. This is where the Temple of Baal is located, and where the original protagonists had their final confrontation with Sarevok. The environmental design is still going strong. There's a few encounters on the way down to Orin, but we have meta-knowledge and basically bypass them. This area is very eerie, really emphasizing the whole murder worship motif. We approach the entrance to the Temple of Baal, where we will find Orin.
This is a foul place. Better buried. Already Boo is bristling, and not from the cold.
I confess that the last time I came here, I thought it would be my tomb. You can see why.
The temple is profane and grotesque, but Shadowheart is not impressed.
Why must the Dead Three be so obvious and ugly with their decor? Blood and bones, bones and blood. Pointy nonsense. At least Shah had some panache.
As did Mistra's home on Elysium.
Her ribbed vaults and buttresses created a magic entirely of their own. Not to mention her pleasure domes.
Pleasure dome.
It's a perfectly legitimate architectural feature.
Finally, we confront Orin, the last of the Dead Three's chosen.
I smell it. Gortash's corpse stain. His killer approaches.
Orin is still her usual weird self, and she's pissed we killed Saravok.
But Saravok's crimson was not yours to spill. He was mine. You had no right to take him. Your murder should have been exquisite. A crypt-born effigy to greet Baal's bleeding dawn. And now it will be nothing. Come to me, Father. Set my flesh to your unholy purpose.
The form Orin takes on is that of the Slayer, which was also present in the original games and something the Dark Urge can also transform into. The Slayer is a special power certain Ballists have access to that basically increases their ability to murder people, as a giant monster. Being a Slayer gives Orin access to special abilities and the potential to wreak a lot of havoc in a single turn. Orin also gets 12 instances of Unstoppable, meaning the next 12 instances of damage she takes are reduced to 1. What makes this fight even more complicated are the Baal cultists surrounding the altar. They can't be attacked directly, and each one is channeling power into Orin. We can deal with them using AoE knockbacks though, and send them off into the abyss below. This is basically how we deal with all of them, as they have the ability to turn invisible each turn when they're attacking, which is super annoying. There's not much else we did in terms of strategy here besides send the cultists flying and tank Orin's Slayer form until we could whittle down the stacks of Unstoppable. I'd like to point out again that reference to Macbeth that Orin made earlier. The soliloquy she references is near the end of the play, after Lady Macbeth is dead and Malcolm and Macduff have come to siege Macbeth's castle. The tragedy of Macbeth is about how murder and political ambition corrupted the titular king. Macbeth seizes the throne of Scotland through murder because of a prophecy, and he becomes increasingly more paranoid and violent in a bid to retain his power, in the process becoming a tyrant. This is exactly in line with the other themes we've discussed, and it implies that by the start of Act 3, we are the enemy already at the gates for Gortash and Orin. Their defeat was heavily foreshadowed, basically assured. Let's talk about Gortash and Orin's dynamic, and do a deeper analysis as to why they were predetermined to fail. Game theory sits at the intersection of mathematics and social science, and it concerns the study of strategic interactions. We refer to these interactions as games, which are used to describe situations in which there are choices made by individuals or players. Broadly speaking, game theory is used to predict the actions of actors under uncertainty, and most often it's associated with zero-sum games and their outcomes. Zero-sum games, put really simply, refer to situations in which outcomes are discrete and values are fixed. We can view the dynamic between Orin and Gortash after the death of Ketheric as a two-person zero-sum game. We can explain this situation with a basic example called the Prisoner's Dilemma, which is just a simple framework for this type of game. In this scenario, there are two players, Orin and Gortash, with two options, peace or war. The numerical outcomes are arbitrary in this, so don't think about them too much. They basically represent what each party will win. Think of it like surplus good or resources. If both sides were to choose peace, each party would receive 8 as an outcome. If one side chooses peace and the other chooses war, the side that chose peace will result in 0, and the side that chose war will result in 10. And if both sides choose war, both sides receive 4 as the outcome. This means that by choosing peace, the potential outcomes are either 0 or 8, and by choosing war, the potential outcomes are either 4 or 10. This is how we determine the Nash equilibrium, which is based on minimum payoffs. Since 4 is a preferable minimum to 0, both sides will reach an equilibrium in which neither will change their strategy in anticipation of the other side always choosing war. The famous American mathematician, John Nash, defined this equilibrium, which serves as a potential solution concept to all non-cooperative games. However, this is only the determined result in the case of a non-cooperative game. But what if we consider this scenario to allow cooperation? Cooperative games describe scenarios in which sides may choose to cooperate for mutual benefit and preferred outcomes through binding agreements or contracts. If the two sides were to cooperate, meaning Gortash and Orin, then they would come to the conclusion that they would rather choose peace. This results in an outcome of 8 for each of them, which doubles their benefit that was otherwise determined to be 4 from both of them choosing war. Since the remaining 2 chosen decided not to cooperate after the death of Ketheric, they were predetermined to fail. In their situation, the outcome of both choosing war resulted in both of them lowering their chances of beating us and losing. Had they cooperated and chose peace with each other, they would have, in this scenario, doubled their chances of winning against us. Think of it this way: instead of wasting resources trying to kill each other, they could have just focused on us instead. This mathematic understanding of strategic outcomes is basically why modern geopolitics has evolved to be based on mutual cooperation and trade agreements rather than conflict and wars. This is also an additional reason for modern society to view wars so negatively. Aside from all the violence and loss of human life, we also know mathematically that wars are extremely inefficient. Using this example from game theory, we've shown that both Orin and Gortash had no chance of winning due to their lack of cooperation. This was due to both of them being immoral, corrupt, and unjust. Both Gortash and Orin are consumed by greed and a lust for power or murder. Their inability to cooperate was their downfall. Meanwhile, our greatest strength comes from our collaboration with others. This adds on to our discussion of injustice and corruption leading to conflict, and further supports the idea that cooperation and mutual benefit generally lead to better outcomes. After dealing with all the extra cultists, surviving Orin, and defeating her Slayer form, we are victorious.
A metallic tang fills the air as the Slayer's form is drained of life. Ashes to ashes, blood to blood, you have robbed another god of his chosen.
Orin's death is super graphic, more so than anyone else's. We go to retrieve the final Netherstone.
So, we have the final stone. I need to see it for myself.
Sure you do.
There it is. So innocent, but such potential. You have done very well indeed.
The Netherstones pulse with psionic energy, permeating you, pulling you in line with their rhythm.
We learned the location of the Elder Brain, deep underneath the city.
With the stones in hand and the chosen dead, we stand as good a chance as we ever will. As to how good a chance that is, I cannot say. But I have hope.
We've come this far, no sense in turning back now.
When we reach the pool, we will find the brain, and we will end this. In death, thraldom, or freedom.
Don't worry, we didn't forget about the orphan on the sacrificial altar.
You came for me. That lady, she killed Grub. I don't like it here. I'm going home.
She'll be alright when she gets back to our camp. Minthara, in a somewhat similar situation to Karlach, now has her revenge on Orin.
I do not often doubt myself. But surviving Orin took courage and strength I was not sure I had. I could not have faced her without you.
She doesn't have the same emotions as Karlach, which is nice for her, I guess, and she considers our work unfinished, which is fair.
Our fight is not done. While the brain is still free, and we are still infected, we will never be safe. But we can talk of this later. For now, let us be glad that we still draw breath, and that Orin does not.
Now that the Chosen are dead, the Elder Brain is trying its hardest to break free. This isn't good for the city. We're going to have to get moving.
Released. Usefulness ended. Targeted. Killed. Dead. Unavoidable.
Before we go, we stop by Orin's room to use Speak with Dead on her mother. This game is full of details like this, and we're just here to show off this spell since there are a ton of corpses in the game you can use it on for unique dialogue.
I tried to kill her, but she killed me first.
This is especially morbid, because Orin was the one that killed her mom, but her mom also planned on killing Orin, so what else did we expect? Another gross detail is that Orin's mother is the daughter of Sarevok, and Sarevok is also Orin's father. Yeah. This is also where the Dark Urge ends up, dead next to Orin's bed, which is a cool detail. We travel deep below the city to search for the Elderbrain, now having the Netherstones and a general idea of its location.
Cranium rats. They swarm when an Elderbrain is near.
Rats. We board the boat that will take us to the Elderbrain. I feel like this is going well. Never mind. We make our way to a nearby shore with our party. The Elderbrain is near, which is making it hard to resist its influence.
An overwhelming force pushes into your mind. The brain. It is here.
Finally, we come upon the pool in which our final enemy resides.
Deathly silence. The air is stale and putrid.
It's close. Have the stones ready.
Your blood slows. Your senses strung so tight they could snap in an instant.
Uh-oh. I have a bad feeling about this.
You think you know why you are here? You think that by killing the Chosen and taking the Netherstones, you can destroy me? You are wrong.
It invades our mind, and we try to use the Netherstones to subdue it.
It's messing with your mind. Don't listen to it. Use the stones.
We actually have the opportunity here to pass some increasingly difficult rolls that weakens the brain during the final boss fight.
By eliminating Ketheric, Orin, and Gortash, you have simply unbound me. Exactly as I intended.
Wait, what? That can't be true.
The crown is now mine to command. Mine alone.
Don't listen to it. Focus on the crown.
Alright, this isn't good. The brain has been absorbing the power of the crown, and apparently it planned on us killing the Chosen.
The crown is not my weakness. It is what made me what I am. I needed the crown to build an army. I needed the Chosen to bring it to me. They would not have surrendered it freely, so I gave them what they wanted. Power. Just enough that they would play their part in my design. Their part has ended. The next orders will be mine.
The brain claims this was part of the plan from the beginning, to have the Chosen use it in a plan that would lead to the Illithids overrunning the Sword Coast.
And you had your role to play too.
It claims that we were a pawn to its designs as well, but how could that be possible?
Who do you think planted the knowledge of Orpheus's power and the fear of what it could do? When the Chosen sent my thralls to retrieve the prism, who do you think let the Emperor slip its leash, knowing it would be the one to bring you to me?
Were you a part of its plan?
Ah, fuck.
I only needed one Netherstone loosened from the Chosen's grasp to guarantee my freedom. You brought all three back to me. In doing so, you have liberated me.
Okay, things might be a little chalked here. The brain didn't control us directly through the tadpoles, but rather we played into its plans through good old-fashioned manipulation. It outplayed us. It was a setup from the start. We aren't strong enough to wield the Netherstones, so the Emperor provides us an escape.
This is not over.
The city is now fully under attack by Illithids, and the signal has been given to transform people into Mind Flayers.
I pulled you out just in time. The situation is worse than I thought. This is an Elder Brain, no longer. The magic of the crown has caused it to evolve. It has become something more. A nether brain.
We're now dealing with a nether brain, a more powerful, newly evolved version of an elder brain that has absorbed power from the crown of Karsus.
It has been anticipating our every move from the start. I underestimated it. We will need to rethink our plan.
Right when we thought we were going to win, things just got a lot more dire. We can't control the nether brain with the nether stones as easily as we thought. There's still the issue of Prince Orpheus.
I have assessed our encounter with the nether brain from every angle. I know why we failed. The problem was not the stones. The problem was you. You can make only one move at a time, but the nether brain calculates every possible move at once. It knows what you will do. It knows everything you could possibly do. You cannot outmaneuver it.
Wrong. You don't know how erratic I can be.
To defeat it, you would have to think like an Anithid. Better yet, be one. Your mind is not capable of this. Mine is. You will give the stones to me. I will assimilate Orpheus, and then I will be able to leave this prison to face the brain.
Slow down there, buddy.
Assimilate him. Skva! No! Now is the time to liberate him. Do not stand against me.
Yeah, we aren't letting you gobble Orpheus.
You still don't trust me. After all we've been through.
Emphatically no. What makes you think we would trust you?
From the very beginning, your knight in shining armor.
The Emperor tries to guilt us and reminds us of all the good times we've had, which is just another attempt by him to manipulate us.
When you discovered my true identity, I did not flinch from the truth. I never lied to you, not once. I am just like you. We have the same enemy, the same story.
Nah, I don't think so.
Now I ask you for the last time to trust me. Release the nether stones to me.
No thanks, I'm good.
This is a risk we cannot take. Your hubris drives you even now. You failed before. I cannot trust that you will not fail again. You must trust me. Hand me the stones.
Bro, you literally lied to us from the beginning, even now bullshitting saying that you haven't lied.
It is true that I withheld reality. I showed Orpheus and his guards as evil beings. And I appeared to you in the form of someone you would trust. Someone who wasn't a mind flayer. But I am a mind flayer. Illusion is my language, just as words and actions are yours. Do not judge me for being true to myself. I have never judged you.
Okay, weird you even say that. Get over it, we're freeing Orpheus.
I told you we have to trust one another. I told you the Githyanki would only want to kill you for what you are. Still, you choose to break our alliance. Even united, the Netherbrain was going to be an impossible enemy. But apart, we have no chance of survival.
That's not how this works.
Very well. Since you will not work with me, you work against me. You leave me no option but to join the Netherbrain.
No shot you're pulling this right now. Bro, this guy is such a pussy. We never could have trusted the Emperor. Either he's always been secretly working for the Absolute, or he's too stubborn and egotistical to actually trust our judgment. This action basically proves the Emperor was never actually looking out for your best interest, and he was either only looking out for himself, or he was still under the Absolute's control without realizing it. Good riddance, we were never truly allies. And to think, you tried to fuck me.
The gate is gone.
Okay, Lae'zel, I get it, but take it easy with the slurs.
Gith's beloved son will lead us to a sure victory against the Netherbrain.
We let Lae'zel do the honors of freeing Orpheus with the hammer.
As the Githyanki prince takes his blade, a silent cry pierces your head. It's unlike any sensation you've ever felt.
You reek of Illithid. You destroyed a Githyanki creche.
Orpheus is pretty pissed at us, but he reluctantly understands we must be allies.
Nonetheless, it seems we must be allies.
Your Majesty, the Prince of the Comet, Gith's true heir. It is an honor.
Do not patronize me. You rejected the Illithid when it no longer suited your needs. No doubt you freed me because it suits you now. I will neither forgive nor forget your abuse of my powers.
Okay, man. We don't like how everything is played out either, but we rescued you as soon as we were able.
That is false. You had the opportunity to surrender yourself to my honor guard. They would have given you a noble end. Any worthy individual destined to become Geik would have done so. My guard would have freed me, and I would have stopped the Elder Brain before it evolved into a Nether Brain. All that suffering, avoidable, were it not for the choices you made.
This is a fair point, we'll give him that. The game is reminding us that we've judged others for not questioning authority, and that we've also prioritized self-preservation at the expense of others. We could say, oh, our situation was different, but that sort of defeats the purpose of posing this question to us. Could we have done things differently? Did we need to go about things this way? It gives the player something to think about. Personally, I don't think dying to the Honor Guard would have done anything. We needed the hammer to free Orpheus, so who's to say they could have managed it on their own? Let's just move on, Orpheus. Do you know how to stop the Nether Brain?
Yes, I do. The Geik was correct about one thing. The Netherbrain's power is beyond us. The hardest metal in the world would not cut through its mind, for it is made of thought itself. At this point, it will take an Illithid to unleash the full potential of the Netherstones.
Ah, shit, are you serious? We've come all this way, and now our only choice is to become an Illithid, the one thing we've been avoiding this whole time?
We face a Netherbrain. For there to be one way to defeat it is unlikely enough. There will not be another.
So someone needs to turn into a Mind Flayer. I messed up here because I was going to make Astarion do it, and I didn't realize the only options to have transform are the player character and Karlach. Well, there is one other option.
I know we've been through this before, but our situation has changed since then. Not for the better.
Gale still wants to consider blowing himself up.
Just because we do not like the alternative does not mean we are not free to choose our course. Do not mistake me, I want to live. But I've been careless enough with my life in the past. I can hardly stand by and watch you sacrifice yours.
No, Gale. You're our special boy, and we've made it this far without you blowing up.
I like the sound of that. Very well. We'll do this the old-fashioned way, then. Swords, spells, and sweat. Adventurous to the end. Whatever form it may take.
Hooray!
I trust you have weighed your options and reached the only honorable conclusion.
Yes, Orpheus. We won't do it.
Just as I was free, I will do it. I will become Illithid.
He will be the one to transform.
My prince, you cannot. This is not your burden to bear.
Okay, so yeah. This choice doesn't really make a lot of sense, since sacrificing the player character is probably the most reasonable solution here. Orpheus is way too valuable to sacrifice, but we're doing it this way just to get to the ending with all of our companions intact. This is not what I consider to be the most sensible ending, except for that from the very beginning our player character was first and foremost concerned with self-preservation and getting rid of the parasite. No one ever said we were perfect.
My prince, no!
Even in my darkest hours, I knew it was my destiny to save my people. I could never have imagined this would be the way. Give Kartavkim crushed.
Ugh, gross. Just glad that isn't us.
All to wield these. Let us seek out the Nether Brain and finish this. Once the grand design is ended, kill me. It is the very least you can do.
The city is in flames. The battle for Baldur's Gate has begun. We find ourselves in the upper city, with the Nether Brain floating high overhead. We find Voss, and he's not pleased.
You held the future of the people in your hands! How dare you take our prince from us! How dare you parade around this abomination!
Silence your blasphemous tongue, Voss.
Voss! Give Kartav Kim crush!
What?
Stand down! The true heir has spoken.
No. It can't be.
This kind of hinders the prospects of the Githyanki, which is why we probably shouldn't have transformed Orpheus.
What's become of you?
The grand design must be ended. A sacrifice had to be made.
The duty fell to me. I am not long for this world, or any other.
What of Vlaakith? What of our liberty?
You underestimate your own people. Their imaginations have kept the name Orpheus alive for millennia. Bring them my message. Tell them my fate. Some will doubt. Some will mock. But some will listen. And the spark will be lit.
As you wish. I stand at the ready.
Your friendship, your constancy. When I fell to despair, they elated me. Thank you, my friend. Shavazai.
Shavazai.
Now, to the Nether Brain. Let it be the first victim in the war for the skies.
The city is being destroyed, but man does the environment art still look good. It reminds me of paintings inspired by things like the Old Testament and the fall of the Roman Empire. Fittingly, our allies have gathered in the High Hall, basically what would be the City Hall or Capitol building, which is in ruins.
We have lost much already, and we will lose more before the day is out. But even when the last soul falls, Baldur's Gate will stand. For Baldur's Gate is more than just a city. It is more than a place of opportunity for those of mercantile spirit. More than a place of refuge for those who are lost. More than a home for friends, loved ones, and adventuring souls. Baldur's Gate is a place where anyone can find what they need, if they're just willing to fight for it. Today, Baldur's Gate needs us. Today, we fight for...
Hey guys.
You're late, friend. This is the one you spoke of.
The very same. The champion we've been waiting for. The one who will save Baldur's Gate from ruin.
The Fist examines your illithid ally with suspicion. He was not expecting the savior of Baldur's Gate to be accompanied by a mind flare.
Appearances may change, but they do not mask the one within. This one, I know. Observe with whom it traveleth. Friends
The Flaming Fist is saying exactly what we've been making a point of this whole time. Ideas are more powerful than the physical institutions that are built from them. Everyone we've helped along our journey is here, ready to fight with us.
And I'm not alone.
You helped me once. I figured it's time I paid you back. With magic.
I have marshaled the best the Flaming Fist has to offer. We will fight to the last.
You've unexpected friends. But my debt to you still stands. The Iron Hand Gnome's firepower is yours to command. Just show us where it's needed.
Your safety is of paramount importance, citizen. My services are at your disposal.
The Moon Maiden's silver light is a shield in dark times. Today, it is mine to wield.
And I hold her sword.
Whatever strength I have to lend, I will lend it. I will make my city proud again.
Did you think I was gonna let you have all the fun? Mole looks out for her friends. Mind flayers included. And she'll have your back. Trust me.
You can count on me, little rabbit, and your squiddy friend. I thirst for the hunt.
I made some improvements to Ramesses' arcane artillery. Give the word and the sky falls on any who stand in your way.
I'm in the mood to crack some skulls after that fuckery in the Temple of Baal. The City Watch will be glad to oblige me.
Not sure what I have to offer a mind flare, if I'm honest. But I hope my words of encouragement and reassurance will strengthen your resolve.
The journey has been brutal, but I stand here a Hell Rider once more. And I would die a proud man if I died this day.
I want my city back. And I've brought the toughest bastards from the guild to get the job done. My people have never hunted a monster this large. They are eager to join the fray.
I wouldn't miss this for all the souls in the city. Call my name, and I'll bring the hellfire.
Nature's servant awaits.
Glad to have you with us. And not a moment too soon.
The air is thick with anticipation. All eyes are on you. They're expecting a speech, something to stir their hearts and put fire in their bellies for the fight ahead.
We let Minsk do the honors. He has a much better way with words than us.
There was a time when my hamster counted every boot print that I left behind me. Whether it was in snow, mud, or evil's backside. Who did this? Because he knows the heart of Minsk. And he knew that a part of it was all those many steps behind us. In Rashomon, at home, Minsk could never count as high as Boo. So the number of steps soon became too large for him to hold in his head. Too large and too sad. But now Minsk knows the number. The number is none. Because Baldur's Gate is my home. And it will not fall while Minsk and Boo still stand.
You are still full of surprises, Ranger. I could not have said it better. But now that it is said, it is time. Swords, not words. Butt-kicking for goodness.
Genuinely a heartfelt sentiment from a character that is meant to be silly, which makes it all the more impactful. We even have a new kobold vendor for last-minute shopping.
Bodies, bloods, this is the dream. Knew I was smart to sneaks in. The Skelly boy said I could stay if I sold you stuff. So hurry up. Buy.
Cole knows what's up.
Well, don't you go getting chopped up. I need customers.
This is it. We've come this far and made so many friends along the way. Every good deed, every helping hand has culminated in this moment. Everyone's here. This is the true face of Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate isn't just a city, it's an idea. And an idea lives on through the people that believe in it. People that believe in opportunity, multiculturalism, personal freedoms, success by merit, and egalitarianism. In real life, there's a perfect analogy involving the Statue of Liberty. At the time of its construction, the statue, as a gift from France designed by French sculptor Frédéric Auguste Bartholdi, dedicated to the United States in 1886, was meant to celebrate America's first century of independence and the banning of slavery at the conclusion of the Civil War. The statue was inspired by the Colossus of Rhodes, a wonder of the ancient world, that inspired power, prosperity, and democracy. However, there were early critics of the Statue of Liberty claiming that it couldn't symbolize freedom while, during the period of Reconstruction following the Civil War, Americans were being persecuted and murdered by groups like the Ku Klux Klan. While the statue's pedestal was under construction in 1883, American poet Emma Lazarus published a poem about the statue that would become a cornerstone of American culture, the New Colossus. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome, her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. This poem changed the entire meaning for the Statue of Liberty, and that was only because it was a reflection of the people who saw it as a symbol of their home. In 1903, well after it opened, the poem was engraved on a plaque inside the statue, solidifying the statue's meaning. What determined what the symbol of the statue meant was not its architect or the government it was given to, but rather the people it came to represent. It became a symbol of immigration to the United States through places like New York City, which made the country what it is today. The statue came to be known as the Mother of Exiles, not like the masculine Greek statue of old conveying power and authority, but rather a symbol of maternal strength guiding those who sought out her embrace. It was a symbol of the people who came to America to escape persecution, to live freely, and to find prosperity in the land of opportunity. No matter if some authoritarian says otherwise, the people are what gives symbols like the Statue of Liberty their meaning. Baldur's Gate isn't the walls or the buildings. Baldur's Gate, or any society really, is the people that believe in its ideals. That's everyone here. Everyone that has gathered to fight the Netherbrain and stop the Absolute. We are the true spirit of Baldur's Gate. We are the idea of the city itself.
Never again will my people suffer under illicit enslavement. Sigh, sigh, sigh!
Think of all we've been through just to get to this moment. That wasn't luck, that was us. Let's just stay shoulder to shoulder and see this through.
Who knows what shape these final moments of ours might assume? Not I. Not Mistra. Not even you. Whatever my fate might be, I'll be glad to greet it in such fine company.
But we've come through a lot already. It would hardly do to fail now.
You are not just your fear and your doubts. You are your bravery and your valor, your skill and your strength. Let those voices drown out the others.
Fuck yes, soldier. I'm burning hard and fast and ready to fight a big old brain.
Think of all that we've already survived. Our foes should quake to see us approach them.
If you have doubts, rid yourself of them. They are infectious.
This is not my first time fighting for the fate of this damn city. I thought I'd die in any one of the last 3 apocalypses. I have been wrong every time. Long may it continue.
You have made some fine friends along your way. Each one a sword for the fight, a heart for your cause, and a boot for evil's underbelly.
Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. We will uphold the values that are so dear to us, our principles of liberalism and egalitarianism. We will fight the evils of injustice and the corrupt nature of authoritarianism that seek to destroy our lives and oppress our people. We charge against the forces of the Absolute, which guard the way to the Netherbrain itself. This section has a really cool mechanic. We get to call upon allies to join the battle. This means everyone we've gathered has a physical presence in these encounters should we call them in. Some of them can provide single-use powerful abilities, like Isabel, who can cast a massive heal on everyone. The Absolute is out in full force, every enemy from all points in the game, including goblins, mind flayers, and cultists. So we call in everyone we can, everyone we've helped along the way, including Aelin, Zevlor, Harpers, guild members, and Flaming Fist. It's so cool to have this level of payoff for your actions in the game. Our allies aren't just helping us off screen, they are here with us in the fight for our freedom.
Holy shit! Nautiloids can do that!
As we make our way further up towards the Netherbrain, Nautiloids begin to fire artillery barrages at us. Even the Githyanki are here with their dragons.
You are persistent. You have function. Leave them. Join us. Witness perfection. Witness the grand design.
We make it to the Netherbrain and stand at the precipice.
Brain, it's high above the city now, far away from any innocence. I can end this now. Stop the Absolute and spare the city. The stage is set for my final act. Mystra's bidding and the redemption that lies beyond. You brought me right where I need to be. I have no right to ask more of you. It's time I spirited you to safety. For this is a fate I must face alone.
No, Gale. You're too precious to us. Gale can find redemption with Mystra if he can get the crown after the Netherbrain is destroyed. We want him to have a happy ending. We're in this together.
Lead on, then. I'll stay my hand as long as I can. But if the tide of battle turns against us, remember I have the means to bring a swift end to this.
We ascend the stem to make our way up to confront the Netherbrain. The Crown of Karsus. Well, well, well. Look who decided to show up.
I know you. I know everything about you. Your thoughts, your feelings, your weaknesses.
Shut up, bitch! This is the final boss fight, and it's a big one. We face the Emperor, our Dream Visitors, several Mind Flayers, constantly summoning tentacles, Nautiloids firing artillery, and a dragon. This is the most complicated and involved fight in the game. We have to stretch our forces pretty thin, and yes, you can still call on your allies up here, but I sort of dragged the fight out by forgetting to do that. We have our party immediately beat the shit out of the Emperor. He dies before he even gets a turn. The main goal of this fight is to get past the enemies and have Orpheus use the Netherstones on the Crown of Karsus. To do that, we have party members rush the Mind Flayers in the back and take them out as soon as possible while everyone else deals with the dragon. This is a long fight, especially if you don't call on your allies. Eventually, we take down the Mind Flayers and the dragon and have our party gather around the crown.
This is our chance.
Even bound, its will is stronger than anything you've ever felt. The chains shake, threatening to break at any moment.
It's vulnerable, but not defeated.
This opens a portal to the psyche of the Netherbrain, and we have a limited amount of time to destroy the unbreakable will of the Netherbrain. It breaks free from the stones within a few turns, and all the while it uses psychic attacks and destroys the platforms we need to stand on. It can't move though, so we cast a silence field on it to make it way less dangerous. Our party beats the heck out of it with melee attacks, while Shadowheart keeps everyone healed and Gale expends his highest level spells. We hit it with everything we have. This is payback for everything it put us through. Halsin lands the final blow. The Netherbrain begs for its life.
At last, it is subdued.
Spare me. Join me. Wield me. Become absolute.
And thus, I honor my mother's legacy. The grand design, once again, ended by my line.
The brain is on the cusp of its final thought, and it's taking all of Orpheus's strength to keep it there. An opportunity, perhaps.
Orpheus, do it to him.
My master. I must obey. I must end.
Hopes, nightmares, and the screams of legions upon legions of unborn illithids. The pain rips through you, obliterating all thought, all feeling. Your tadpole burns in your brain.
Oops, there goes the crown.
Silence. For the first time in a long time, your thoughts are entirely your own. And then, gravity.
Uh-oh. With the end of the Netherbrain, the people of Baldur's Gate are able to fight back against the weakened Mind Flayers. They celebrate. They live to see another day.
Everything you did, everything you sacrificed, it was worth it. For this.
Maybe the real Baldur's Gate was the friends we made along the way.
Well, this is a bigger mess than any we made in the old days. My congratulations.
Fucking hell. It's over.
And the worm squirms no more. Bull need not worry that his seat on my skull will grow suddenly stickier with Mind Flayer juice. Forgive Minsk. It has been said that his mouth sometimes frolics in fields far ahead of his mind.
Even when my time in the prism stretched out like eternity, when escape seemed impossible, I never lost hope. I knew that my destiny was to liberate my people, to return to them triumphant. I was wrong. It seems I can only fulfill one part of my destiny. My people will be liberated, but I cannot return to them. Not like this. You helped me destroy that abomination. Now help me destroy myself. You must kill me.
And now for Orpheus's wish.
But first, Lae'zel, I need your promise. Carry my hope. Carry my burden. Call my dragons, Kulos and Kuthos, and ride to the Astral Sea. Destroy Vlaakith. Release our people. Be our future and our legacy.
Duty. All my life, I've traveled in its slipstream, not once questioning its path. In its service I came here, and now I will carry your hope, Prince Orpheus, and I will carry your burden. But to that burden I must add my own. The loss of those I leave behind.
Lach crushed Makvlek. So be it. Now, give me my freedom from this form.
We grant Orpheus the death he desires.
Githka Tavkim crushed.
It should have been us, to be honest.
Kulos!
I can never forget you. Your name will be etched in our slates. You will be called Mlagir, Liberator.
Goodbye, Lae'zel, and good luck with your revolution.
To the skies!
Now there's a sight to see. Not that I'll miss them.
With the Githyanki gone, there's nothing left but the silence of the city. Smoldering, waiting to be rebuilt. But it seems that Gale's mind is elsewhere.
Wizard, was your brain entirely liquefied during the battle? The fight is over. It's time to move on.
The crown. It's somewhere in the Giontha. If I salvage the stones, I can reforge it.
Gale?
And once I have, I'll return it to Mystra. She'll cure me of my affliction. And I'll finally be free.
Good Gale.
If this adventure has taught me anything, it's that there are things in this world far more valuable than power. Besides, growing quite fond of this merry band of ours, and I'd quite like to see what happens to it. I'm sure Mystra will summon me soon enough, but until then, I propose we celebrate our victory the mortal way, with a drink in our hands and reckless abandon in our hearts.
Yeah, I think I'd like a drink.
Let's not forget the wine. I want to flush out my brain, just to be completely sure the tadpole's gone.
I honestly don't mind what we do once we get to the... Ow!
Ah, yes. Astarion is no longer immune to sunlight.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Well, it was nice when it lasted. Ah! I'm sorry. I have to go.
We did it, soldier. The city's going to be all right. And so are you.
Karlach is still going to die, even after everything.
Engine's finally cooked. Held on just long enough. So, how'd I do?
You were spectacular, Karlach.
So are you. My friend. My companion. I adore you. Careful! Hot! I never gave up. I did my best. I did my best. It's the one thing I can't beat, isn't it? I wanted to live in my city with my friends. But life is for the living. And I saw... Goodbye, son. Goodbye, sea. Goodbye.
No, stop. I won't allow this. Karlach, you're coming with me. Back to Avernus.
Will's right. Karlach could return to Hell. She would rather die than go back, but there's still a chance with Will she can find a solution for her infernal engine.
You can't.
It's okay, Karlach. You won't be alone anymore.
Fine. I'll go. Well, with you.
The two of them leave for the Hells to go back to fighting in the Blood War.
It's over. And it's all because of you. You, who were destined to become a thrall. Thanks to you, there will be no Illithid Empire, no Death God's tyranny. You have earned your place amongst the legends of the Sword Coast. You are the saviors of Baldur's Gate.
We did it. We're heroes. We have our happy ending with Shadowheart, who's still grieving the loss of her parents.
Last night was perfect. Though I couldn't help lying there thinking about my parents before you stirred.
This is true grief. As we talked about, it never goes away. It only becomes easier to deal with over time. But at least now she has us.
Considering I was hoping you'd say that.
Whatever lies ahead will be far less daunting if I have you. It could be just like old times. Well, hopefully not exactly like old times. I think I've had enough camping and mortal peril for one lifetime.
We get this bonus cutscene of Will and Karlach in Hell, which goes pretty hard.
Well, soldier, here we are. It worked. My engines calmed down. I shouldn't have let you come here. This isn't going to be easy, you know. Zariel's going to come at us with everything she's got. Gods, like clockwork. They'll be on us soon, but there's just enough time. Thought I was done with these. But then, there was you. Imps are fast, but careless. Don't let them tire you out, just get rid of them. And don't forget, you asked for this. Better let these fuckers know I'm back. And this time, I'm not alone.
Rock and roll, boys. This brings us to the epilogue. We get to see how all of our companions are doing about 6 months after the events of the game. For reference, the events of the game are meant to take place over the course of about 4 months or so. Withers has brought everyone back together for a reunion and celebration. This is where I would like to plug my Patreon. Usually, this is where we would have patron credits, but this is my first video. If you enjoyed this video, I ask you to consider becoming a patron at the link below to support future videos and projects. I'm just getting started, and I have a lot of plans and ideas. Anyway, back to the epilogue and closing thoughts. We get the chance to go around and check in on everyone to see how they're doing. Jaheira still lives in Baldur's Gate and is busy helping to rebuild the city and the Harpers. Gale reforged the crown and returned it to Mystra, who then cured his affliction. He is now a professor in Waterdeep. Minthara asks us if we regret not using the Netherbrain for our own gain. Looks like she didn't learn any lessons, but that's okay. She wasn't able to return to her old life, but something tells me she'll be just fine. Will, of course, has been fighting fiends in Avernus with Karlach. We're very glad he went with her, and the two of them are doing well. We need to acknowledge something about Will. We spent far less time with him and his story than any of the other origin characters, and this is partially because I didn't show every single moment of it, but also because Will underwent extensive rewrites shortly before the game's official release after early access. I still think Will is a great character, with a good personality and arc, but many players lack the same appreciation they have for other characters. I like Will, and he feels a little more fleshed out by the dialogue he has leading up to Ansur, which we sort of screwed up for him. Halsin returned to Wraithwin, and has been rebuilding it after the cleansing of the Shadow Curse. The future seems bright for Halsin and the community he's fostering. Lae'zel says the war against Vlaakith is going well. She's busy, so we only get an astral projection of her. It seems her faction intends to seek help from the Githzerai, who we didn't talk about at all, but are the other half of the Gith who split off eons ago as they followed different ideals. There's a good chance they'll be able to work together. Karlach has a cool leather jacket. Her and Will found directions to Zariel's forge, and the two are planning to find a way to use it to fix her infernal engine. We expect they'll be able to pull that off. Astarion went through quite the character arc. He's currently living as a vigilante in Baldur's Gate, fighting crime at night and killing bad guys. He's not quite a good person, but this is certainly an improvement. He seems much happier with himself and has accepted both his strengths and weaknesses as a vampire, and as a person. Even Terra is here, who's Gale's cat, but we didn't see her during this playthrough. Shadowheart has been by our side ever since. Her and the player character have been traveling and enjoying their lives after everything that's happened. I think the two of them earned it. Minsk has been trying to convert criminals from the guild into good people. He even brought one with him. All he wants is for people to be better. Let's check in with Withers, then closing thoughts. Withers asks us how we feel. We ask him what comes next.
What indeed? Prick up thy ears and listen. The balance of the world restored. The balance of these lives, mortal and otherwise, brought to account. Hear me, thou heroes, wastrels, friends. I have waited long to tell you these words. It is over. For now. Thou played thy part in weaving the fabric of fate itself, but for every thread you sewed, so did the gods unravel another. Sleep, rest, revel, but be ready, for thou mayst yet be needed. Until we meet again, I wish thee every possible fortune, health, wealth, love, and above all, problems worth solving.
Baldur's Gate was indeed the friends we made along the way.
To you.
It's nice how Withers, at the end, asks us our thoughts. He acts as a stand-in for Larian here, complete with a toast to us, the players. I'd like to quickly recommend some reading materials before we go. These are relatively short and incredibly valuable resources. I believe Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the greats. Similar to something like Morrowind, I think people will still be regularly playing this game in 10 or 20 years, with it continuing to have a dedicated community. By no means is Baldur's Gate 3 a perfect game, but it's a game with the type of philosophy that all games should strive for. Passion and quality, narrative and depth, art and expression. These traits aren't defined by a game's budget or production value, but rather by the capabilities of its designers, writers, performers, and artists. Baldur's Gate 3 is a beacon of quality in an ocean of more and more corporatized games. It represents the spirit of exceptional game design that speaks to a genuine passion for games, especially for those from days gone by. We needed Baldur's Gate 3, as it encapsulates everything society could benefit from right now. An interesting narrative that has depth and room for critical engagement, a style that encompasses a wide range of themes and invokes a wide range of emotions, and a reminder that it's important to remember, we're here to have fun. It respects its audience and its source material. I love Baldur's Gate 3, not just because it's a good game, but because it showed us that games are still full of potential. The potential to entertain us, the potential to tell stories, the potential to make us feel, and the potential to bring us together.
And it was like the first week of choir for this term, and he was like, okay, but the people that are new here, I usually go on tangents, and I haven't in today's choir session yet, but now I'm gonna go on a tangent. So, I've been playing this game called Baldur's Gate 3. What? But he didn't know, and we both, we shrieked. I think we were like, and then everyone looked at us, and Jen was like, I'm Shadowheart!
I'm going to see very interesting people. However, they do sometimes need persuade.
It's money, isn't it?
It might be cash.
Yeah,
Yes, only cash.
Yeah,
You
thought
could
that
use.
Once you have lost my respect once, you have lost it forever.
They don't want Theo Solomon to smoke them.
Welcome to fantasy spelling, kids. Think you know how to pronounce it? I think not. Sight read this, bitch.
One thing I will say, please, if that's okay, the community has reached out to so many of us at Larian and said they were seen and they were represented by this game when they lost hope, they felt isolated, they felt alone, and this game brought them together and gave them something to push through to help them all. And to you, I want to say thank you so much for seeing us. I appreciate it.
The dead three. Thy faces gods, thy actions barely worthy of the name. Didst truly believe thy ploy would succeed? Didst believe I would not notice? Thou sought to bolster thy strength by taking away the souls of mortals. But souls vanish when their hosts become mind flayers. Didst think the other gods would not notice? Gods thou may be, yet thou hast proven thyself fools. Everyone. The supplication of Bane, the whimper of Baal, the death mule of Merkel. Felled by mortals, I overestimated thee. They did not. Vermin, away. Thou wilt trouble us no more.
Hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching.